Pedal to the metal when I hit the gas. Running through the competition like a running back. I don't ever get tired, I don't take naps. Looking back at you when I'm running laps. I'm the realest in the place, you should know that. Oh yeah, here's another L, you can hold that. All alone at the top with a throne at. It can get a little cold just like snow caps. No cap, if I fall, I'ma be back like a relapse. Never relax, hit you in the chin strap with a kneecap to your neck snap. Throw it online, make sure everybody see that. I have my aspirations, I know my destination. I go no hesitation, you can't break my concentration. I just saw my fate pull on my timeline. You will never catch me sitting on the sidelines. Between winners and the losers, there's a fine line. Take the throne, cause I know this is my time. Put me in the game, I'm running it. Do this every day, I'm running it. You know I don't play, I'm running it. I'm running it, I'm running it. Anytime, any place, I'm running it. Always down for the chase, I'm running it. You can see it in my face, I'm running it. I'm running it. 40 love, no love to my enemies. Waiting on my downfall, never see the enemy. Running like I got no legs and a centipede. Gold medal on my chest for the centerpiece. Slow me down, something you can never do. Hold me down, that's impossible, I never lose. One way or another, one is what I do. This is my game and I play by my rules. I have my aspirations, I know my destination. I go no hesitation, you can't break my concentration. Put me in the game, I'm running it. Do this every day, I'm running it. You know I don't play, I'm running it. I'm running it, I'm running it. Anytime, any place, I'm running it. Always down for the chase, I'm running it. You can see it in my face, I'm running it. I'm running it.
One of the most exciting events of all time.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question.
Major 5, the final one.
Toronto! They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time. Oh my God!
No way! No way, Fee!
Oh man! I do not believe what we are seeing. Could it be Priestahh to make the play? What a win! Priestahh!
Knock it out the park, yes, yo, in it.
Octane,
My God!
Octane gets the honor.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa!
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Here we go!
Low bed, Asim, low bedroom. Low bedroom now, Drazah. Ivy lobby pitch. Grab it. Yeah.
Right corner, long, any help?
Counter me. Pitch. Counter low bed. On point, Drazah. Made it. Two on the keep. We got. Nice. Bar, two. Cube. He's on the block, 2 bar. Block, 2 bar.
I got both.
Nice. Oh, 2D1. Nice, there, bro. Stay down. Absolute 3-1.
Watch out, man. Absolute.
So weak. Last guy. He's right bar, double bar, on bar.
Scrapz and the rest of Ultra going Super Saiyan after a 3-0 over the LA Thieves. One of the fastest Saturdays we have seen here at the Call of Duty League. And now we have just 1 day left in our majors. Major 5 comes to an end. Who will raise the trophy here in Toronto? We'll find out by 9 p.m. Welcome back into Canada, where we have a jam-packed venue. The merch booth is selling out. The letter jackets almost gone. So get your gear right now. And Nameless, there are only 4 teams left in this tournament. Welcome back, everybody. This is the headquarters crew. You are going to be seeing everyone playing today for the Diamond Nut.
Yes, sir.
Up here at the desk, we're going to be breaking it all down. I got Chance here, the smartest wizard to ever be doing co-casting. We've got, I was almost going to call you play-by-play. You're doing that more now. I like it, Chance. We got Alley Cat going to prom, and we got Nameless here down at the end, ready to rock. Allie, I want to start with you, though. For anyone who has been sleeping on the first 3 days, what have they missed out on here in Toronto?
Absurd upsets, but a really fast day number 3. We had a lot of 3-0s. Also, what the heck, man? Really?
You look good. It's Championship Sunday. Chance didn't get the memo yet, but Chance, you guys are ready to get fired up for these games, and we got a banger to open things up in our winners bracket. People are kind of sleeping on Minnesota Røkkr coming into this event. They're top 3 once again.
I've been trying to wake them up, right? I think Attach has had like back-to-back top 3 placements at this point. So, you know, they had to make a few different moves to figure out what roster they were going to end up sticking with. They found their key. They found their top 3 and their place at champs. Røkkr are good to go.
It's getting rowdy here in Toronto. I hope you guys are locked in. Let's take a look, though, at the 4 teams who are done on the season. We said goodbye to the bottom 4. They will not be playing at champs next month.
The montage. And, you know, it was a tough season for our cities. Obviously, LAG, it just didn't work, man. They tried to experiment bringing in the Challengers players. We had London. Didn't win.
London got to win on land.
Yeah, they got to win on land, so it's not all doom and gloom. Honestly, Florida, I actually feel really bad for them. I mean, they never gave up. They kept fighting the entire time, and then this is the toughest one.
Yeah, this one might make me cry. The Florida one, you know, they finally were trying to put it together near the end, but Vegas, I mean, this was a battle all season long to try and make it to champs, and, you know, wow. Shout out New York for ruining all those hopes and dreams.
Vegas out, LAG gone, London done on the season, as are your Florida Mutineers, and that means your final 8 are playing for the title of Call of Duty Champions in MW2. Boston Breach, Seattle Surge locked in at 7 and 8, but everyone else on that left side could have their seeds moved around outside of FaZe, who are officially our #1 team going into champs.
Yeah, still some movement could happen on the left side, right? But I mean, if you're Seattle Surge, you're just thanking the clouds above that Vegas Legion wasn't able to upset New York Subliners, and New York still making it into Sunday. I think that's what really caught me off guard. You know, they've been kind of up and down throughout the season, but they started hot and now they're trying to end hot. So see if they can pull it off.
Toronto fans hoping for back-to-back rematches as the Ultra was able to take down the Subliners on day #1. They meet up again on day #4 and potentially could make a run all the way to a grand finals against FaZe, who are the favorites left in that winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about that loser's bracket match, it's going to be absolutely insane. New York outslayed them the first go around. They felt like they could have won it. Every time we watch that match, it is a banger, but this is what we're here for, right? Champs is solidified. Now it's about getting that championship. We know how that momentum can get you the ring, and look at that trophy. What's
it's
that?
The best in Call of Duty history
right there.
We did pretty good in Black Ops 2. I think that thing is better. Let's take a look though at the cash that comes with it. $200,000. You get 65 more points towards your chance seeding, and of course everyone else on this screen getting paid. Congratulations to London and Mutineers cashing in before their season was done. And let's take a look though at our winners final. That is going to be the first match of the day. The 2 teams unbeaten in the tournament hailed from Minnesota and Atlanta. I want to start with the Røkkr. Chance, you were telling me earlier people were trying to wake this team up. Attach is back, and when we saw him in Boston, he led this team to a top 3 finish.
Yeah, and still clutching his 1v1s as his tradition. You have Fame, who's looking fantastic in Search and Destroy. So it's an exciting team to watch. And like Røkkr, in my mind, they have that little rivalry against you know, Toronto, battle for the North. It's the 2-2 roster split where Bance and Cammy join Røkkr. They're in a head-to-head race where Toronto have the edge because they have a tournament win. Røkkr now have the opportunity in this tournament to, well, take the crown and take that final nut.
Yeah, but they haven't really done anything, to be honest. Like, if you really think about their run so far, they beat Boston Breach 3-2. Impressive game 5, but Breach super underwhelming. And then they played Florida Mutineers on a Saturday. I did not think that that would be happening here. So they have coasted their way to the winners finals. Obviously, they've done what was in front of them. I'm not taking anything away from them. I'm just saying I desire more. I need to see this Atlanta FaZe matchup because if FaZe has been lights out, it's their biggest test yet as a team.
What I love about Røkkr is this is a team not afraid to go to round 11 in a game 5. They are playing for the clutch moments, and they've had some big ones on the year, Allie.
Yeah, I like the fun storyline when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr sometimes. Like, they would always lose the first hard point and then win the next 3. And if they ever did win the first hard point, somehow they still lost the series. So Minnesota Røkkr, there's some fun storylines there, but this has been their best placement so far outside of major #2. So for Minnesota Røkkr, this is a prove-it point for them. I said it earlier on the weekend that I think going up against a team like Atlanta FaZe is going to really put to test where they are at here heading over into champs.
I got to give big shout-outs to everyone at Minnesota. once again hosting a party there in Egan. Everyone cheering on the team remotely in addition to the fans here in Toronto. Let's talk a little bit about their competition though, because you're going up against the most consistent team that I've seen in the CDL, a squad that is always in contention for the title, and so far this squad is looking ferocious. A 3-1 over Toronto Ultra. This squad's been on fire.
And like the two biggest like pain points of this team has been like their hard point a little bit mid on the year. Well, throughout this stage, it's been the best it has been all year, so they've leveled up. And I mean, Simp has been solid the entire time, but he hasn't been up to like his own expectations. In this tournament, he is at those expectations. So like, pick your poison on who the MVP is. I think Slasher has like above a 2-point KD in search right now. They're just all gods. It seems like they've hit the final form. Like they are truly on fire. Still need to get the tournament win, but they also have one, so they're doing great.
Ali, I know it's in your being to just root against this FaZe team, but there's one player you gotta give flowers. Whose stats are shining for Atlanta?
Slasher, easily. I mean, he was the guy that was, I mean, everyone, okay, but to that point, if you have to pick one, it has to be Slasher, simply because he was added to the dominant trio of the Tiny Terrors and Cellium, and there was a lot of weight on his shoulders to become the AR that maybe they were missing, and I feel like he has turned up at the right time to put these numbers up here heading into Major 5, moving into champs. It's setting up a perfect situation for Atlanta FaZe to possibly not only go back-to-back and have 2 rings here, but get that World Championship as well.
Atlanta has already dispatched of Vegas. They have dispatched of Toronto. Now they have a Røkkr squad in front of them that surprisingly match up really well against this team. Nameless, if Røkkr is going to pull off the upset or force another Game 5 round 11, how did they do it tonight?
I mean, it's tough. You see that HyDra is 250 to 75. That's map number 1. So right away, you're probably losing that Game 1. You got to bounce back in that search and destroy it. It's going to be really tough, but Fame, he has been stellar all weekend in that game mode. You now have a Attachback as well, who's looking very comfortable. It is possible to get it done in the Neslo fashion against FaZe. And I mean, we've seen it happen with Bance and Cammy before, but it's tough.
There you go. Ladies
also,
and gentlemen,
I gotta say,
one more.
I want to get it. Atlanta's best respawn team in the game. Their best respawn team in the game.
I mean, possibly.
Possibly. It's facts now. Who would have thought?
Numbers, it's real. And they're still dangerous in search and destroy, as mentioned. That is going down in your winners bracket finals. That's happening at 1:30, just about 10 minutes away. But immediately after that matchup, we have the showdown in the elimination bracket. This determines who's walking away with a top 3, who's going home in 4th, and it's a battle that we saw on day number 1. Subliners taking on Ultra again.
Yeah, it's like the redemption opportunity, because obviously Subliners, after losing that tough series, they had the round in control where they were up like 8 lives right at the very end and dropped that. But since then, they've been perfect. Nothing but 3-0s. And on the flip side from Ultra, well, I know Scrapz even started with a bit of a poor series, like right at the start of the tournament.
Right.
Well, he is right back on form.
Even though he was off in series number 1, Ultra able to take the Game 5. Ali, what are the chances we see the exact same maps as they rematch today?
I think they're pretty close. I think these are 2 teams that are just going to try and go head-to-head with each other. When it comes to Toronto, that day number 1, I think they're feeling confident simply because Scrapz didn't perform very well, but they, at the end of the day, still won the series, right? And Scrapz, we saw what he's been doing in losers elimination brackets thus far. So going up against New York Subliners, I very, very rarely expect us to see another 0.7 out of him.
This was arguably the best series of the tournament. Lock in and get ready, because it's coming up at 3 p.m. And if you missed it on day number 1, don't worry. I've got all the numbers that you want to check out. Nameless, let's walk the people through how this 5-game series broke down.
I mean, I feel like we've been talking a lot about how Scrapz played throughout that series, but I think there's another way to look at it. It's a bit concerning how Hicksy played and they only won by that margin, right? Like, Chance touched on a little bit. They should have lost that round. It was more than, it was like 12 kill lead that they had, and they threw it away. So for New York coming into this one, I know they're comfortable on Hotel, but I think to your map question, they might want to get rid of it, man. Try to get something else in the mix there. Maybe play some Asilo, potentially force Ultra to play some Expo. It could get really interesting.
Last night, Scrapz talked with us after the 3-0 over LAT. He knew he was playing Subliners, and here's what he had to say about the matchup.
What's the game plan going into tomorrow?
Yeah, you know, MVP, Rookie of the Year, they're just individual achievements. You know, I'm coming for championships, rings, and all. So, you know what I mean? Let's get it.
Scrapz, how does it feel to finally have an event here in Toronto with the crowd truly behind you? How does it feel to put on for the fans?
Yeah, you know, we've been waiting this for months, since the first major. You know, this is anything I dreamed of. You guys make it the best. And Jesus, let's keep it up.
It It's time to take a look at his numbers. Allie, winners rounds, not the greatest numbers from Scrapz. The MVP candidate, though, coming back to life here in our losers bracket.
Like I said, against New York, I mean, it's very unlikely he drops to 0.7 again. I think a really good testament to this, as well as the fact that Hicksy has been playing insane throughout this entire weekend, which will enable Scrapz once again, as we've seen in the elimination rounds. I think their biggest worry right now is just making it to that grand final against probably Atlanta FaZe, where hardpoint's the one thing they just can't get on them.
Well, you got to win 2 matches before that, and this is your first one against one of the most well-rounded teams in the game. Chance, when you're looking at a mirror matchup, it doesn't get much closer than this battle.
And obviously, you know, it's incredibly comparable across every single game mode, but I know New York Subliners, we saw a stat the other day that when they're losing in control, almost a guarantee that they're losing the series. When they win the control, almost a guarantee that New York win the series. Well, they're going against the best control team in the game. We literally saw exactly what happened last time they played. So the perfect run has been great. Anything you want for confidence for this team, for the guns to be hot, for the comms to be flowing, for you to feel good. New York at this point have it all. The setup is there for their redemption, but still that map 3, that's going to be the difference maker.
Well, Chance, I mean, I think you're spot on, because when you get late in a tournament like this, and you know, there's no fluke run that you had, this championship caliber squads, it always comes down to your map picks. And for New York, like we keep talking about, they had the lead in that control, so it will come down to that game 3. But I'd like to highlight HyDra. He has been unbelievable. We talked about his search stats, a 1.78, groundbreaking for him with #1 in First Bloods. Well, it's translated perfectly to land. He still has a 1.8, and he has 18% First Blood percentage, which, you know what that means, it's absolutely incredible. So this guy's a monster.
And let's be honest, everyone from this team is chiming into that kill category. Who's been the star for you? Is it still the SMG?
I'm gonna take a little bit of a different angle here, because HyDra's the only one positive on New York, whether they win or lose. I'm actually gonna be looking at KiSMET. Usually when they lose series, he's rocking a 0.88 average, where when they win, he's a 1.07. So I think it's gonna be in the slang for New York Subliners. They can't ice up in these series, so what they do need to do is they need to get the kills, and I'm looking at the Bulldog for that one.
I can't wait for that battle. It's coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon if you're on the Pacific Coast. Let's take a look at all 4 matches, though, on the day. It starts with our winners bracket. Loser of Atlanta FaZe versus Minnesota. You're dropping down to play the winner of Toronto Ultra and the Subliners. Chance, if you were a betting man, what do you think is my 6 p.m. matchup, though, in that grand final?
Atlanta, I feel like, is almost, I mean, they're a safe bet, in my opinion. Then probably Toronto, in all honesty, right? They've won a tournament before, and they did that with the crowd that was completely against them. Now they have the crowd behind them. You got Scrap hitting form. Hicksy's right there as well. So I think it'll be Atlanta-Toronto.
Chance, love having you here on the desk, and I think you might be right. My bracket aligns with yours. We got to go to a break. In the meantime, link your accounts, watch and earn on both of our channels. We are live on YouTube and Twitch right now, and today everyone is fired up for that blueprint. That's right, Championship Sunday. We're dropping the big dogs. All you got to do, hang out in the chat, be ready to claim your drop after about an hour of tuning in. Thank you all for tuning in early to headquarters. And when we come back, we're getting this party started with your winners bracket finals. Røkkr take on Atlanta FaZe in your first match of the day.
Typically, we like to get you to relax before a major, touch some grass. I thought we would do the exact opposite this time, though. Introduce you to what's to freedom.
Racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Take the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Take the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Toronto, good morning! It's the morning somewhere. How are we feeling? We ready to party? Big championship Sunday. This entire tournament has flown by a little too fast, but today we play for this magnificent trophy, this squirrel holding the most precious of all nuts, a diamond. Who walks away with it? We'll find out a little bit later on today, but first and foremost, we have to find out one of our teams who go to that grand final. Are we ready? You do actually sound very ready. Right, let's bring out our first team. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, the Minnesota Røkkr! Bance, Cammy, Fame, and Attach.
Minnesota's looking to make it rain. We've seen stranger things. They could make it to a final. We'll see if they can take down Atlanta FaZe. It would be absolutely incredible, this story. Let's bring out Atlanta.
It's now time to meet their opponents. We have seen Stranger Things, the latest season, pretty lit. Let's find out how this season finale goes as our stage is nearly complete. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Atlanta FaZe! Cellium, aBeZy, Simp, and Slasher!
Very conflicted cheer from the crowd. I think some of us really want to see that hometown rematch, but first they have to get through the spoilers of the Minnesota Røkkr, Kings of the North. But can they handle the villains of the league? Atlanta FaZe looking for their second ring on the year, and they're looking good to do it. I'm ready to get this match started, Miles.
It's time to get this show on the road, ladies and gentlemen. We'll find out who walks away with a win here and who gets to that grand final, who gets to play for this bad boy. Merc and Maven, take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles. Dude, I don't think. Oh, hello, hi. We were getting a little nasty. Lights were out, but hey, I don't think it's ever. I don't know what I just said. I don't think it's ever going to get old to me. Like, I get why FaZe get booed because they've been like the best team for 4 years basically. Yeah, people are CDL. Jealous, But like when the boos start and then like Simp and aBeZy is walking out like.
Cellium's just getting more hands.
Dude, I don't know.
He's going out to goatee. He's got earrings in. I mean, the guy's hitting the final four.
It's just funny. There's like nice kids that are just disgusting at COD, but it always, when I see their faces,
they're like, we've done nothing wrong but beat your favorite team. I'm sorry. Like, that's literally it.
It kills me, bro. But here we take a look at the best of 5 and how this is going to play out. Røkkr trying to make this run. Attach back in the lineup. I think one of the first people I saw here I saw was his mom, and she was so pumped up. If you haven't met her, seen her, she is a lovely lady. Just so fired up to see what her their son's going to do on the main stage, and obviously he's been a part of some amazing moments. What do they got in the bag here?
I mean, HyDra hardpoint, maybe a scary one if you're a Røkkr fan, because that's when aBeZy went absolutely bonkers.
Oh, he twerked on him, Joe.
Yeah, no, he did something. You follow that up with a couple of silos. We know a silo search and destroy for FaZe. #1 in pretty much everything. If they're not #1, they're #2. And then a silo control. The record looks good for Røkkr, but I mean, with Attach and Fame, I think they're like 1-4. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be an uphill battle, as it always is against this FaZe team.
Let's get it rocking. Røkkr, FaZe, battling for a championship berth. Get into that final match and see what they can do like a dolphin, smoothly right on into the water. aBeZy, ready to get it rolling. What kind of battle is in store for us?
Great form right here from aBeZy.
Is that called the breaststroke?
Yeah, that's a breaststroke right there. Yeah, aBeZy. I think he won a gold medal in high school, actually.
Yeah.
But aBeZy, right from the water, able to take down one. Røkkr, I think they find 3 kills in the feed, some early time. You already have Attach working broken side.
Think of the business speed up?
No.
Okay. Cellium, Simp, locating kills, trying to get shots into the water. Bullet penetration not there right away, but then finally Slasher able to connect right back to Big Aim. Like you said, basically was 50 on their forehead. Last time they battled here, that's a nice snap from Cammy. You know how hot he can get, they're going to need him in full force.
Yeah, and if there's one hill to focus on for Atlanta FaZe, it is this P2. One of the worst in the game at it. We'll see if they can turn it around here and find a nice lead. They've been hanging on to the spawns. You do have Bance with Deddy popped, trying to work his way through. Cell, though, he's going to have all the info in the world. Just calling out this cross, but his teammates are going down, and here we go. You're going to have aBeZy on the hill, the last man left.
And he's gone. Just like that, they get broken, and maybe you see some of the woes for FaZe on this particular hardpoint. You know, talking to Crowder at times, it's just like we have these setups, and then it's like our brains turn off. We don't actually get into the setup we want, and then we just get broken. I'm not sure if he's got gun there or what the case was, but a little too easy, but you battle back in rather quickly.
Yeah, that is pretty easy for them as well. They're just able to, you know, win those gunfights we were just talking about. Find the 20 seconds potentially as Cammy's going to go one more time at this and fight for that scrap time. But on rotation will be Simp. So a nice start here for Bance and Cammy, the old Ultra duo. The hometown kids now just trying to put on for Minnesota Røkkr. Is Cammy able to win another one? You're going to have a slight lead. And I think with the bad spawns, you take that all day. But now can they get another break here at P3?
You see Attach going the whole way around. Stun check for info. Slasher's got to know something is up, but the timing could not be worse. He snaps back, easily a pick. They lose the fight on the front, and that's going to be back-to-back hard points where you have the early rotation. And I thought maybe Simp was going to bail you out for a second. He's at least able to get 2, but Røkkr busting through these hard points.
Yeah, Cammy tried to get pushed forward, tried to go for the old trophy to the head kill there, but you know, it doesn't work out now. But now you have Attach on this hill.
I thought you said you were going for their throats. So like, oh, dude, you're violent already to start the day. It's early. All right.
Trophy, yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you said, I mean, really, it is just Simp right now trying to do what he can to keep his team in it. A couple of big breaks from Røkkr, but still around a 20-point lead here for Minnesota.
I mean, Simp kills 2 to get them back into the point, killed a 3rd. I mean, that was about 10 to 15 seconds that went by where it was just Simp kind of on an island. He's at 9 and 8 right now, leading the way for engagements. It seemed to me he's been playing for himself a little bit more lately, and you love to see it. One of the most talented person I've ever commentated over, and he's just kind of focusing on his gameplay, and the guy has been absolutely frying this weekend.
Yeah, now you just need the team to step on up in these moments right here. You had Cell watching the middle of the map cross. He's going to get taken down, and again, the pressure already there. Props to Minnesota Røkkr. Bance up to 13. Him and Fame putting so much pressure on the map. Another full setup broken for Atlanta FaZe. This is what happens to them at times. They are such a good breaking team, but their holds need to be better if they want to win this major. And right now, Attach and Bance locking down this hill.
Yeah, so you feel like they'd be getting blown out right now with how these last 3 have gone. Like, the setup is there, and it's just evaporated so quickly. They got to get something clicking, or the all cylinders kind of firing right now for Røkkr as they are making it look so easy. Now we'll have another hard point getting ready to
We're
pop.
gonna do it again.
They're going to be set up early this time. Can they find some time, or is it chaos ensuing from Røkkr again?
Simp trying to find the opener. Gonna dodge the nade as well. Bance having such a solid map #1 so far, but that's gonna be all 4 dead. And well, who is it? Simp finds 3 on rotation, a 5 in a row, and he is so far pushed out. They're blocking the spawns, and while Simp right now could have a field day.
Yeah, he's having a hell of a map start, but they're still trailing by 30 due to Benjamin Bance and the Røkkr boys battling them tough early in this one. Not able to hit the cross of the 5 sprees. Going in there, it's Cammy that's able to get the tags in. Lead, though, starting to dwindle a bit. aBeZy, who was an absolute psychopath on the map the last time these guys played. I mean, it was literally one of the more impressive performances I've seen. I know it was an online match, but it was a triple or a quad basically every time the guy spawned up. Obviously not finding that success here. And well, they're not looking at a 250 to 70 win or whatever it was they got. So it's going to be a little bit more down to the nitty gritty here.
Yeah, and I think for Røkkr, you're trying to win a couple of more rotations, but you'll take the 20-point lead. That's just due to your breaks. Can FaZe now turn these rotations into holds and win this map #1 as Simp continues. Him and aBeZy winning rotational gunfights. They now have the spawns for B2. They're locking them in. So far, so good. It feels like now they're starting to play a little bit calmer, not allowing those Røkkr players to find the multi-kill.
Well, it's kind of one of those things. I think he had a solid first set of rotations if you were Røkkr, considering the fact that, FaZe had the rotations on most. But you did a good job breaking. You had a lead throughout most of it. I guess now I'm wondering if you're FaZe, you kind of know what mistakes you made. Can you fix that in this second set of rotations?
Yeah, here's a big moment. You have 3 players right through the middle of the map, and Bance is already behind enemy lines. He's gonna have a one-on-one versus Cell, but Cell's able to read it. We're gonna have 2 players spawn on out with 15 seconds left. So this is gonna come down to aBeZy and Cellium to try to lock down spawns at P2.
Well, the other 2 players. Simp on 17, him and aBeZy.
Just trying to find
rotating over here shortly. The attach is looming. And the lurk will pay off, but aBeZy is there for the trade. But now a game of trades. We have back and forth. See the spawn out coming in deep from Slasher. Simp trying to track back now into the action here to back up Cell. It's a 3-lane map that feels like 42 lanes at times. You just have to find the lines of sight you can and try to pick up in the madness.
Yeah, neither team really had the back spawn here. It's been pretty 50-50 spawning in the middle of the map, but there we go. Cellium with the help of aBeZy gonna lock this down, and this is what I was talking about. When they get a hold, can they turn it into something? Now, the largest lead for Atlanta. FaZe with 20 seconds left. One more push. You're gonna try to kind of lock them in if you are Røkkr, but Slasher's gonna spawn up, hit a nade, and Simp's gonna spawn out. So he's gonna rotate. This could be a great play for Atlanta FaZe.
Great play, maybe great spawn, just to see if he can get set up. But as Simp tries to get set up and the boys trying to rally from the old hard point, let's head to a listening now with Atlanta FaZe.
Mid-hut, he's P1 hut. He has petty pop.
Either back, weak on the gens on you.
Chris can kill.
Okay, one dome now, touch, only 2 1 point.
I'm blocking. I got naded.
Good time.
I got it.
I'm blocking. Could be tough.
You can go.
Okay. P1 watch out, Fame. P1 watch out, Fame.
I don't see him.
Nice.
Can be pawn.
Nice. That's a pawn.
Cammy, he's naded. He's still there.
I got time.
I want front on you guys.
I need a front door.
I'm giving up the back.
Pawn. Nice.
I'm getting a pawn. I don't see anything pipes.
Getting a pawn. Behind me.
I got naded.
I'm taking the water out. Front door, I think. Front door. Watch out, Fame. Front door.
Where's Cammy?
Hold on, me.
You're in front.
Why am I spawning out? One might be the back zone.
In the back, that.
Nice.
What's up, front Fame?
They're gonna start spawning new. Stay up new.
Item. Yeah, get on. They're spawning gold on us too, right?
I'm all right. Famous P1 though. I'm all right.
What do you think of the comms? A phenomenal stretch there from FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, very calm, right? Calling out names. This player may spawn out. We're looking for Cammy, right? Simp really being the vocal guy, but I mean, yeah, you can go just great comms right there from Atlanta FaZe. A great lead now. What? Bance was 15-8, I think, at one point, just to tell you how this second set of rotations has gone. Since then, he is 5-13. He was leading the way for this squad. But Atlanta FaZe, their holds have been on point, and now they're turning them into breaks. As Simp, he's going to find another one as he's on 4 in a row.
And this is the Atlanta FaZe I think people have been wanting to see. Well, if you're a fan of Atlanta FaZe, in the sense of just like, you'd watch that pattern just continue throughout a hard point. They'd never be able to flip it around and actually get the holds. This time, able to do it. They're not going to be able to close it out this particular hard point, but now going up about 100 points. And just see like that sort of mid-map adjustment and improvements, which weren't there at points during hard point this year.
And it can be difficult, right, on a map like this, as you said, with all the openings, the water routes, there's a lot of timings that can go your way or not go your way. You know, the spawns on some of these hills can be difficult, but yeah, they've really locked in on this second set of rotations. It can be tough if you're Røkkr, just always kind of in that blender where you feel like you have to break, but now you're going to have Simp again, 25 kills. He's going to seal the deal as well as Atlanta FaZe take map number 1.
Their hard point continues to flow. Simp has been an absolute animal at this tournament. I mean, you saw him on key rotations. He's a big part of what kept them in the game early, too, when they were struggling with some of his multi-kills around the point. FaZe hard point. I don't know if I'm convinced it's, like, good yet, but it's better than it's been all year. I think that's
undefeated at this major, right? You have to give them their props. This is something that they've been trying to focus on, and yeah, so far so good here.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, when you go against like the top echelon of hardpoint teams, is it going to be there? We're going to find out. But yeah, this has been the best stretch they've had. So 100%, give them their props. 25 and 18 from Simp, nearly 3K damage, and yeah, kind of a tale of 2 sets of rotations. Like, I guess the difference is, you know, when Røkkr were getting the breaks, when they were getting some of their holds, it was still messy enough that FaZe kept it close, right? I mean, it was basically a 10 to 15 point game. Once the holds came for FaZe, you said they just blew it open.
Yeah, you were just relying on so many breaks from Minnesota Røkkr. You kind of got put into a tough position just right from the get-go. Especially around P1 to P2. That was it. It just felt like Røkkr could never get those good spawns that they were looking for. Tried keeping it messy. I mean, you see right here, there's a lead for Røkkr. They were breaking the setups. Bance was frying. Everyone was contributing. And then there was just a moment. I think it was the second rotation, P1, P2. That's where that lead change came in. Atlanta FaZe got hot, and the slaying just took over.
Yeah, I think we're seeing, you know, sort of how slashers maybe helped this team a bit too. Like, you know, having Simp on the podcast and talking to them about when they were trying to work through things in Vanguard and the struggles were there, the mentality wasn't what it needed to be. The work ethic was not what it needed to be. They just weren't really getting better. And just talking to Simp, sort of like, it seemed they were so committed to just getting it right. And Slasher obviously has the attitude to want to do that. And you're seeing the improvements come. Granted, it's taking some time. We're late in the year now, but they're coming.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I think we even heard last year with them, right? Like, we're playing really well in scrims, right? We're frying in these hard points, in these respawns. We just can't convert it into match wins. But now you're starting to see that in the matches where they're not making those same mistakes. And, you know, maybe if they do for a rotation, they fix them going into the second
one. Well, it's such a wild thing, because you hear it from every team, obviously.
Yes.
It's just a tough...
Nobody's losing a lot of scrims.
Yeah, like everyone's like, we're playing well in scrims. We need to play like that. We're playing well in scrims. Need to play like that. And it's just tough because the scrim environment, you know, the other team might be working on stuff too, so it's not exactly similar to a real match in that way. Like, practice is where you start to practice certain things. So you don't know what, like, effort you're getting or what focus you're getting out of the other side of it. So it can be tough. But let's take a look at the Monster Energy pregame for Atlanta FaZe. Joe, take me through.
I mean, everybody is frying on this team. All players. I mean, you only have 2 matches under your belt, but everyone contributing and then cruise through this El Asilo Search and Destroy. 16-5 on the year, and as I said, if they're not number 1 in something, they're pretty much number 2. So this is their map. Going to be an uphill battle for Røkkr. You lose this map number 1. It's going to be difficult for them.
This has been incredible for Røkkr, though. On the other side of it too, you know, Bance, another guy we had on the podcast, just hear him kind of talk about stuff and, you know, how frustrating it's been at times, just knowing there needed to be a change, but he felt like they were close. Like, we know we're close to getting something done with this squad.
Well, he even talked about it. I think here, day 1 or day 2, he was actually benched for a day when they were kind of figuring out what they wanted to do. But just to have the understanding, you know, realize, all right, what works out best for this squad, and it feels like this is the 4. I mean, hey, you have a chance now to get to a final.
Yeah, no, it's pretty spectacular. It's been such a weird year. You have like a couple of really solid finishes mixed with but let's look at Fame and Slasher right now. When you talk about S&D and how it's been going, Litigoat has been a monster. 2.38, 127 damage per round. First Blood's really there with the edge for Fame, but otherwise, yeah, really solid stuff from Slasher, and you knew he'd bring that to this team.
And that's gonna be key, though, right? From Fame going from an AR to that sub, and it feels like he's sort of that now sort of star for them. The slaying sub, that 30% First Blood ratio, that is huge. That's big time. So you're kind of looking at Fame versus who else? Mr. aBeZy.
Yeah, that's where you're in that, starting to get in that combo with like your aBeZys, your Preds, your guys that are just hunting in the early going, looking for those picks. So FaZe and aBeZy, definitely two that we'll be checking out throughout the course of this search and destroy, but to a silo we go. And for FaZe, what, we saw this day one, right? Versus Legion?
Yeah. Not much has changed, right? I mean, you know, on offense, Cell, Slasher are going to be playing those outer parts, waiting for flanks, trying to find those opening picks. Then they're going to get aggressive with the Tiny Terrors at some point. And then on defense, it's just sort of a question of, you know, who's going to have Daddy, who's going to take the risk between the subs, but finding those openings. Or can Røkkr shut them down and find some of their own? This time, though, Simp's going to find one, but a nice win there for FaZe. Just what we talked about, FaZe versus aBeZy. To turn this into a 3-on-3.
Yeah, I imagine they're going to be headbutting a good amount in the openers of this. Simp just gets eyes on the player at tower. Not the fight for him with a Bass in hand. Unless he's really feeling it.
That would be something.
Yeah. One right outside. Nice little drop shot. 2 in the round for Simp. Working towards a potential ace, but obviously still work to do.
He's got info, right? He knows that, you know, FaZe was somewhere probably around A and would attach. He was the player spotted at tower, so he's kind of just feeling this out, maybe telling them to rotate on over to B, or he's just going to wait for the rotation, play it slow.
Got Daddy.
Make Røkkr try to rotate on over, but you pretty much have a 3-on-1 on both sides, but attach potentially taking the long route all the way in the spawn. What sort of timing is he going to get? Denny is there. Slasher, though, doesn't start to plant quite yet. Now he's going to jump onto it. Cell's going to reposition, but Simp, he's able to find FaZe.
Yeah, now Simp's third in the round. Needs a little help there at the end of it, though, as he is caught to the tack. But 3 for Simp. Round win to FaZe. Just see it now from Cell's POV.
I like that from FaZe. I mean, Simp has so much info, and they kind of slow things down, and that just sort of forces Røkkr, like, they might be going over towards B. Wait for those deadies to come up, then you make your plays. Looks like Slasher someone still stole his FaZe hat, so I don't know who did that.
Yeah. And, I mean, if Attach got that got that kill onto Attach as he crossed, that might be the difference. I mean, that might play out so differently, but he just gets a couple tags in, they're able to react in time. Simp looking for number 4, easy peasy.
There was that time he had Daddy into this round, able to hit that stun to that player on bar, but 3 versus 3, Bance able to respond onto aBeZy. Going for the next gunfight, though, ready for it, up to 5-0. Cell onto another one, and again, it's a 1 versus 3 for a Røkkr player. Close to Daddy, but doesn't have it. Well, Simp's got a cruise missile.
6-0 start for Simp, averaging 3 a round. I know I've been gassing the guy this series, but he's really been playing that well as of late. And it's on full display here in the winners bracket final. Hell of a start.
I mean, just sort of, you know, this is what he's so good at, is playing that lurk role right on their offenses, but then on defenses, depending on who's got Daddy between him and aBeZy, right, who's going to take that risk? And that time it was him. He had Daddy popped, goes right through it, and then here's that final kill on the Bance. Bance, he's worried they're on the defuse, tries to get that wall bang.
Well, really,
nobody's on it.
I mean, the first one was pretty free behind the Daddy.
The second one was nuts.
The win on Cammy, yes. The win to Cammy was the nuts one. Yeah, it's just.
FaZe is good, but he also doesn't miss.
Yeah. A little bit both for sure. But Cammy does right where he is, just hold it with attack and just gets shotgunned. Cruise in. Not that often you see a round 3 cruise.
Yeah, very early. Now, a lot of the times what we see is a cruise into a B hit, right? But FaZe, they kind of just stay here. They just stay here, maybe trying to fake this and go over right back towards A. Send no one towards that side of the map. And it looks like that's going to be the play call. They're going to go right through lockers. Trying to find these players watching the rotation into a 2-on-3 as Simp still 7-0.
Just gets an 8 off. aBeZy gets a kill. Probably a team kill. I was thinking after he tossed that one. Going to get the plant. Just get eyes on. Waiting to challenge. Lord God puts him in the dirt. 8-0.
Dude, it literally looks like he was on a trampoline. What is this? I mean, just the prone into like a little jump shot attached. Just
from
good luck.
From his POV, it looked pretty normal. From attaches, that looked naughty.
Gross.
Yeah.
As this man on your screen just smiling, having a good time. Perfect throughout this map.
Yeah, whatever he's saying, I'm probably just going to go ahead and do that.
Whatever you're feeling. That sounds good.
Oh, you want to run backwards? All the way to A? Sure. Slasher with the first blood.
I mean, he's got Daddy, and instead of going to B alley, he just goes to the A alley. Now he's got a one-on-one. He's able to take him down.
Cammy's going through it.
1 HP. There's only one player left, and that's FaZe, trying to do what he can.
Cammy is going through it, bro. He's just having these insane gunfights with Simp.
It's not just him. They have 4 kills throughout this game.
That's a fair point. It's a fair point, Joe. Oh.
And this is why they're a very good Asilo team.
Holy hell. 9-0 now.
Just hanging out, waiting for Daddy, because every time he has Daddy, he's going to make a play. aBeZy.
Work on those quads. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been hitting the Peloton, dude. I've been working on my quads.
Yeah. You haven't warmed up. I don't want you hurting something.
Yeah, just tear my ACL. Maven needs meniscus surgery. No. That's my bad. Everything flowing. Currently for FaZe. Røkkr, you know, they battled him so tough in the first half of that hard point. Since then, not a lot to get excited about.
Wow, you all look beautiful today.
Yeah, you guys
really
do.
You look good.
Some attractive.
You look very good.
Attractive people in the crowd. Turn on that phone camera, flip it around, just give it a little wink.
Signed your leg? Which one?
Damn it. Oh, Joseph. Could be a very lucky fan. Looking for the 5-0 edge. 9-0 still for Simp. Cammy, though.
Cammy's like, I'm going to do it. It's going to be me this time. I'm going to find you, Mr. Simp.
He finally
there we go.
He's able to pick up Slasher, gets the kill. It's Bance. They finally shut it down. aBeZy, just like a ballerina, comes out spinning. Triple cow sow. Some sort of figure skater move to win the fight now. 1v2 for aBeZy. What do you know about Christina Yamaguchi? That's what I thought. aBeZy with another, maybe for the clutch. Fame, aBeZy, 30 seconds to go.
Got some time to work with. Doesn't have Daddy, though. The 2 players we kind of talked about has the nade as well. He's just got to clear this A site. But Fame's in a great spot. He should hear this rotation. The problem is he's got to open that door. Well, he might have to open both doors. Yep. Here we go.
Just gets to the corner. Gets eyes. Oh, nice shots there from Fame. That is a hell of a one-on-one win for the youngster to get them around on the board. You needed one real bad.
And honestly, from aBeZy's point of view, it kind of looked like the embassy just didn't hit. It felt like, I mean, maybe the movement was a little bit too quick. That jump across. Nice shots from Fame. In a big round to keep them in this.
Yeah, no, the movement was on point. That was beautiful from Fame.
He's had a couple of these one-on-ones, you know, winning them versus aBeZy, that personal confidence maybe can carry them forward. But yeah, starts with this one. Yeah, right here just feels like, yeah, it just doesn't catch, nothing catches through the bomb.
Just no rotational assist, that's for sure. It does not move. There's an awkward timing where his stick's not engaged. I don't know, but probably just the bomb in front. Oh, hit marker there for Cammy. That's tough.
He's like, yeah, that's how my game's going.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, I'd love to see his damage to kill ratio because I feel like he's gotten so many people one bullet.
He's all right, watch the flank. Where's Simp?
Yeah, right.
Where is he? This time, though, playing a much slower round. Nice little angle there. Slasher's going to spot the glint, though, and like, I'm good. I'll see you later.
Yeah, good. Have fun with that. Oh, he hears him inside. That's for sure. Bance just get the comms. He's tack in hand. He still has the stun to use, but
he's got Daddy as well, but he's just gonna climb on up. Well, while that's happening, aBeZy on the other side of the map, you have to go if you are Bance. Try to find something. He does pop Daddy. Does pop it, and well, maybe gonna catch Simp off guard, but he's just gonna run away. Play his life. Now the time is working against Minnesota.
What in the world?
And while Attach was popping Daddy, he says hello, good night. Simp now up to 10-1.
Bance now in trouble. The snap back, the pistol hits though. Cammy last up, not going to happen in the 1 versus 4. FaZe, 5th round up. Well, I was just watching the arrow, like after Simp got hit to like 9 HP, I was just watching the arrow. I saw it was so close. I'm like, where is he? And then he just plops down right on top of him. Yep.
But for me, I mean, it's like you're waiting so long for a play to develop if you are Røkkr, right? Bance is giving the comms. I'm going to jump on up. I have Daddy. I can make the play. The problem is, right, is aBeZy's like, all right, well, I'm just going to go. I'm going to get us info, finds that first blood.
That's what it's kind of seemed like Røkkr trying to set up these plays or these moments.
They just don't
and
get
FaZe are like, okay.
Well, I got Daddy too.
Yeah. They're dictating the pace in a lot of these situations. That's for sure. 10-1. We'll see if you can add on anything to this. Nade should hit. A lot of damage in, but no kill yet. Does he realize there are 2 here? He sure as hell does. There's 1. Just reading the map. 11-1 now for Simp. Slasher through on the feet as well. Give him another Simp with the headshots through.
He's hunting. He's going for 13. 12. He's going for it. All right, he's like, all right, I'll plant the bomb now. I'll plant the bomb. aBeZy's going to shut it out as well. Master class in this search and destroy.
Yeah, that was truly, truly impressive. Just dictating every moment of that search and destroy. Fist bumps out. Simp in his bag. Cammy, I mean, it had to be, I know it's frustrating for everybody, but it felt like he was on the receiving end of just getting vast to his grave so many times. But the 2-0 start for FaZe behind a wonderful second half to that hard point and just utter dominance in the search.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what's so difficult going up against this FaZe team with how strong they are in search and destroy. Yeah, there's Cammy's damage. He had 800.
Yeah, I see that. That's exactly what I figured it would be like. Like he had to have like pretty solid damage output compared to everybody else. Because, oh my God, it felt painful to me just to see how many were close. Because he's got more than basically everybody but Simp.
Yeah, first blood's dominated by Atlanta FaZe. Simp leading the way at 12-1. aBeZy right behind him. FaZe search and destroy. You're not playing him on this way. You play him on Embassy. It is just always a tough call in those vetoes.
Yeah. I mean, they can certainly be beaten. They have been. They've had some lulls at times, but you know, overall, it's about not usually your highs and your lows, but where that median is and what your consistency is. And they've just been so strong. They're up 2-0 now, a chance to get into another final. What a run it has been throughout them since the inception of the CDL. We'll see if they can get there, but they've got to get a win in this control. To a quick break. We'll be right back.
Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Hello and welcome back to Toronto. We keep on ripping and roaring a beautiful championship Sunday, and the weather here in Toronto has been delightful. City is godlike. We've been having a blast. Look at that squirrel, that diamond nut twisted.
It's a nice trophy.
It really is. That's incredible. But we're going to take a look, I believe, at our Scuff play of the game. It's going to be Simp, who is just unbelievable. Kind of a montage of what he was able to do in that search and destroy. I mean, dominating from the get-go. He had, what, 6 through 2?
I don't even remember. Yeah, 6 through 2. I mean, just right from the start, finding the openings in the defense of Røkkr. This is what he was doing, taking those chances, winning, though, the big one-on-ones. Cammy a couple of times, hunting down the last players in the round. You see the frustrations on the Røkkr side. It's just one of those things of like, what do we do? Sometimes this guy just can't be stopped. It just feels like, you know what we talked about yesterday with HyDra, really? It just always knows where everyone is at all times. Just ready for it, so quick to react.
That bomb fight looks so different from the POVs.
Yeah.
Like, it looked like it's like little duck bunny hop at him, kind of like.
A what?
like a little duck behind the bomb, and he didn't even jump or anything, but it looks so absurd from what was attached to his POV.
I thought you were talking about like a duck. What, are you quacking?
I don't know, quack. I don't know much about ducks, Joe. I'm not a duck expert.
Yeah, I only know like the Flying V, dude, the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah,
Coach
yeah, the only ducks, Joe. Yep. Fly together, die together. I don't think that was their motto.
I don't think so.
No. Hockey can be a brutal sport, but I think that was a kid's movie. So let's take a look at our Monster Energy pregame. Check out Minnesota Røkkr before this map 3.
Yeah, got to get back to form on this map. Obviously, you're down 0-2 in the match, but you start out 10-0. I mean, nobody wanted to play them on this, but ever since adding Fame and Attach, they have now struggled 1-4 in their last 5. But I think this is a big map for FaZe, right? I mean, you know, they play a lot of hotel controls. We've seen them play a little bit more expos. Feels like they're trying to diversify that control map pool as we head in towards, what, the final today and champs.
Yes, sir. Let's see if they can shut this down 3-0 fashion, or Røkkr. You get some life. You're no pressure. You're down 2-0. No one really expected you to be here.
I mean, listen, if they can get to a map 4, right, you have 2 controls in a row. Control hardpoint, while FaZe are getting better at it, we know that's been an opening for them, right? A couple of times they have dropped that map to some big mistakes, and then Hotel Search Destroy. That's where Røkkr, they've looked solid.
Oh, you said 2 controls in a row. You meant 2
hotels.
2 hotels?
Sorry,
okay,
yeah, we only play 1 control.
Yeah, no, you said that for, I was like, oh, that's a new meta.
No, 2 hotels, but Cellium right now, trying to end it here on control.
Cellium. Can he keep this streak going? The big one from Simp in the last map. His turn maybe to pop off. The big threat here with FaZe. Everybody capable of just those all-star type moments. It continues for now. 6-0 now for Cell.
Well, just his ability to stay alive in this area, you can just see it just cuts off what Røkkr can do on defense. Not able to get towards that B zone, and now just they get spawn kill. He's going to stay alive over towards that back hill. The rest of his team going to work off his spawn over towards A.
Nice shots there from Cammy. And also, he's going to kind of be spawning them on that side, so it's a tricky situation. You better try to get some kills or just die and get back to it. So as he drops, now we'll see the next push start to develop. You got 90 seconds to work with. Slasher, easy one-on-one there with Cammy as he's already got the position top tower.
Yeah, it's a huge spot. This is a huge spot for Atlanta FaZe to control. The way Røkkr were set up, I think they thought this was open, right? Like, we could take this spot, lock them in, but this opens up the lane, and now Røkkr, they pretty much have to play defense from the middle. Nice nade there from Slasher. Now just looking over his teammates, already capped it. That's going to be 3 dead. A potential 3 stacked here. Just playing his life, 1 HP, Attached trying to find that opening kill, but that zone is almost done.
Slasher looked like the young Rodgers there, just throwing ropes. 2 in front of him, so at least able to take 1 in that engagement, but everybody cleared off the point for now. 2 points of progress done. Slasher, as long as he's still in this position, still a threat and a huge distraction. And Cammy's just throwing a trophy down. Forgot Slasher was here, I guess, because he just gets dropped. Slasher picks up another. That'll be 3 down. Attach gonna be the only one. He will fall. Clean wipe. Adios. Round 1 to FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, really what you're trying to do if you are Røkkr, you don't have that position. You're trying to clear the point and then sort of double or triple chow Slasher as quickly as possible and get him away from that. But, I mean, he just played his life, had the trophies on him, looking over his teammates off a spawn, pretty much just opening the point up.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if Cammy thought he was closer to the wall there. Like, he
no, it's like behind that ladder, yeah. He was hoping he was just like shoulder back. And
yeah, I thought he was all right, but it just looked funny because he's like, you know how slow the trophy toss animation is? He's like, ugh. Slasher just beams him.
Yeah, what Cell on one side of the map, Slasher on the other.
Trophies
give them that
heavy.
offensive round win.
Trophies are heavy.
They are, I mean, I don't know.
Realism.
That squirrel was pretty heavy.
It does, dude. That trophy literally is one of the coolest I've ever seen. I love it. Simp 2-6, so not the start he had in Search and Destroy, but you get the round win. The rest of the boys are frying. Cell could be doing most of it, and that was Simp's turn. Tough fight then through the fence, but will drop 1. What do Røkkr have in the tank? Because they desperately need a round win here on offense. Nice patience there from Bance. Some tags in, but not really the angle to finish that kill, and Simple greedy up off spawn.
They just keep them off of that point. Attach is going to get on, and one player just pausing the clock, forcing, you know, Atlanta FaZe maybe to come out from their positions as Fame just kind of lurking with Battle Hardened, trying to find maybe a free kill with that sub. Instead, he's going to get shot by Simp, who's in their alleyway. Cammy trying to get that trade, able to restab. Nice shots.
Dude,
this trade's going back and forth.
They're one of those gunfights between these two. Cammy about 4 HP. There's nobody missing a bullet when those two go at it. There's 1 bit of progress needed. That'll clear them off for now. 2 players from FaZe splitting over towards A. Sort of a leak just up through the mid building. Right now for Røkkr. See if Fame can find the angle. Definitely has eyes on one. There's the pick.
Yeah, nice job from him. Nice patience. Should be able to find another one. That's going to be 3 dead. And to make it all 4 now, it's just a decision. What do you want to do? Looks like they're going to try to go for A. Fame in a power position, going for the spawn kills. They don't really have a stack at A, but what, B, already 2 ticks done. The nades are going to connect for Atlanta FaZe off a spawn. So there's a chance they might go for this. Looks like Cell is thinking about it, or are they going to give it up? Maybe with that kill, they'd give it up, set up at B.
Well, they better do something, or they're at risk of just throwing this one away real quick, because now the 2 players were already kind of committed. I think aBeZy was able to get out for now, just trying to lock one in. Bance does have Deddy. Just a game of cat and mouse right now. Cell comes in for the help.
Cell
oh my
was
God.
right there next to him.
They
just
line up.
prone the entire time. They're trying to work that staircase, but you would think with a minute 15, only 1 take, this is 100% possible for Minnesota Røkkr.
Yeah, I mean, if you're FaZe, you just have to avoid like a 3 down. Just trade super efficiently, which obviously can be tough in the speed of Call of Duty. For Røkkr, just that moment, yeah. 2-3 down, hit it, end it. But it's 3 down for Røkkr, so we'll wait for the next wave.
Yeah, now you have both Simp and aBeZy kind of in your base, in your face. Attach just lurking. Slasher saw him on the flank. They were ready for the peek out and able to find him. Able to lurk up into that spot, so Sim might not know he is there. Might have a free kill to open up the field side.
They're just right next to each other.
There we go.
It's going to come down to who like shot first, but at least Slasher has an angle for the trade on the FaZe end of things. Now 30 seconds to go. You don't have a lot of pushes. You need some picks. You got to value your life here on the other side of it if you are FaZe. No bad deaths, and they're just finding kills. Into the blender go Røkkr. Not finding the opening. That'll be 3 dead. Back to spawn. 15 to go. 1 more shot added. 5 in a row for aBeZy as well. Oh, hold that. That stuck him somewhere in the lower torso.
Yeah, he's got the cruise missile though, so you have that to work with. Maybe if you want to close the round out, you could, but Slasher's still alive on the point. Simp looking over him with the tack. He knows where Attach is, and the nades end up taking him down. FaZe now 1 round away from advancing to our final.
I think it was a combination of like a Simtex and a stun both hit the trophy.
Yeah,
just
pretty
killed
much.
him.
Yeah. That and some bullets. That'll do the job. There it is. Nice.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Trophy POV.
Not often you get that in the funnel kill cam. About to cruise their way into yet another top 2.
Looks like you and I might not be seeing a map 4 this week.
No, it's unbelievable. We do 5 series and all 3 O's.
Potentially.
I don't know if I've ever had that before.
I'm hoping I just cast or cursed it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, maybe you did. It's been a weird one, dude. It has been a weird one. I don't think I've ever had that in my 10 years commentating. Let's hope you jinxed it.
Røkkr trying to fight on back. The big play last time through was Cell really off the start, playing his life over at B. So far so good though for Minnesota. Røkkr trying to find Simp. He's gonna pop the Daddy, and well, that's gonna turn into a kill. Now just finessing playing his life as aBeZy finds one on the other side of the map.
Well, A wide open for now. Nobody really on it, just thinking about the lives and getting picks for the people coming off a spawn. Simp get one, try to get out, not going to happen. Another one behind that for Cammy. First bit of progress done. They stopped the clock for a bit, but still some work to do here. Not going to get the Vaz explosion there that time if you are aBeZy, but Simp right back to it, this time tack in hand. Eyes on one. Tags are in. Attach in trouble, but FaZe coming there for support. Nobody really here yet to help Simp on the other side of it.
Yeah, lives pretty much even. Time though against Atlanta FaZe. They have to start working the objective a little bit more. Been playing around the kills in the slays. There we go. That's going to be 3 dead. That should be 8 done. On the other side of the map, you have Cell going for some spawn kills. That fence, that box, everything gets in the way.
Yeah, that gunfight didn't look like a blast.
But now a minute 40 to try and close this out.
And behind some of the slaying, yeah, a little advantage, but not a whole lot. But still, I mean, it's good patience there, I guess, considering not panicking, kind of with the time remaining. Took their time, played behind the picks. Speaking of picks, there's another one. It's aBeZy. It's able to find it. Now a streak is going to come in. 18 and 10 if you are Cell. Trying to clear them off the point. Cammy, gone. Trophy on the other side of the truck, able to get them on and stop the clock at 1:14.
And
got
Slasher.
Slasher
Players on the flank as well, right? You have all the info from that cruise.
I think it's going to be what Cellium that's trying to pick that kill up. Looking for him inside of green. FaZe with a big one-on-one. Cell there to trade that. Still have this player in behind that's Bance, but he's going to need to get involved soon, and there he's able to up behind aBeZy.
Yeah, finally does. And I mean, a huge kill for FaZe. I mean, through that fence, you don't get aim assists. That is a difficult one, but it does not matter. Now 2 off with spawn. You have Attach and FaZe trying to work the flanks, trying to work the angles. Able to take down one, but some more progress being made. Plus, they have a 6 life advantage. FaZe in the driver's seat.
Yeah, you get a nice little clearance there. Oh, shit, aBeZy has lost it as he drop shotted. You got 4 kills straight if you were Røkkr. But you're still just only 8 lives. Slasher, then off spawn. Just easy pick-ins. 2 in a row for him. 1 through the wall. 40 to go. And the lives likely going to come into play if you can stop the clock for any amount of time. Six lives now. 5 lives. Just chewing them up. No respawns remaining now for Røkkr. 30 to go.
Yeah, aBeZy still has a cruise. I mean, you might just finish it. Oh my, Simp with the headshots.
Okay.
FaZe is there, so it's not done yet, but Slasher on the point. Missile in. FaZe to the final.
I think I saw, I believe it was like if OpTic or Thieves got to a final and FaZe didn't, this would be the first year since the Call of Duty League started where FaZe wouldn't have been in the most, like just in the most finals over the course of the year. They get there again. This will be 4 years since the inception of the Call of Duty League that they are just finding their way, battling to the most finals on the year. They get there again. We'll see if they can seal the deal, but so far they've just kind of been cruising, just rolling along. I mean, the hard point and control improvements. We focused on the hard point a lot because it's just been, that's been the real kind of the black eye, like where they've really struggled. But it's really been the respawns as a whole this year. This is the first time that they've both just been kind of average.
Not at this event.
Not at this event though. Now they are clicking. This is the best they have looked, and a good time to look like this if you are FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously down the in the lowers bracket up next, we still have New York and Toronto alive in the tournament. I think those 2 teams, the way they've been playing respawns, maybe we'll see a little bit something more if they get to the final, but still a long day to go. Now they just to hang out and wait, but yes, dominant performance from all 4 players. We touched on it in the Monster Energy pregame, just how all of them are contributing. They are looking good.
And it feels like whatever improvements, you know, they've got, whatever they've been working on, like it's really elevated Slasher too in the respawns. Whereas like he's been there in the search. There was a stretch there where the respawns struggle a bit. Like he
was sick, I think. Yeah, he was pretty sick for throughout a stage.
That could certainly be part of it, but like he's really been hitting at this major. Absolutely, that helps.
Yes. But all of them have. They have just. We keep repeating it.
Well,
they're in insane form.
They're not dropping maps. I mean, it's been unbelievable to see. We'll see if they get done the final, but we still have matches to go to get there. Who's going to face off against FaZe, and who's going to be maybe able to push them to distance once we get to a best of 7 and start to stretch that map pull out. But for Røkkr, listen, you still have some work to do. It's impressive you got to like this top 3 spot to begin with. You have Attach coming back in. We're gonna take a look at the bracket real quick and kind of what it looks like as we have this championship Sunday yet to play out. But FaZe, a force to be reckoned with. This is what we got left. Røkkr waiting on the loser side. We'll play the winner of Ultra versus Subliners. What do you think about that one, Joe?
I think we're going to have a battle on Hotel. I think both of those teams, that is their home. You know, we've already seen this, though, and went to a Game 5. Ultra able to clutch on up. Ultra last night versus Thieves, you know, able to hit that 3-0. New York cruised through yesterday. I think they're both looking very strong. Similar to kind of FaZe, it feels like they're improving at the right times from what we saw from Stage 4.
No, 100%. But it's actually, well, I know we've had a lot of 3-0s. Obviously, we're just looking at the bracket overall. Like, it's just been a ton of 3-0s all over the place.
Us and what? Jay and Lando.
Yeah, I don't think Jay and Lando have seen a map 4 either, which is nuts. It's just been
undefeated.
It's been an interesting tournament for sure. But FaZe, they dominate. A big part of it, that man on stage, aBeZy with Miles.
Thank you, boys. Dude, we meet again. How you doing?
Doing great, man. That was a fast one.
That was a fast one. I think a lot of people saw that one coming. aBeZy, what has changed, man? You guys at the start of this year, you couldn't find a hard point unless you spawned in it. Now you seem to be the best in the world. What's going on?
Well, I mean, we've really just been working on it, and I finally feel like from scrims to matches is starting to click really well for us, and it's at the right time.
Do you have any secrets you can share?
No, I can't share the secrets. I mean, it's just clicking, you know?
Just click it, we'll take that. Obviously, you've got fans, you know, in attendance. You're getting booed by the crowd, like, you know, you're far from home. But what's it like, you know, having this sort of contingent of fans here to help out?
I mean, it's nice having the fans that are supporting up here in the front. I mean, yeah, you know, we're used to it. We're used to getting booed. We're used to, you know, all the, you know, talking shit to us and stuff like that. So, I mean, we're used to it. But, I mean, it's nice having people like this, you know, supporting us. Really appreciate it.
Right on. Grand Finals coming up next. Is there a team you want to play? I mean, obviously, you've already taken on Toronto. New York, are they a squad you're interested in going up against?
I don't think it matters for us. I mean, it'd be fun to play the home crowd, obviously, again. But, I mean, I don't think it matters for us. I think we're just, you know, eyes forward to whoever we play.
Right on, man. Eyes forward. It don't matter. Well, GG's, dude. Enjoy the rest of the tournament. Good luck in that Grand Finals.
Thank you.
Back to the desk.
Thank you, Miles. And as aBeZy said, that one a little faster than anyone expected. Look at this thing. Oh, it's the name was Shockface. Oh, sorry, I got to unlock it. But if you guys haven't seen it on Twitter yet, that's what the face is making up here on the desk. Nameless, what went down here with Atlanta FaZe today? Because after that comeback in Game 1, we looked at each other like, this is going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, it was the second rotation on P1. They got control of the game, got a big lead, and then from there on out, it's just the easiest series that we've seen all weekend long, and it just happened to be in the winners final. When you talk about Minnesota, like, a little bit of a fluke situation to get here. Didn't have the hardest bracket, so we'll see if they're able to respond in that loser bracket. But I think it's more so Atlanta FaZe just being at the top of their game.
Yes.
They've lost one map this weekend, and that is unbelievable. They've won every single respawn. Atlanta FaZe is certainly the team to beat. And when they make it to the final through the winners bracket, looking like this, they're gonna be pretty unstoppable.
I mean, they're just looking like spooky. Like, the only thing that we haven't seen from Simp this year is him like returning to the MVP Godful. Well, actually, I mean, I guess he won MVP at stage 2, but like, it's been like intermittent. He also has like the highest kill streak of this year, but now it's just like consistent every single series. He's having those moments where he's gonna pop off, and like, it's certainly not just the Simp show. It is literally such a well-rounded cast of players. The only map that they've lost is a round 11 on Embassy, so you have to take these guys to the limit just to get it done. And that's only one map. FaZe, they're terrifying.
Ali, I think a lot of people in chat are worried about Røkkr, and for good reason. Down on that elimination bracket, they have to play the winner of Toronto or the Subliners. We have our final 4 teams. Atlanta FaZe, though, the favorites. And I got to know, who do you think is the front runner for MVP of this tournament from FaZe so far?
Ooh, from FaZe, that's hard after the performance of Simp
as we highlighted, 12 KD.
Yeah. 12
Walked you
KD
into that
in
one?
Search and Destroy is kind of diff. But granted, I mean, Minnesota Røkkr to find themselves on Sunday anyway, considering their season. I think, you know, I tip my hat to them, and they still obviously have another opportunity there in the elimination bracket. But that makes me want to ask chat what side they're on, because they had to go against possibly Toronto Ultra. So chat, I'm going to need you guys to get your predictions in check.
Let us know. They're not here in Toronto. I don't think they have the same fandom that people in Canada do, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe is top boy. Obviously, you watch greatness. Sometimes you want to support it. But when you think about Atlanta FaZe, they have shown us everything throughout this tournament. Slasher and Simp have completely stepped up. They played their worst hardpoint and won it in Fortress. Also, when you think about their control, Expo, they look amazing at it now as well. So FaZe have literally shown us everything that you need to take home a trophy. Will they get it done in finals? We know the history. They did it one time this year, but last year it was a plague.
They got a trophy from Boston, looking for a second one here in Toronto. And as you take a look at the bracket, you can see they are in that prime position. The first team to lock in for our Major 5 championship match. Who's coming out to play them, though? Up next, we got Ultra versus Subliners. Winner of that plays Minnesota around 4:30 Eastern. Stay locked in, watch and earn. If you haven't linked your Activision account with your Twitch or YouTube, do it right now. And while you're online, start your e-collection. Chance, I know you love these cards. What's the favorite card in your collection?
Well, it's got to be the Scum card, right? That's the one that you can sell for an extra grand, back pocket, so that's a good one. Also, all the Joey Nubsy cards, they crack me up to no end, so big fan of the old collection. I was a baseball kid, so you can never have enough.
It's only 2:31 p.m. and we have 3 more matches to go. Remember to get your gear right now at shop.callofdutyleague.com. Don't be like Nameless. You don't want to miss out. A 5-game series is coming your way. After this, it's Subliners taking on the Ultra. We'll see you then. Bye.
25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started and we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told him last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but it's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Ain't damn near still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds. Told him I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen him here once.
Welcome back to Canada. We are coming at you live from Toronto, host of Major 5, the 5th and final competition before we head to Call of Duty Champs in Vegas next month. Everyone here remaining in the tournament competing for that, the Diamond Nut, and the $200,000 that comes with it. Welcome back to the desk, everybody. It's Chris Bucket, Alley Cat, Nameless, and we got our special guest. This is still in Stallion, Mr. Merc, back on the desk after another 3-0. Merc, do you feel like maybe you cursed this tournament here in Toronto?
He just got here.
I might have to go touch that nut. I don't know.
I don't know.
I got you, Jug.
You know, 3-0s all day for Maven and Merc. Same thing has been the case for Study and Lando. So I want to see what's going to happen in this matchup because it is two of our top 5 teams competing here for seeds going into champs. And of course, the $40,000 bonus if you win this matchup. Let's talk about Toronto Ultra taking on the New York Subliners. And we got to talk about these maps and modes, Allie, because we might not make it to a Game 4 again.
We might not. It's another 3-night stay at hotel. I'm not really shocked by this. Both these teams prefer the hotel in most game modes, but obviously in this situation, you have to give the edge to the hometown team.
Yeah, but who's more prepared, Chris? Because we talked to one of the teams today.
Yes, we did. Let's take a look at what's going down there in Toronto, Nameless. They've got this drawing up on the board. Walk me through it. You stopped by in the booth with the crew. How'd it go down?
Yeah, man, it was a good time. They have hotel drawn on their whiteboard, and they're going over it. So let's take a look at it and see what they're cooking up.
Here's what it is. Beautiful artwork here from the whole squad. I think this is Tobias's artwork. What do you think?
First 3 maps of the series.
Yep.
Ryan's already drawn in the red. You see the little red points. I don't actually know what it is, to be honest with you.
Who drew this? Because this is a masterpiece.
It was really Scrapz got involved, Jamie got involved. The map. What do you mean the red points? The red points is where Ryan was like trying to get us to do a cell. There's only 2.
I want to know who that is.
That's Joe. Losing is not an option.
Losing is not an option. Love it.
Drawing Call of Duty maps on a hockey rink. Didn't think I was going to see that this season. A little special treat here from our friends up in Canada.
I mean, this is just, as you said, hotel, right? This is what these teams love to play. There was a little bit of a change, right, in those vetoes. You don't have that Mercado. Instead, we're going to be going to that embassy. So some changes there. But, yeah, I mean, the last time these two teams played, it was Game 5 in that winners round 1. I will say, though, I'm expecting a much better series out of Scrapz.
Yes.
Because, good point. Honestly, they win that match, and he may have had one of his worst series on the year.
And Hicksy had his best series. Hicksy's hoping the rest of the team comes to play because it was a tough 5-game battle in the first round of our winners bracket. Now you're playing for top 3. You're playing for $80,000 and a chance to stay in the running for our championship match. Let's take a look at our Toronto squad. Walk me through the monster pregame here, Allie.
I mean, for Toronto Ultra, I mean, they continue to need to be strong in that respawn. You know, although Scrapz did have a 0.7, unfortunately, in the hard points in that series, they still were able to take the first one and take that control in an insane comeback. And 6 nights stay at hotel for free. I mean, it's their favorite map and mode starting it off. So for Toronto, they should feel extremely comfortable coming into the series. Like I said, Scrapz had a 0.7 and they still beat New York Subliners. That should be worrisome for the side of Subliners, not for Ultra.
Subliners know, though, they threw that Game 3 control. They should have finished the series in 4. Tell me about the squad that's representing New York City.
Yeah, the SMG tandem is absolutely insane, but it's been the icy moments in the championship times of these maps that they've been throwing away. It cannot happen here today. They are squared up with Toronto in front of their home crowd. They don't care. I mean, this is a New York team that's 38-26 on that map mode combination, and HyDra on land has been insane in Search and Destroy. 1.8, 18% first blood, leading his team, and it's translated from online to land. He's an MVP candidate going up against another one in Scrap. It's going to be insane, Chris.
Toronto, Canada, are you ready to get this party started?
Whoa.
That's what I love to hear. Let's get into it as we take a look at their monster Monster Energy pregame subliners. Show how you practiced. You are on Hotel S&D. You've been putting in the time and effort, and you've been getting those first bloods from HyDra. Keep it up today and pull out that sniper if you're feeling confident as Skyz. And of course, take your advantage on aBeZy Hardpoint. That's the key here for the subliners today if they want to power back into the top 3. The match is ready, and so is our stage host. Let's send it down to one of the best from Britain, Priestahh.
Good afternoon, Toronto. It is time. It is standing room only here at the Major. And I've even taken a few lessons of how to say Toronto. Apparently there's no T, which some of you lovely people pointed out to me yesterday. But what I can promise you is not only I'll be better going forward, but the games will be as well. 2 teams here, both having won a major this year. But here's what's important. Going forward from this point, it is all to play for. There are only 3 more games in this major, and then 1 more championship. So there are no excuses, and there's no more time to waste. Let's bring out the first team. Please make some noise for the new York Subliners. HyDra, Skyz, KiSMET, Priestahh.
They're from the Big Apple. You think they're afraid of an acorn? They want to get that trophy, and they got HyDra, one of the MVPs, to try and get it done. KiSMET looks serious on that stage. He has been an absolute beast, and they're going toe-to-toe on Toronto's best maps. Let's bring out the hometown team.
Well, last and certainly not least, time for the tunnel. Time for the fans to make some noise. Please welcome your hometown heroes. It's Toronto Ultra! Scrapz, Hicksy, Insights, CleanX.
Toronto Ultra, 2 rookies on the team, and I think I saw a sign that said Charlie in the Headshot Factory. They have been putting up the numbers, and they have been proving themselves on the biggest of stages, and now they need to do it again in front of their home crowd. I'm looking at the vets, Insight and CleanX, to turn up for this series to get another W against New York Subliners. It all starts here to take home their own trophy. It's time to get this match underway.
All right, thank you very much. The players are taking their seats. The teams are ready. The fans have it. It's time to hand over to the casters for this one. A wonderful man and his friend, Slando and Studdy.
Oh, you didn't have to do that, Brian. You didn't have to do that. Jay, we absolutely love you, buddy. We've got a banger right before our very eyes. The hometown Toronto Ultra taking on, well, their neighbors in the New York Subliners. This is about to be crazy, Jay. What? Winner of this goes on to see top 3 facing off against Røkkr. Loser is out, top 4.
This is going to be an insane matchup. We already saw it once at this tournament. It went all the way to a game number 5, and Hicksy did it all to secure that victory for Toronto Ultra. That's actually insane to say that they were able to beat the Subliners with 3 players underneath a 1.0 KD, including Scrapz. The Des touched on it. He had a 0.7, which was the worst series I've ever seen him play all throughout this year. But if Scrapz is going to play the way that he did yesterday, 1.2 versus LAT for the clean 3-0. Toronto Ultra, the hometown team, they got the crowd buff. This is going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, it is going to be electric. As you said, my friend, we saw these 2 teams match up for their first matchup here at the Toronto Major. It went down to a game 5. It was the Ultra who were able to take it, but Jay, HyDra and the boys from New York felt like they squandered it, right? We went to that control. They were up, what, like 23-10, somehow lost that. And then from there, the rest of the series began to spiral. It feels like for New York, you've got some unfinished business.
Oh yeah, you are definitely knowing that we should have beat this team already. That control is the turning point. You can't allow Toronto Ultra to clutch up in that situation. These teams have matched up 5 times throughout the year. It's currently 4-1 in favor of Ultra, and every time that they have won the series, it's usually through the control, the same exact way. So that's gonna be the biggest map in this series for me. That middle one, and that map number 3 is gonna decide who gets the W.
It's a hotel we start, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be here for a while. It's Hotel Hardpoint, S&D in control. We are hoping that we can see something other than this hotel, but it's going to be our landing location for the next 3 nights. Let's have ourselves a great series. Who's moving on and whose tournament run ends right here? It is time to find out as we fly in for P1.
Into the P1 we go. If you are the Ultra, the way you were able to take down the Subliners in that last hard point in the previous series was just swinging the rotation, and that's not the way you want to start. Subliners spawn on the better side. They're going to get that P1 time. They're getting all 4 dead and already flipping the spawns. Perfect start to this hard point for the Subliners.
I don't know if we've seen a better start than this. Skyz already hitting different. Toronto quickly on the back foot are going to have to adapt and going to have to re-strategize. First goal is to get Skyz out of this objective. Tagged up, but still yet to fall. He continues on that spree, but it's Scrapz and CleanX who at least wipe away 2. Toronto still in search of that first point, and finally, there it is.
And you will take that if you are Subliners. You get 33 seconds off of P1, which is very difficult to do. But now you are fully set up off the rotation. KiSMET holding down the main desk. You have all of Toronto Ultra trying to apply pressure through Sandy's side. That's 3, make it all 4 dead. But at least Toronto do get at least 1 player in the close spawn. Insight's in a position to make a play happen.
Right now for Jamie Craven, he's got to go big. Thankfully, a few of his teammates are winning fights off of spawn, so it's going to lighten the load for him. Not as much pressure, but into the front they go. Insight ends up winning that fight. Trophies out. Camp is starting to be set on up, but it's KiSMET and HyDra who answer back with 2. Scrap not able to win it. It's the French Phenom who takes the crucial 1v1, and still it is New York locking up the seconds. Ultra still knocking on the door, but not today.
And the setups right now from the Subliners are on point. Toronto Ultra, they're the #1 breaking team on Hotel HP, but they have not been able to find success now on 2 hard points. But off the rotation, finally the Ultra, first team here. They got the opportunity to get set up in towards the kitchen. You got Scrapz watching the back lines as the Subliners going to put pressure over towards bedroom. You know, they have a lot of time to work with the lead that they have. Let's go for those spawns and try to flip.
Toronto have been dominant versus New York all season long, and it started with hard points, and it specifically started a lot with hotel hard points. Priestahh in an interview said, hey, our game 1s are what give us confidence. This begins to stress the importance for both of these teams. For Toronto, you're expected to take this hard point. For New York, you desperately need it. And right now, they're playing like it's on the top of their mind. Another spree coming out from NYSL, and this time it's HyDra. The quick break as New York get closer to the century mark.
And this is the worst breaking map for the Subliners. They're sitting at 7th in the league. Every other map, they are a lot better, but they are making the proper adjustments, making the right plays. They currently find themselves on a 12, make it 13 team streak until KiSMET does get taken down. Subliners are not making any mistakes. HyDra, the MVP of this roster, already on a 7th streak. He earns himself that cruise missile, and it's going to be Subliners again winning another rotation.
Oh my God! HyDra is beaming right now. Feels like it's his world and we're just living in it. We'll see if he can keep this on up as Toronto desperately getting some points. Paco eventually drops him from there. Toronto with the early break over at Bar. And who would have thought it's Insight helping lead the way. Great little headshot will make things a little bit easier for the teammates as Toronto are relying on this hard point, Jay, to get them right back in this game.
Yeah, so far it's been a great hold, but Subliners, they combine for 2, make it 3 down. They're not able to flip those spawns. HyDra knows that at least 1 player is going to be towards back spa. The rest are going to spawn out towards bottom bedroom. And Ultra, they're not budging. They are holding on for this remaining time. CleanX is able to find 3. Him and Hicksy combine for 3 in a row. And now get a full 60 hold over towards the double desk. And now it comes down to the rotation. Ultra starting to turn up.
And these transition kills are going to be big. Since CleanX falls, it then gives New York numbers. However, they do have somebody currently going on a flank. How about Insight? He's been the guy leading the way, jumping on hard points first, and now he's trying to make the flanks. He does fall, but as you said, Jay, Scrappy ends up finding 2 in sequence. Oh, it's a big battle from the front. That spree comes to an end as Priestahh wins a big one. It's an all-out headbutt right now inside of the restaurant. And it's 2 big ones that come in from Ultra. Another flank as Hicksy now finds himself on 7.
And now he earns himself that cruise missile. The pitch was beautiful right there from the Ultra. It starts with Scrapz finding 2, and now Hicksy's doing the rest.
He does get taken down, and now Subliners maintain that kitchen side, knowing that that next hill is going to be towards top flat. But if you are Ultra, just get as much time as you possibly can in towards the diner. Trades are going back and forth. CleanX finds another one, and with only 15 seconds left, New York now have to make the decision. We gotta back up. We gotta play for next.
Jay, how different have these last few hard points looked from what you've seen, right? It was New York early. What has Toronto done to get right back in this game?
They're finding breaks, man. You're sending a couple players off the rotation. They're winning those initial gunfights. They didn't start off like that, but ever since that's starting to turn around, they are making the plays happen. And Insight does it with the tack in towards the kitchen. Now, if you are Toronto Ultra, you invest that cruise missile. You know that they're spawning across the map. You have the opportunity to get the break and potentially take the lead.
See if they can manage to do so. The cruise missile really ends up being somewhat void, at least information at the very least. But right now it is New York locking up the seconds. A great nade over the top from who other than Insight. Oh, nearly makes it 6 in a row. The other cruise missile would have been nice, but we continue to battle for the final 30 as Hicksy does decide to put a toe inside. We'll see if New York can get him quickly off the HP, or if this streak from Toronto can only look to continue. Everybody wiped off the board. Jay, it's carnage everywhere right now.
There's only 15 seconds left towards top flat. And we go into our second set of hard points. You know what Toronto Ultra are going to try to do this time around. Just maintain those P2 spawns. You cannot allow the Subliners to blow this lead again. So now they're already thinking ahead. They flipped the spawns. Subliners spawning over towards Jacuzzi side. They're more focused on finding these kills, but Ultra, they're not budging. They know how important this moment is.
Do indeed. Toronto, you can tell the stress, how valuable they realize that right side of the screen is going to be for next. The current 20-point game. And a big moment in it. Let's go ahead and step aside and see how the comms are sounding. Let's throw it to the hometown favorites, the Ultra Boys.
Callisto. It's one shot right side time. Or right side window, right side window.
Right, don't catch, really hill.
Yeah, jumped on me.
Right
One front lobby, front lobby.
Front lobby, really weak, KZ. Run in
lobby,
lobby. Give me on lobby desk, give me on lobby desk. Lobby desk. Nice, go in. Let's get this all time, come. Stay there, Toby. Lobby, one shot, absolute lobby. Absolute inside. Lamps. Lobby dead. One shot, lobby. Lamps dead.
Yo, couches.
Nice, give me bedroom.
I'm leaving all, Put the lamps again, looking at you can mix that. Nice, good shit.
Cross
Yeah, gonna be bed,
I'm not going to spell.
Priestahh, Skyz. I spawn backstairs with you.
I'm going to spell across.
Short to connector. Short to connector, gonna hit my double probably.
I have to block, Jamie, okay? Yeah, I can't help you.
Doubles.
Watching you lobby, Toby. Watching you lobby.
2D2 over.
Stay the fuck out of that, Toby.
Catch cam. There's
good.
one lobby.
Lobby now, hit in. Lobby Reek, left corner.
One spot.
Spot.
Yeah, spot.
Yep, I
Spot now.
One's gonna be hole.
Behind me, yeah, engine.
Right, on the stairs, I'm on lobby. Left corner lobby, I'm on the
Yeah,
stairs.
tell them myself, one lobby. Nice back steps. Two back steps.
Lobby.
Already lobby.
Nice,
Luggage. Laying down, hold the spot.
The guy's lobby, one shot Priest. Front lobby now on time.
Spot.
Lobby in spot.
Left corner.
Luggage, behind luggage now. So luggage now, kids.
I spawn out lobby now. Pinch. I might be able to get pinch in middle.
Yeah, he's gone down.
Do you want a bullet? HyDra?
Yeah, kill me, two of them.
Okay.
25. Find us.
One ran out. I think one ran out middle.
I'll rotate, you guys hit that.
Skyz Priest.
Good those now.
That Jerry.
Skyz.
I'm leaving you.
Backstairs.
Skyz the road, I think.
Pitch your cat, right?
Kiss.
Pitch your cat, right?
Yeah, Skyz back door. Hit him twice.
Back door is dead.
Nice, good shit. HyDra Kiss.
Full 60 right here, boys.
That's one old, careful, boys.
Man side.
Trying to get away. Could be in front of me.
I'm chilling there right now.
Storage your cat.
Look where storage now.
You heard the man Scrappy call it. We need a full 60 here, boys, and we'll see if they can attain it. It is New York looking to break, looking to get this game out of the way, and that's the perfect way to kick it off if you are a Subliner fan. Make Toronto continue to sweat as they are finding kills everywhere.
Yeah, Subliners, they have been able to turn this game on its head. They find the break over towards P2. You force Toronto Ultra to early rotate and then instantly find the break in towards Kitchen. They finally breached that 200-point mark. Ultra have a couple bodies around the hill. Hicksy and CleanX do combine for 2, but now it's on KiSMET and Priestahh. They do find 2. Now it's a 1v1. Priestahh is able to take down 3. Final 20 going to the Subliners. They only need 30 points to take map 1.
Yeah, and this is just the New York that we've been seeing making such a wild run through the elimination bracket. They've won their last 9 maps straight, all 3-0s. The hard points have been electric, and a lot of it has been based off of this type of play style. Constant breaks, making the enemy have to sweat for every single second, and that cannot describe the way that this hard point has gone more accurately. Toronto holding on to every single point of positioning. We'll see if they can get something going here at the bar. These 45 seconds would be great, but again, Jay, it is just constant aggression being displayed from the boys in yellow.
It's just too much pressure right now from the Subliners. But at least you're able to stabilize the moment. You find 3 kills. They're controlling the spawn. Subliners continuously spawning over towards bedroom. Great shots as Insight finds that kill onto KiSMET. But this is 30 seconds that you definitely need. You have to send a couple players off that rotation. It's going to be Scrapz in the first engagement. He loses that fight. It's 20. Such a massive, massive amount of junk time. With 15 seconds, it's going to look like the Subliners are going to be set up early. You got 2 players holding down this Shandy side, but you do have 1 player in Hicksy who is snuck on by, but he cannot get past HyDra. Subliners win another rotation.
Great trades, effective ones at the very least from New York. Job, well, first job done if you're Toronto, but this is where the expedition really starts to begin. First wave down, that's going to be Priestahh. Now here come the other New York players. Every time that we have seen Toronto and New York play on Hotel, the last 3 games have come down to just mere seconds. Can Ultra make it a contest fest again? It looks like it. KiSMET for 3. Get some assistance. Everybody, give it to the Bulldog as we are only a few seconds away, and there it is.
Subliners come out swinging in map number 1. They win a couple key rotations. When you got to the second set of hard points, it was all about those breaks. Ultra fought well, but when you can't hold down a setup, you make it easy for New York. Just find a 2-piece on the map. That's when they start the trade scenario, and they found breaks at P2 and P3, which was the turning point in this game. When you had a conversation with Priestahh in his last W, he said that map 1 victories do a lot of confidence for this Subliners roster. When you're able to take down a team like Toronto Ultra, you gotta be feeling great. Subliners 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, you can take a look at the scorecard. CleanX, not a great performance. You saw him with attack throughout the majority of the game, but just nobody popping off, right? Scrapz, ego's negative. Hicksy had a few great moments. We saw Insight going on sprees, but it just felt like, Jay, the break-heavy playstyle from NYSL was infectious, right? You're able to see HyDra and KiSMET both in the same range. When you see KiSMET dropping numbers like that, you know those are impactful kills. It just felt like every time when we were going over toward Kitchen and we were into listening with Ultra, they stretched, hey, got to get a full 60. They weren't even able to hold the first wave down.
Yeah, that just can't happen if you are Ultra. You know what it's like to put yourself in the best setup possible. You had multiple scenarios where you were early off the rotation with about 20 to 25 seconds left. It gives you time to put everybody at the right place so you can hold down at least the first 2 pushes. But the Subliners, they always found an opening. And I know we stated that Toronto Ultra, every player goes negative. Yeah. That's usually what's gonna happen when your team is getting instantly broken on these hard points and you have to fight a lot more difficult gunfights. Subliners just came out to play in this map number 1. But if you are the Ultra, there's no need to stress. It's been the search and destroys that has been complete game changer from stage 4 to stage 5, 7 and 3, all throughout stage 5 in the S&D. They've been able to clutch up, so they still have an opportunity to make this a 1-1 series.
That's exactly right. Toronto, as you said, man, they've been great in their search and destroys, and it's funny because we're talking about New York at the same time. They've also been excellent in search destroy. It feels like this is very much so going to be a very back and forth type of search, and well, when these teams matched up, Jay, just a few days ago, the opening matchup here of Major 5, they were on Hotel search destroy, and it was New York who was able to take it. So hopefully, if you're Ultra, learning from some prior mistakes, we see New York adapt after quite a few losses versus their opposition. We'll see if Toronto can do that now for Hotel search and destroy.
Yeah, and if you are the Subliners, you're feeling good. You've already beaten this team on this map 6-3. HyDra was the guy that usually sets the tone nice and early on, but the last 5 out of 6 times that they have played Hotel S&D, they have found a W. So this used to be a weak map for Subliners. They put in the work. They did the homework on the back end. They work on their setups, and they know exactly how they want to play. The difference is the last time when these 2 teams matched up on this map, it was all about HyDra, man. HyDra came out, and he started off the map 9-1. When you were playing on that attacking side, you're probably expecting everyone to slow down. HyDra's already going to be the aggressor. He's the tone setter. So I'm really looking at CleanX on the opposite side, who really didn't have the best of a map number 1 to slow down HyDra, because HyDra's always hitting middle map, and he's always getting that first blood.
Taking a look through the many faces you see for Toronto, trying to remain poised and stay focused. KiSMET, understandably so, barking out orders. And and preparing for Hotel S&D. Game number 2 of our series, one that you really need if you are Toronto. I know we can talk about Hotel for days, the control. That one definitely feels like it could be somewhat up in the air. So many reps between both these teams. But Jay, I mean, you talked on it. I think it's perfect, right? Out of all 8 players right now that we're going to have in this lobby, the guy who has had the biggest spotlight on him and who has absolutely dominated so far throughout Major 5 and just recently in S&D is HyDra. He is putting up historical numbers lately.
And that's what's been changing my mind of like who I think the MVP on the season is. Because HyDra's always been a great player in the respawns. His S&D was kind of lackluster. But all throughout Stage 5, he's sitting at like what? A 1.8 overall S&D KD. We saw him drop 18 and break the record on a map individually. And then he's also #1 at getting first bloods. He's just been taking his gameplay to a whole different level. So can he try to continue that here on the second night stay at the hotel? Battles between him and CleanX. Which SMG is going to win that one-on-one fight?
We will see. The interesting thing about Toronto is we're talking about first bloods. HyDra's been great for New York. The first blood king lately for Toronto has actually been Scrappy. He's been putting up excellent numbers lately in those opening engagements, so expect him to be involved in many opening engagements. HyDra versus Scrappy. It feels like the 2 players in the series and the 2 players to look out for in the S&D along with many others. In round 1 we go, and it's Insight starting things off the first blood.
That's a big first blood, and Scrapz is able to take down Skyz as well. So now it's just the Priestahh and HyDra. HyDra puts himself in a great position to take down Scrap. Now with 3v2, but he still knows that there's 1 player in towards bottom bedroom. Does he commit towards this one-on-one versus Insight while Priestahh's working mid?
Oh, and as Priestahh falls, this can be the opening for HyDra to walk away with 1, but it's not going to happen. Great little snap there from Insight as he'll walk away with 2. And we'll get to watch this gunfight again. Just gets the audio cue from HyDra, goes for the quick turnaround. Exactly what you want to see from Ultra as they answer in our first, and what, it's only 1 kill that goes the way of New York.
And you can already tell, these teams have definitely played each other on this map. Toronto Ultra make the adjustments early. You put Insight towards bottom bedroom with that AR, Scrap towards top. You know that Skyz like to play towards the God Heady. They try to go for that rush plant, so both of those players get the initial fights. Ultra take round #1. Now to the attack they go. It's a 2-2 split inside the bomb carrier. But you have CleanX who's trying to take pace.
Utility tossed. CleanX, another first blood found from Toronto. And with that, we'll see if they can start to build upon it. You've got a few players starting to roam around. If you are New York, player #7, about to get an engagement. Great victory there from KiSMET. Scrap able to escape with his life. So with that, New York not wanting to bow down. They aggress, gain control over the top side of the map, but that now forces Toronto to pivot.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra, they get all the info. Just start to push out bedroom. Let's just try to get this bomb down. One player on this side of the map is going to be Skyz, but I don't know if he's going to have an opportunity to contest this bomb before it gets planted. He does not, and Insight might have got the perfect read. He does, finds that kill, throws a shoulder. Where are the teammates?
Oh, KiSMET eventually finds him. Oh, he's got to be there earlier. KiSMET, are you serious? 25 seconds and Scrap. You got to keep a level head. The rookie, can he find the 1v2 versus the SMG duo on the other side? He's got to stay strong. He's got to stand tall, and he's able to do it for the first time. Continues to tick. Paco has got to go. HyDra able to hop on it only for a moment, but Scrap is going to be here for the round. KiSMET gave us the highlight, but Scrap rewards us with the clutch. What nearly went the other way ends up finding Toronto favorably. 2-0.
And I thought CleanX, once he threw that stun, that was some really bad timing, but Scrapz, he was not worried, put himself in a great clutch spot. Just stalled out that clock as long as he possibly could. If I'm HyDra in that situation, you gotta get closer to KiSMET. You can't allow Scrapz to get that kill and then back down, play the clock for the rest of the remaining time, and then clutch up on the round. But Ultra now up 2-0, back on the defense. It's been 2 first bloods on their side so far. Now KiSMET's gonna be the bomb carrier. All out pressure over towards the diner, and the only player here is Hicksy. What can he do?
But it's a bit of a distraction, right? Because you have 3 players from New York inside a restaurant. Meanwhile, that bomb, not even close. Early engagement this time. It is New York who walk away with the first blood. Prior to, went the way of Toronto. Skyz, oh! Ends up nading HyDra! I thought that was not going to work out, but it's disaster inside a fridge. And with that, we now find ourselves in a 2v2.
Yeah, it's a 2v2 now. If you are the Subliners, this is not the way you were thinking that this round was going to go, but to get the bomb down, can KiSMET get out with his life? No, he cannot. Scrapz finds the timing. Now it's Priestahh in the 1v2.
All left up to P-Dog. Can he hold down this site? Are we about to see another 1v2? Can New York get their first round on the board? It's time for Toronto to aggress. Priestahh, for one, tries to get out with his life. He's successful in doing so. Insight, who has been so clutch. Can he catch the nade? He's got to stay alive. Tagged up. Oh! Insight takes it regardless. Eats the nade like a champ. Giving Toronto 3 straight.
And that's Insight, known for all the S&D clutches he has in his back pocket. Does not budge when that nade enters the kitchen. He holds strong on the pre-aim and takes down Priestahh in the 1v1. Another clutch round right there out of Ultra. You just got to think back of that mishap out of Subliners. That team nade. Takes down 2 players, makes it a 2v2, and Insight takes full advantage of it. Toronto, 3-0.
How poised is Insight in a situation like that? The one player who's been with Toronto Ultra the longest out of the others. And right now coming away with a clutch round, but into round 4 we go. And it's once again, New York starting off with the first blood. Last time around, that obviously did not go their way. Quite a few shenanigans. We'll see if they can begin to adapt and finally put one up for them. But take a look at this route from Hicksy. Knows the angle from KiSMET. Utility toss, both players trying to make it seem like an, oh my goodness, like an engagement could come. How about Hicksy? Finds it and escapes.
And that's how you make a play if you are the island player. You do your homework, you know that KiSMET loves to watch some TV. So you get that first kill, make it a 3v3. Now you allow your teammates to potentially work this bomb plan towards A. They get the info onto Skyz. Can they hold him in this corner? Scrapz does take down HyDra. Priestahh is there for the trade. 2v2 with 30 seconds.
Inside, he tried to suck it in, but unfortunately for him, pillar just a little bit too small. Now into the 2v2 we go. Hicksy, the middle of rocking dead silence. Shots raining here throughout Hotel. That bomb is going to get down shortly. Problem being, bomb carrier's fallen. Now it is all on to Hicksy. No, not going to happen. New York finally able to answer.
Much needed round. I thought one KiSMET lost that 1v1. It's going to get very scary for the Subliners, but they held strong on their bedroom setup. Skyz was able to stay alive through bottom luggage. And Priestahh with the crossfire through the middle of the map takes down the bomb carrier. 1v2, you get a couple sound cues, you turn to your left, you win the gunfight. New York finally get one on the board. Back to the attack they go. But they are the second best team on the attacking side. Just can't be getting that first pick. You got to play for that quick plant. Force Toronto Ultra to move around a little bit.
Utility tossed all throughout the map. Sniper being brought out from Skyz. In the meantime, there's quite a few players hanging out in the middle side of the map for Toronto. Many players right now hanging out in the bedroom, both top and bottom. And Scrapz looks to reposition. This could be great timing on the Skyz. Snipers out for both sides. Oh, it's Scrapz not able to hit, not able to hit it. He, meanwhile, actually does get hit with a sniper shot. So he's able to stay alive. And in the meantime, HyDra, who has dropped Toronto, escaped with a huge situation right there. 4v3. And now for New York, it's all about finding a pick.
Yeah, you take down the playmaker in HyDra. So now you know Subliners gonna play nice and slow. Hicksy gets the info onto where Priestahh is playing. Not gonna commit to the chow. You know that the Subliners have to put that bomb down to win this round. And time is starting to tick with only 30 seconds left. The play might be made for them. You gotta commit over towards A. And just like that, Scrapz is able to line it up with the snipe. It's another 4v2.
Oh, with CleanX not able to turn, so still 2 versus 3, 1 man down on New York, but they still have got to get that bomb down. Currently, it is Priestahh on Overwatch. Insight, you bet he's going to win a gunfight like that. And now it's all down to KiSMET. Does rock dead silent, so he will manage to escape for the time. Great positioning overall toward the top side. Has eyes on bomb, and can he come away with the clutch? Eyes on 2, but can't finish. He can't finish either gunfight. And with that being the case, Toronto used their numbers favorably.
Yeah, there's just too many people for KiSMET to shoot at in that situation. fact that he was able to put that bomb down, get out with his life, put himself in a position to where he could potentially have clutched the round. In that situation, you just got to commit towards one of those fights. You get one of those kills, you're able to get out with your life. It's a lot more manageable of a play. When you try to go for a snap to get 2 instead of 1, you eventually get none. Toronto Ultra take the round, now up 4-1.
Need an answer. Right now, if you're NYSL, it feels like so many times, whether it's the opening engagements, they just haven't really been able to capitalize on. A lot of the clutch moments favoring the boys on Toronto. In need of an answer here in this next defense, and HyDra, player number 5 on the minimap, could be the one to do it. Early shots are out, and Priestahh, great victory there on to Scrap. As we said, New York needed to find something, and right now they're doing great work. That's not just Scrappy out of the fight, but the bomb carrier and Hicksy down too.
Yeah, so now it's inside CleanX left in the 4v2, bomb down in towards the diner. KiSMET gets that info. Now he's holding strong behind the benches. 2v4 scenario, you just got to win a couple one-on-ones, and unfortunately CleanX does not do it. So inside already has a 1v2 underneath your belt. How about a 1v4?
That would be something special. That would be absurd. Do you have it in you, Jamie? Known as a clutch player, and right now needs the ice. Not gonna happen. HyDra will put away the final kill. A round that we said NYSL had to take, and Jay, they take it emphatically. All starting with the great beamer coming in from Priestahh.
Yeah, Priestahh gets the first blood. KiSMET finds the second, and then the 4v2 with the bomb down. Both players from Toronto Ultra have to win some insane gunfights. Subliners, they weren't nervous. They clutch up on the round. Stay alive in the search and destroy. Now down 4-2. Into the swing round we go. Subliners just need to find some success on these attacking rounds. Ultra have been able to shut them down every time over towards A. Try to go over towards B.
And that's just a testament to both these teams playing each other so often, knowing the strategies, the tendencies, but as you called it, a lot of the hits today not working for New York. How about we adapt? How about we change? KiSMET finding one in Hicksy, who was looking for a bit of information. And with that, he will falter. New York instantly in for the plant. 2 players in Overwatch, a big gunfight about to go down. As Toronto looking for an entry, looking for an opening. Scrappy looking for the shots through the wall. And he actually finds one.
Wow. He's able to take down Priestahh, makes it a 3v3. Now KiSMET doesn't have that silence of best. He's potentially going to come right behind Scrap. No, he's not. Insight saves his life.
Oh!
And CleanX is on the flank. What was a 4v3 is now all left up to Skyz.
Skyz left all by himself. Oh, shots in everywhere as Toronto hot on the retake, and Scrappy amazed by what just occurred. It looked like New York had everything going for him. And we'll get to watch the wall bang again. Scrap, picture perfect, firing through the brick wall.
The fact that Scrap is able to hit that wall bang, make it a 3v3. We think that KiSMET has a freebie when he's coming up behind Scrap, but Insight shows the teamwork, saves his teammate's life. And then CleanX wins the one-on-one into Diner. A complete breakdown right there from the Subliners. He's now going to put Toronto Ultra at game point. Just one round away from tying up the series. It's going to be all-out pressure from the Subliners through the middle of the map. And Ultra going for the blind counter. Let's just get this bomb down, take control of bed.
Yeah, that's a perfect stun, tossed out from Insight. So New York, who were trying to send everybody through middle, they instantly get halted, and now they're going to have to take the long route back through the bedroom. You got someone also trying to make sure the restaurant's clear. So really 3 players out of the fight over at A. Priestahh, the one who was here, ends up winning that fight. Skyz takes down another. 4v2 retake. New York, you've got numbers. Can Scrappy and Hicksy, the longtime duo, can they come away with the clutch to close out the game? No, not gonna happen. They both fall in stride, and from there, New York, perfect retake.
Yeah, that was a great defensive setup right there from the Subliners. You take mid-map control, you see where the play is coming in, and then once you have that, you have a couple players committing towards that flank. You already have one player wrapping back towards bedroom. KiSMET wins a huge one-on-one. Priestahh starts it off with the first blood. And even though Scrapz find the trade towards the back end, there's a Subliner player behind you there for that one. As the Subliners stay alive again in the search and destroy, clutch up on the defensive round. But they just need to find some kind of success on attack, man. They keep getting retake on both of these sites. You're usually super successful over towards A. But HyDra can't be the player to drop early.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's like, if you're New York, okay, A's not working. Let's go over to B. Okay, somehow Scrappy kills one of us through the wall. Nothing is working on attack, but can it start to really manifest itself? HyDra goes for the Dolphin Dive. He drops 2 players already out of the fight, and respectively, it's for either side. Skyz narrowly able to dodge the nade, tosses out the trophy, says a prayer as we continue to battle early on here in this round. Who can come away with another? Skyz not able to escape, and there it is, Toronto. Answer here on Hotel S&D. The crowd loving it. As now we've got ourselves a series, Jay. Guaranteed map 4.
Finally.
Woo!
Finally we get a game 4. But Toronto Ultra just made the adjustments throughout this game. Flawless on the defensive side. Did not allow the Subliners to get any successful plants on that side of the map. But they just came out ready to go. You play a team on a Hotel S&D a couple days ago, you're definitely going to be able to know what you did wrong and make those adjustments. Great defensive setup over towards that B site. The one-time Subliners try to go over towards A. They got instantly shut down. Insight was so impactful with his first bloods. Scrap was great in towards the top bedroom. You know that Skyz loves to play top God Eddie. You take him down every single time. You also find a lot of kills onto HyDra as shut down his aggressive playmaking. Last time it was Subliners winning 6-3. This time it's Ultra 6-3. They tie the series up at 1.
And I think you called it perfectly, man. Like, another thing on top of it, too. New York, they were really stumbling on their attacks. They also walk away with 6 first bloods. Yeah. You won the first blood fight. We've been talking Hotel lately in Search Destroy. They have been so good at walking away with those opening engagements, but Toronto, too clutch. But I gotta say, but if there's one round that we're gonna remember, it is that retake that Ultra had over at the kitchen.
That just can't happen if you are Subliners. You get the 4v3, you got KiSMET going for the flank. Unfortunately, Priestahh was not ready for that wall maid to come in, and it all falls apart after that, man. Ultra just did what they needed to do to now make it a 1-1 series.
Yeah, they had to answer, and the hometown team is able to do it. Hotel Hardpoint down, Hotel S&D down, but we got to head to Hotel once more for some control. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure and stay with us. As we said, the winner of this game, top 3, loser eliminated. We'll be back right after this break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL. The CDL is brought to you by your favorite Orange Bandicoot. Pre-order Crash Team Rumble today. Available June 20th.
Hi, friends, and welcome back to the Toronto Major. It is Championship Sunday from a city that I would love to call home at some point. Jay, this place is absolutely amazing. We have had a blast. You can see the fans having a wonderful, wonderful time and preparing for this upcoming game number 3 between their Toronto Ultra and the New York Subliners. Jay, we're getting ready to head into Control, and it's our final night at the hotel, and it's going to be a very fun night, given, their prior history. We got some crazy numbers with New York. Talk to me about it.
This is the most important map. The most important map in the entire series. Every time Toronto Ultra take down the Subliners, it's always in the Control. They get the Control win, they see the W at the very end. The one time Subliners were able to beat them, they actually took the Control. So this map is everything for both of these two teams. We saw it go all the way down to round number 5. Subliners were up 25-12 with 7 seconds remaining. Toronto were able to extend that time by capturing B, but then with only 12 lives left, you cannot fumble that opportunity. So I know the Subliners are itching to get back on the map to try to fix those mistakes, because this is everything in the series.
It absolutely is. This map very well decides who wins this series and moves on to face off against Minnesota. New York, we talked about the numbers, 26-2 in series when they win Control, 2-15 in series when they lose it. We'll see if New York can come out on top, or if Toronto can get things going early. And how about that? Wonderful work from Hicksy. He is pivoting all throughout the map, tossing out nades, throwing out shots, 1 HP, but he's still firing, goes down with a bit of positivity, but it's Toronto who quickly hit the regain, run right into A. Meanwhile, it's a team nade for New York, low on numbers.
Yeah, and that's a big life out of Skyz right there, though, because there's no trophy system to work with for the Subliners. He's able to hold down that God Hecklich, take down 2, and shut down that early pressure from Ultra over towards the B point. And now you're allowing your SMGs to still roaming towards the diner. Ultra have not been able to complete a segment over towards A. You do take down KiSMET. You have more bodies on this side of the map. With Insight finding that second, you're still going to be here. Should be able to get this 8 point. As long as they find these kills, and CleanX finds another.
CleanX runs right into Priestahh's lap. Eventually does get traded, but Toronto desperately to get at least 1 segment on board, and we'll see if they can start to build upon it. And with that being the case, still a few players scattered throughout the middle side of the map, basically working as scouts, trying to make the life count more in favor of you. Scrapz nearly finds a second, however, with him dropping, that now puts a little bit more pressure on the players inside the point. CleanX, absolute beams, one last heroic moment for New York, and it does not work out. Another minute added on.
And now this is a scary situation, because all the Subliners players put a lot of pressure over towards A. No one has bedroom control. They only have control of double deaths, but at least HyDra and Skyz are able to take down 2, make it 3. So it looked like to be a Subliners mistake. They make up for it with the gunny. They take back control of the bedroom. They're currently up by 1 live. 1 minute and 20 remaining.
Yeah, and that's really the goal, right, Jay? When it comes down to hotel control, where you're on the attack, it's about those flanks, but it's more importantly about the bedroom control. If you can get somebody established in there, get the defense out of your base, you stand a much better chance of walking away with it, and that is really the objective right now from Mr. Scrappy. Get HyDra out of here. Unsuccessful in doing so, but the venture will continue. Time continues to tick. All 8 players alive. A team fight's getting ready to occur. And as we said, every single kill means that much more for Toronto as they begin their pursuit for the first time, really, at B.
And they're just trying to take bedroom control. They still know that HyDra is behind them. Also, where is KiSMET? Scrapz is going to go for the snap. Now they're getting all the players all spawned, but where is HyDra? Scrapz finds him as well. Ultra gonna try to do it again the same way that they played hotel control. They're gonna come out in round number 1. The stack is in. Scrapz on a 5 spree. This is looking like Ultra's round.
Oh, it absolutely is. Nobody from New York should surely get here in time. They saw up Priestahh with the nade in Toronto. Answer in our first round of control. And Jay, the teamwork that they just put on display right there was insane. We saw the free cam. You have players going in and out of POV. That was so well timed from Toronto. You can just tell that they are familiar with being in a position like this. And my God, round one win. As we've talked about it, Toronto, the #1 control team on this season. And this is a map that they absolutely adore. First round goes to them as we reset sides. Now it's New York's turn on the offense.
Now the Subliners need to make up for it. Completely let go of that round #1. Initial fights all around the middle of the map. Just gonna try to extend this time. They know that Toronto have trophy systems. We can't go over towards B, so let's just go over towards A, get the easy one out the way. Try to keep up in this lane. They have all map control right now. Toronto Ultra, they're not gonna put pressure over towards A. They're just gonna fight for that bedroom side. That might come back to bite them because Subliners, they're finding all the kills in the feed.
And they've only died one time so far throughout this round. We got one player stalling things out on A. Meanwhile, the other players, normally 3v4 is not going to work out. It's looking perfect right now for NYSL. Nearly done over at A. That player eventually drops, but you stalled perfectly. This is the best case scenario for New York so far to kick off this round. 2 segments, a third one that's nearly there. Fight still going down. Toronto finally are able to answer. But Jay, you can see it inside of the segments. NYSL, they just made a huge dent here in round 2.
Yeah, Subliners just did exactly what they needed to do. Perfect rotation over towards B. You find a kill through the middle of the map. Now you need 1 segment left at A and also B. Toronto Ultra, they're just getting all the kills at the right time. The only player in this position is going to be CleanX once KiSMET finds that trade. A's going to be done and dusted. So the Subliners are up by 2 lives. We have 1:48 to work with for 1 segment over towards B. It has to be picture perfect for Ultra, because all Subliners need is 1 opportunity.
The way you started off that round has now left you in a fantastic position. Now we start to get into the gritty part of the round. Toronto, you've got to remain sound. You've got to remain solid. And with high-hit teams like that, it's not going to be easy. 1 3-man down, 4-man down type of situation in this round quickly can go the way of NYSL. Looking to answer here on the attacking side. As the numbers start to get beefed on up, to the spawn they go.
And you see the setup that Subliners are trying to do. You have 1 player committing to the super overextension. Team of 2 right through main deck while Priestahh is holding down bedroom. So this can start to get out of hand. We should allow KiSMET to find this trade, but Hicksy with 2 might have just did enough for Toronto Ultra to shut down that push. And Insight finds 2 with the TAC 56. To now keep the Subliners in the back of their base. Time is still ticking. Insight can't win the next gunfight, earn himself a cruise missile, but already a job done from Ultra. Just need to hold down 1 to 2 more good pushes.
That's what it takes, right? When you're in a defensive situation like this, you're just trying to lock down 1 more segment. Hicksy going big, Insight going big, trying to remain on that spree. Another huge gunfight there for Charlie Hicks. As it's 3 quick ones for Toronto, New York starting to sweat it. 30 seconds as that time continues to flow. 1 last good push at this if you're New York, as they are desperately searching for some map control.
The Scrapz is literally in the back of the base, like just spawn killing the players coming off spawn. If you try to wrap back towards bed, you're gonna die. And Insight is just holding down the middle of the map. It's only 10 seconds left. Subliners have to make a move on it. Skyz and KiSMET, they combine for 2. You also have a player going on that deep flank, so it's on the last 2 guys that are here. Insight is gonna come off spawn, Scrapz drops. Hicksy's still in bedroom. He's gotta contest it.
CleanX going big. Oh, the pitch is in.
Oh my!
Put him down, Tobias. The crowd loving it. And that round swung constantly. Every direction, Jay. New York, excellent start. Toronto through the mid-round. New York finds the opening, but it's CleanX to the rescue. Toronto holds on.
And that's what makes Toronto Ultra the best control team in the game. Subliners are able to complete 2 segments towards both points with a minute left. They extend that time to 1:48, only allow 1 segment that's needed to clutch up on the round. But Ultra, every single time, it got a little scary. Someone was going massive in the kill department. The majority of that round, it was Hicksy. So now Ultra up 2-0, all momentum on their side. They're chaining it into the next round. That's another 3 dead. Let's get A out the way.
And that round, that last one, has got to infuse you with quite a bit of confidence. I mean, you can just tell These guys are ready to shoot. They're ready to fire. Multiple players right now on sprees, but none more deadly right now than CleanX, especially in the close quarters. He's going for pre-fires just based off the sound cues. This man is ready for this control to be over, and right now we're on his time. Eventually drops, but you can tell what that does for the rest of the Ultra. It opens things up as now you've got player 1 and player 2, Scrapz and Hicksy, already here at the B zone.
And they can get on the point. All of Subliners players are behind enemy lines. They're gonna put himself in a position to potentially contest. Does he spot Priestahh towards bottom left? No, he does not. A freebie for Priestahh to take Scrapz off for that B point. Subliners maintaining map controls. Priestahh finds another. But with Hicksy in this position, just gotta take your time, wait for your teammates to get into the play. If you can get a kill, even better. Puts down a couple shots onto Skyz, but is not able to finish it, and that leads to him finding Priestahh. This is the opportunity for Ultra to potentially close it out.
Exactly right. Bedroom control gained, and right now Insight in the best position. At least finds one. Now setting up Hicksy. Has got to be careful as the rotation, the overextension, a few players from middle. Nade lands over the top, and now nobody's going to sit in that objective. So the time will continue to go down as Toronto prepare to regroup, and based off of CleanX, who will try to lead them inside of that zone and get the game done here.
The Ultra just trying to find their way on. You have one player from the Subliners sitting towards bottom bed. Insight wins the gunfight on a player overextending. Just got to take down HyDra. Now that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Skyz the closest one towards main desk. The stack is going to be here. Ultra, progression starting to go up quick for this second segment. You do have one player from the Subliners going for that deep flank, but CleanX takes him down. The second segment is about to be in.
One more segment to go, and they're finding the necessary kills. Skyz trying to save the day. It's all up to him. Hicksy puts him down. Here comes the stack. It's a nade over the top. KiSMET keeps it vacant for the moment. Everybody falls, but Insight instantly answers, waiting for reinforcements. Both teams trying to build up for the final minute. Lives favoring Toronto, but they are falling by the wayside. HyDra, with a quick few, now has kept this game still in the balance.
And Subliners only have 6 lives remaining. Keep in mind, Insight has that cruise missile. This might be the opportunity to call it in, get the info, and try to close it out in 3. Priestahh and KiSMET, though, they take down 2. They are still holding strong. Unfortunately, can't finish the kill on the Insight, and that has no more respawns for the Subliners.
Insight, more like Iron Man. He just took every single bullet and remains intact. 3 lives remain. Explosions everywhere. Toronto ready to celebrate another control victory, and it's 1 life left. HyDra down. Toronto answer in control. And it's a hot 3-0 for the best control team in the world, as now they are up in the series.
And that's what makes Toronto Ultra the best control team in the game. Doesn't matter how much time they have left on their attacking side, they need one opportunity, and they get it done in that round number 1. But then on the defensive end, to hold down both the segments, only allow that 8 point to get away from you. It's 1:48 where the Subliners need 1 tick over towards B. Toronto play it flawlessly on the defensive side to clutch up on that round. I feel like that's 2 rounds that the Subliners just let get away from them, especially that round number 1. But when you get into that final one, Ultra were completely outslaying. Insight didn't even have to invest his cruise missile in that final round. Ultra, better hardpoint team, the better control team by far, because now they find themselves up 2-1 in this series. Whoever wins the control usually finds himself at the W. And right now, Ultra set themselves up. Definitely close this one out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we talked about the stack coming into this series, how important controls have been all season for NYSL, a team that is so solid from top to bottom, so consistent in every game mode. But this day was just a total outclass. Ultra, as you said, a few moments where maybe things, I don't know, maybe shouldn't have gone their way, but they're able to maintain this round 2 where it's just 1 segment that New York needed. Ultra come out on top in a crazy finish here on defense. And like I said, in that round 3, just a total dominant slaying performance, as it's a 3-0 here in the control, and New York a tad dazed have got to reset and refocus potentially the final map of their tournament. And Jay, where are we headed for it?
We're going to an embassy where these teams did match up. It was that game 4 previously in the last series, and it was New York who were able to absolutely dominate Toronto Ultra. It's not a strong map for the Ultra boys. The one thing that really stood out was when they won a couple rotations, they were instantly broken. And for that kitchen hill on P5, which is a money hill, they could not find a break on that because the subliner setup was too strong. I know New York do find themselves down 2-1 in this series, but you're going into a map that you have already beat them on. You're feeling super confident to try to force that game 5.
I think that word is exactly the one that I'm sure is probably being preached right now in between maps right now, between the players of New York. Confidence, right? Coming into this tournament, we talked about it, how they use this up, and their reasoning for it was, hey, we feel confident. We're ready to play whoever wants to face off against us. If it's going to be a difficult opponent, who cares? We're ready for the challenge. And a challenge is exactly what they're going to have. Down 1-2 in this series with Embassy Hardpoint now in the balance. As we take a look through our players, Jay, give me the matchup. If there's one player you're looking out for Toronto, one player you're looking out for on the side of New York, who is?
I think for Toronto Ultra, I'm definitely looking at Insight. He's been having himself a stellar series so far. Multiple clutches in the search and destroy, 25 and 13 on that control. Earns a cruise missile and doesn't even use it because he was just beaming in every single one of those engagements. So he's a guy who has to set the tone, win a couple rotations for his team. And on the opposite side is the guy on the screen, man. Caesar Skyz Bueno, always decided to invest in this game. There's no bigger moment to invest in than right here with your backs against the wall. He's the main AR for the Subliners roster. He was a big factor to why they were able to beat them on this Embassy HP last time around. Can he have that same performance again?
Yeah, we'll have to see. And it just feels like when you are the New York Subliners, we're talking about confidence so much. How could you not be confident? When you look through the list of players, we're starting obviously with HyDra, but you just look down the list, so many talented players. And I know you were highlighting Skyz right there. I mean, how unbelievable has he been, really statistically, since he even came into the league back in Black Ops 4? The pop-off potential is there from NYSL. It's just a matter of really being able to put down Toronto. And as you said, last time these teams faced off, start of the tournament, it was really based off of a few little moments, a few certain hard points. And we'll see if Toronto can start to learn, start to adapt. As I just feel like, Jay, I don't know if this is going to go game 5. I just feel like this Embassy is about to go wild. I mean, if you're Toronto, you're thinking, hey, we got to close them out here. We don't want to see this team in a game 5. And obviously for New York, you're fighting for your tournament life.
Oh yeah, without question. If you're Ultra, you have already displayed the homework and all the stuff you did on the back end to make this series look completely different. You lose the hotel search and destroy last time around. This time it goes your way in a 6-3 fashion. It was a very close control all the way into round number 5. You make those small adjustments, and now it's a 3-0. This was a map that they did end up getting smoked on. So I'm definitely not concerned for Toronto Ultra to make these adjustments going into this Embassy hardpoint. They're the hometown team. They're trying to make this one easy and extend their championship Sunday. And it's just got to be better holds over towards Kitchen. If you rotate over towards the Kitchen side, you cannot get instantly broken. That was the game-changing hardpoint last time these guys matched up.
Yeah, you talk about Kitchen. It also just feels like when these teams faced off, New York was just ahead of the game when it came down to rotations. Toronto obviously favored right now, but you really like what you've seen recently from New York on this Embassy. As into the hardpoint we go. P1 oftentimes not really going to be an HP that you walk away with all that much time on. Regardless of it, both teams looking for the bottom side of the map. That's really going to be the bigger focus of the two. Then to this one we go. Big battles going on throughout the map, and it's CleanX starting things off 3-0.
Yeah, and if you are Ultra, it's a good job of just keeping them off of this P1 time, but with you spawning on that better side. Last time they were able to get a full 30 seconds to chain it over toward the P2. Now the Subliners are finding all the kills at the right time with only 15 seconds left remaining at P1. It's a huge one-on-one gunfight between Hicksy and Priestahh. Hicksy wins it for Toronto Ultra to take streak control. Now how long can he stay alive? Because there's multiple players from the Subliners trying to take him down.
Oh, big battles. CleanX, he's looking pretty much every which way, but not the direction that of which New York was coming from. Now we prepare for P2 inside of the parking lot. Explosions everywhere, and it's actually, well, Scrappy taking down his good old buddy Hicksy, so that's not going to make things that much easier, but thankfully for Toronto, they have managed to lock things down regardless. A quick and early lead change. And Jay, it's kind of shocking, given the position that Toronto has. You didn't have early spawns, you have a team kill, yet you're the ones walking away with the time.
Yeah, that just can't happen if you are the subliners. You got to clutch up in these gunfights in these crucial moments. And KiSMET finds another 2 in the feed, but look at the turnaround so far from CleanX. Not the best map, #1, but already sitting at 10-3. Ow. This 20 seconds is going to go in favor of the Ultra. HyDra still here to contest, but it's all about that rotation towards top AC. It's going to be the subliners here early, but CleanX, if he wins this one-on-one, he's the guy that can go on the pitch.
A little bit of a caster curse potentially coming in. I feel like he is a magnet to engagements right now. The Great Dane does eventually fall, but this is really the hard point to stress, Jay, right? These next 2 are where you can really start to lock down time. A full 60 obviously gets New York right back in the driver's seat. So into servers we go, and Toronto beginning their first plan of attack. Look at this setup right now from New York. They had pretty much everybody spread out and cutting down Toronto really right off the spawn. Oh, right my! As Priestahh wins an up-close gunfight. This has been, what? I mean, if you're Skyz, you've seen nobody yet.
This is picture perfect right now if you are subliners. Everyone pushed out certain ways. You're spawning them all the way towards the parking lot. Ultra have not been able to get close towards top AC. And this was the difference maker as well. Subliners with a full 60 hold potentially. With only 20 seconds left. You have a couple players from Ultra still putting on pressure. But you will take that if you are New York. You win the rotation over towards P4. You get good time off of that P3 to take the little bit of a lead. But right now, subliners in the driver's seat. If they can get a good chunk of time off of this P4, they blow this game wide open.
Oh, Priestahh felt like he had that fight dead to rights, but it's Inside who's able to win it. Unreal stuff as now we prepare for the office. A quick 1v1 engagement, and for the moment, it is going to be Hicksy that locks away the seconds. Toronto starting to pretty much formulate a bit of a center around this HP. Getting everybody in position, bringing out a lot of the Vaznev. Scrap putting big fights toward the outside. Makes it 2, and with that, it is a 4 spree for young Mr. Ernst. 2 more away, and he's got himself a cruise missile. This has been excellent work and a great answer from Toronto so far, Jay.
Beautiful answer from Toronto Ultra. We saw subliners at the P3 spawn them all so far away from that hill that they were not able to contest it, and Ultra do it for at least 40 seconds there. So they're still in the lead by 20 points. Just got to win a couple gunfights off the rotation. The only player you got to focus on is Skyz. CleanX takes him down, and that's going to be Ultra winning a rotation again over towards Kitchen. But this was the turning point last time around. It was easy breaks from the subliners. How's the setup going to be different from Ultra?
See how Toronto can start to learn. We talked about it. Both teams went to the drawing board after their prior series, trying to learn from previous mistakes. And Toronto hold things down in Kitchen. First blood going to go the way of Priestahh. Here come the fights. Vaznev's out. Close quarter engagement is what this hill is all about. It's the instant break from NYSL.
And that is the turning point of the game. Send Skyz to the back end, KiSMET through the front. They find all the kills, and now Toronto Ultra spawning out. Have to try to get in towards this Kitchen hill. But every time they at least get one, subliners are there to trade. Priestahh is able to find 2. Hicksy does break it for now. Him and Insight trying to hold this down, allowing their teammates to get back into the play, and that's such a big break right there from Ultra. They are 11th in the league at successfully finding breaks. And if they can find a couple more in this game, they're going to be able to close out this series. Much needed time for Ultra to have the lead after the first set of rotations.
Yeah, potentially a sign of things to come. If you are the Ultra, that is great time that they're able to lock up toward the end there at P5. So now we reset. Second set of rotations is inbound, and it's a 27-point advantage right now for the hometown team. Trying to close out New York here. And right now, like we said, it is about the positioning. New York, for the moment, we're not spawning on the more favorable spot side. Now 2 players spawn toward the bottom. Both teams trying to handle business. And right now for Hicksy, he's just trying to make sure that things are all solid inside of P1. And currently it is. Back and forth we go. New York, now with everybody off spawn, they begin to pounce, and now they've got the time inside of middle. HyDra, great work as he's got the cruise missile consumed.
Yeah, now he's got a cruise missile to work with. Definitely start to use that as this game starts to get in the later half of this one. But snap onto Scrap. Great reaction time right there out of HyDra. Wins such a crucial one-on-one. He's a little bit of delusional confidence right there in that one-on-one child versus Insight. But Subliners still in this game. Ultra have to be thinking how we're going to be able to break onto this P2 hard point. It starts by taking down Priestahh. You can take this street control. It's going to be a beautiful hold for Ultra to blow this game wide open.
But it's an unfortunate team kill, so Toronto a little bit low on numbers, and that will allow for New York's break to be that much easier. It's a big 1v1 to the point. CleanX makes a dent and keeps this hard point at least at bay for the time. And if you're the team in the lead right now, you will take that, given New York's positioning. Skyz recognizes the vacant hardpoint and now will jump in himself. And currently, it is NYSL finding the kills that they need to. Finding the kills off the spawn. And currently in sequence, a neck-and-neck game. We're separated by 1 point. And Toronto, they get the late break, but it's about this rotation. That is what this is all about.
Yeah, they need another break over towards the top AC because that's where you allow the Subliners to get right back into the game. You get that final 15, that's great. But it's got to be a perfect break over towards the top AC. You're going to have Scrapz with that AR putting himself in towards top PD as well. So there's multiple different angles that Toronto Ultra are trying to put pressure on, but none of those angles lead to a kill. Wow. A clean 4 dead from the Subliners is now going to allow them to take the lead, now control the spawns as well.
And this is what we talked about right coming into this map. It was going to be based off of rotations. As you said, Toronto, they go for the last second break for 15 seconds. And with that, it now allows for NYSL to have so much free time over at the ACs. 30 seconds uncontested and 30 more that very well could belong to them too. A quick lead change and Scrapz able to dance for 2. Getting sturdy over toward the top of the ACs as we continue to battle back and forth. Such a neck-and-neck game, and it feels like for NYSL now it's about backing up and preparing for office. A late break for Ultra, but another rotation netted for New York.
Now this is the opportunity with Subliners. Have to set up properly. Ultra know that they have to take this time on this break. Hicksy started off with the first kill. KiSMET there for the trade. They're putting pressure on through the front. They're also applying the pressure on through the back. KiSMET with some bad timing. He has to win this one-on-one, he does. But Ultra, they in. They're finding the break. It's only Scrapz though.
So with Scrapz waiting for reinforcements to come off a spawn. KiSMET doesn't know where to look, thankfully. They'll be able to walk away with the kill regardless. Another lead change inbound, and at this point in the game, let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding. A check-in with the Subliners.
I have a shot. I have the door.
I'm pinging you. I have H2. I have H2. Make a push. I have it.
H1, one shot. No, you're good. He's going H1 bath, okay? Take your time on this break. H1 bath, don't peek him. Don't peek him. Nice one orange.
One more in house. Stay live. Nice.
They rotated.
I'm in your gas, low gas.
I'm stunning right.
One gas. Nice. One hill for sure.
I'm pinching P2.
Yo, they got small range, guys. They got small range. We need more range. Yeah, I'm watching orange. He went in orange.
2-0.
Yeah. Take time on this break, bro. This break is huge. Nice.
Collapse together, alright? Don't go fast.
I'm going home. Go. One more. I have your help. I see
spawn.
PD, yo, P1.
gas.
I need P1.
Yeah, one's going for launch, I think.
Yo, gas. I need gas. I get hill.
I have your laundry.
I have laundry. Turn.
Laundry, we get hill, please.
One for laundry.
I'll get hill.
Laundry.
Laundry is dead.
Nice. Yo, there's one.
Gas.
PD spawn.
Help me over.
Yeah, you're good. Laundry dead.
Nice. Push that. I'm watching my top. I got you.
Yo, this one PD is few. That's your laundry, right?
How about the communication coming in from New York? Jay, we talk about that P5 again. HyDra right now is running wild, having a blast on the map at 30 and 20. And with that, New York, they're going to walk over the final 3 seconds. They are just moments away from closing things out here in Game 4 and forcing us the distance.
Yeah, with that break, HyDra might have just called it. And now the Subliners are already on the P1. There's only 1 second left that is needed. Subliners just need one opportunity, and KiSMET might have just got it done. The Subliners clutch up into map number 4 and force the Game 5.
I mean, right as we go to that listen-in, you saw a great little situation brew for Toronto, some great teamwork, but we were on HyDra's POV, and understandably so. He is just going to every single corner, watching every single entry into the kitchen. And it just felt like in that situation, I mean, the communication's very calm, cool, collected from the NYSL boys, but it just feels like HyDra takes over. The rest of the team follows in stride, and from there, such a neck-and-neck game, a tight race at the moment, just starts to get extended little by little. and now we've got ourselves a map 5 brewing, buddy.
And it's just like that map number 1 hardpoint. The SMG set the tone for the Subliners. 31 kills out of HyDra, 29 kills out of KiSMET. Just came down to that final moment in towards Kitchen. Ultra were the team that won the rotation. But when you allow HyDra to find himself behind enemy lines, he's always going to make something happen. And he's able to find 3 to eventually end the game out for the Subliners. And now they go to another game 5.
I think we've seen this situation happen before. In fact, it was day number 1 here of the Ultra Major. But who is going to move on? It is an elimination game. Winner faces off against Minnesota next. Loser is headed home top 4. You do not want to miss it. When we come back, it is time for game 5 between these two teams.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Hi there, friends, and welcome back to Major 5 here from Toronto. We're taking a look through the eyes there of the squirrel because this is what it's all about. Everybody, Jay, trying to find that diamond nut. Both of these teams trying to make it into the elimination final to have a chance of making it into our final two. But it is currently Toronto Ultra facing off against the New York Subliners. These teams faced off just days ago, and the opening day here at the Toronto Major went down to a Game 5, and now we are back here again. It's been a crazy one, buddy, but here we are. Thoughts as we load in?
This is the Game 5, Mercado S&D. These teams have not played it against each other yet, but they both have a nice little record. 4-1 for Toronto Ultra, 3-1 for the New York Subliners. What makes them so great at this map for both teams is their attacking side. For Toronto Ultra, whenever they get the bomb down, they have a 92% chance at winning the round. That's basically locked up. So if you're the Subliners, you gotta be able to shut that down. And then for the Subliners, the reason why they are good in their attacking rounds, it's not in the first bloods. Believe it or not, they find themselves in 3v4 situations a lot on this map, but they clutch up in those situations. On the attacking side in 3v4s, they have a 66% chance at winning the round. So it's going to be all about these attacks. They're going to go back and forth when it comes to the blows, but who's going to make the proper adjustments throughout the middle of the game on the defensive side to take a couple of those rounds?
It's what it's all about. It's about the mid-round adjustments, all of the preparation that you've been doing all season long. You've been waiting for moments like this. We saw, right? Toronto, they literally had a map of hotel. They're going through the blueprint. They're writing everything down. The same thing has been said for New York. Both of these teams who have won majors throughout this season, right after, saw a very quick fall from grace, and now they're trying to return back to prior season form. Game 5, here we come, here we go. Round 1 on Mercado starts now.
You can already see Toronto Ultra. They check all the nades over towards that A site, but nothing is going to connect, so they get that info early on. The Subliners might be putting pressure over towards 10. It's going to be Hicksy in a great position. If he turns this corner, he could potentially find 2. Can he find the timing?
Oh, accidentally. I thought for a moment was rather about to eat that stun. So for New York, it's a quick little check over at 10 and a quick pirouette for the other side of the map. So Hicksy, no idea. He was the one standing strong. Had 2 players just around the corner, but they will look to reposition. A little late on it, but here come New York. CleanX, shifty movement, just to escape. Manages to dodge. The line of sight check there from Skyz, but here come New York. A quick answer here from Toronto. Scrap low on HP, has got to use Daddy to maybe escape. 25 seconds left, and the snipe is out from Caesar.
Oh, and he gets the info as well, so now it's a 1v1. Just gonna commit towards putting this bomb down. KiSMET has found himself in multiple 1v1 scenarios. He puts himself in a nice spot, but he doesn't go for the towel!
Oh my God!
KiSMET with the snap! How does he win that gunfight? How does he win that gunfight? You see the frustration on Scrap's face.
I gotta see it again. Oh! Oh goodness!
Oh, that one's gotta sting, but the Bulldog comes out in round number 1. Makes the clutch happen. Puts the bomb down, and then wins an insane gunfight to clutch up and take the first round. We gotta see it again. Look how many shots he hits him with. Did he all of a sudden become Michael Jackson or something? He was just dodging all the shots. New York take first round.
Oh my goodness, that was unbelievable. It looked like from our POV, Scrap had that kill. Dead to rights. You saw the frustration on his face after the opening round loss, but they got 2. Get that out of their minds and be prepared. Now for round number 2, their first look at attack. Here we go.
They're just playing this patient. The Subliners are trying to solo out Insight, and it works out to perfection. HyDra with the first blood. Now Toronto in a man-down advantage. Hicksy does make it a 3v3 now. Great shots. Let's just commit towards getting this bomb down.
But take a look at HyDra. I thought for a moment he was going to instantly commit to that flank. He and Scrap having battles. Looks like that one will have to wait for a little bit longer. Time continues to tick, and now what Toronto have done have forced New York to come to them. 2 players from one side, and it's HyDra on the other. Scrappy, ready and prepared. Surely it's not another close range fight lost, and it is! HyDra walks away with it, and now New York are trying to hunt down where Toronto are. Hicksy, it's all up to him. Found out, and New York take another nail biter.
Subliners just clutch up. They get the first blood, even though the bomb does get planted. It was on HyDra winning that one-on-one versus Scrapz. The Tax 56 in your hand, I would have liked to see him play top balcony, put himself in a better positioning with that AR. But up close and personal, HyDra is not worried. Wins that one-on-one. Hicksy was there for the trade, but the rest of the Subliners applied the pressure. Find the final 2 kills, secure the defuse, and now up 2-0.
A frustrating start to the search and destroy. New York instantly answer, building upon the momentum that they earned at that last hard point. It is KiSMET quickly and fiery through the tunnels, and Skyz will answer off the rip with the first blood. CleanX out of the picture as he is yet to find a kill. You rely on that guy so often in your opening engagements, and once more he is out of the round. New York, their round to lose, 4v3 bomb planted.
Yeah, this round is basically locked up for the Subliners. You find the second kill onto Scrapz. Now it's a 4v2. You know that inside is close as well. Priestahh lines him up. Now it's all on Hicksy in the 1v4. Subliners, another first blood. You apply the pressure over towards Hedge. Once KiSMET jumps on top dumpster, you get that bomb down. You know they can't retake from that side. Priestahh holds down tunnel. Gets a couple freebies. So far, the Subliners playing flawless in this game 5, 3-0.
I don't know about you, Jay, but just given the way that the hard point concluded, I mean, if you are Toronto, I know that it's currently 0-3, but this is a round that you have got to take.
Yeah.
Just with how clean that last one looked, you can tell New York starting to get comfortable here on Mercado. A must-win for Ultra coming up, and it cannot come at the hands of another first blood loss. So far, all 3 have gone the way of NYSL. As into this attack we go. Everybody hanging out over at A, hanging out inside of Cantina.
Ultra, they're just going to try to put the bomb down. Nice little stretch spot right there from Hicksy. So now you're going to force Subliners to 4v4 retake. You have 2 players popping that dead silence, which is going to be that SMG duo working that deep flank. It's actually going to be 3 players while Skyz is on the opposing side. Can he hold strong while his teammates are putting pressure on the back end?
Scrapz is a little bit exposed. He's got to be careful here. He just lost insight. Can he escape with his life? Just narrowly does. 20 seconds on the bomb. New York starting to get a move on. CleanX gets on the board. KiSMET drops. Into the 2v2 we go. HyDra does not spot CleanX over toward the hedge. Now he does. New York with bomb site control. They're winning the fights. It's a 1v1. HyDra tagged up. Will not be able to add a 4th on the books. But can he add a 4th to the streak? Hicksy dies to the bomb, but regardless for Toronto, you escape bruised and battered, but with the 1 next to your name.
Yeah, Hicksy just made the play happen right there. He gets that bomb down. He finds the first kill over towards the yellow truck, and then does not slow down. Aggressive through tunnel to find the second 1v1 gunfight. And he knows the clock is on my side. Just cannot die in these moments, and he plays it beautifully. So allow Ultra to get their very first round of the map. Back to the defensive side they go. And with the Subliners on their attacks, it's looking like they're going to put pressure over towards B. It falls into the hands of Hicksy.
Yeah, with that utility toss, Hicksy is instantly going to be able to give communication over to the teammates. Hey, this is clearly where they are going. Some audio cues. Is he ready? Yes, he is. Great work from Charlie Hicks over the top rope. Ends up falling, so with that, it's a freebie for NYSL. Deddy popped on the side of HyDra. And in the meantime, we've got some action going on over on the A site. It's a 2v1 on one side of the map, but a 2v1 on the other. Ball about to go down. Scrapz there for the read.
Scrapz makes the play. Takes down KiSMET. Now you know the bomb's down towards B. Filling himself a little bit. Let's try to go for the trade. He has bullets in his gun, but eventually it lines up to find a final. It's a 1v1, and Scrapz makes it happen. Ultra, 2 rounds in a row.
That is a bad man, ladies and gentlemen. Brought a knife to the gunfight. Hits him with a bullet. Drops Skyz. CleanX falls, and he's ready to take down the other. So many situations, Jay. 2 rounds, as a matter of fact, that went the way of New York. came at the cost of Scrappy dying in an influential situation. This time, he makes good on it. 3 kills in that round, and Toronto right back in it.
So far, it's only him and Hicksy who have been taking over in this search and destroy, but CleanX is able to find the first blood. CleanX is able to find the second. You do not see this type of pressure up towards heads with an AR. It's a 1v4. It's all done. Toronto Ultra with 3 straight rounds to tie the game up at 3. They have come alive.
What was it, Jay? Like 30 seconds ago, I was like, okay, this round's pretty important for Toronto. And just like that, here they come, roaring back in front of their fans, in front of family, and in front of Tilt.
Guys, 3 to 3. By the way.
What's that?
Tilt's got the dance moves.
Oh, he does? Yeah, during the commercial breaks.
Yeah, he was getting down, man.
Having a great time. He's starting to boogie. If Scrapz wins this series, may have to do a little bit of a dance together. Get sturdy on the main stage. Into round 7 we go. The big gun brought out from Scrappy. But it's Skyz who starts things off with a pick on him. KiSMET the second.
Yeah, Skyz with the big first blood on the scrap, but KiSMET being the island player who wins a one-on-one versus Hicksy. So now it's inside of CleanX. Haven't really had the best S&D as KiSMET makes him pay for it. Toby, Mr. CleanX, the tissue is an issue. Left in a 1v3.
1v3. Have you got the ice, CleanX? The situation that is never easy. Working on information, but it's just so difficult to even get to this bomb site. Have to remove so much utility, and now gonna have to give his position away. Oh my God, dodges a sniper bullet, but the second one is there to land. 3 rounds that New York let go. This time, they finally get back on the board and reclaim their advantage.
Yeah, Subliners just committed over towards that B site. Once Skyz finds that first blood through the middle of the map, the great angle onto Scrap. It was a sniper battle, but he's able to get the better of him and then finds the final kill on the round. I don't know how that first bullet misses, but he makes up for it with the second. And that's just a round right there where Ultra can't get 2-piece by KiSMET. He's the only player over towards that A site. The island player trying to make an individual play happen. And he finds 2 to lead to the Subliners getting the round. Back up 4-3.
So far in this game, New York dominant in the first bloods, 5-2. Toronto, you've been so clutch. I mean, you've been winning the majority of your rounds without even having the opening engagement, and this time it continues to go the other direction. You can tell for CleanX, he thought he had one for sure, but instantly on reply, it is 2, nearly the 3rd. Hicksy felt like he had it. He's tagged up 2 players. You have all the information in the world right now if you're Ultra.
Yeah, I would put the bomb down in this situation. You already spotted KiSMET through the middle of the map. You know that Skyz is definitely over towards heads, but KiSMET, I don't know if he has dead silence, but he does get taken down by Insight. Skyz takes down Scrap. Now with 40 seconds left, it's a 1v2 with the bomb going over towards B.
You could tell Toronto so hesitant. Skyz has been sensational so far with the snipe. And I believe he did pick up a weapon off the ground, so I don't think it's just the SPX that he's going to have in his arsenal. Bomb planted. Can he find anything? That'll be the question. You've got to be careful if you're Ultra. They know who they're facing off against.
Okay, 35 seconds. Trying to get some kind of information. Because he doesn't have that silence to work with. Trophy system in the back pocket. So if you are Hicksy and Insight, just hold strong in towards the 10 setup. Skyz rats back through back alley. But still, nothing. No info gain.
15 seconds. Sniper in hand. Bow! Misses it. And Toronto. Ultra answer. Gets a little scary toward the end, and I don't think that Skyz was able to find a weapon off the ground. There's surely no way he's feeling that confident. Bringing a sniper into a close quarter situation. It looked like he did a weapon swap in the middle of the map, but regardless of it, too many bodies. If you are Toronto, you lose the first blood, but you answer back in every kill after.
And that's the round right there where HyDra put himself in a great position towards Barbershop, but he was super committed on going on that flank. Once he drops, puts his team in a disadvantage. Just got to hold down that power spot next time around. Keep your man up. Now tied up at 4, Priestahh finds another first blood. A lot of pressure over towards the head. There's still players, 2 players from Toronto Ultra in this position. They're waiting for the jump up.
Let's take a look at Hicksy. Oh, Hicksy gets red, and now it's instantly all on to Scrap. A 1v4 and clean as as you like. Subliners do damage here in this round and now have put themselves on series point.
They find the first blood. They apply the pressure over towards Hedge. One player did have an opportunity to make it through tunnel, but that line of sight was being watched. So now the Subliners get a clean 4 in that round. So now put them at game point. Toronto Ultra, the crowd behind them, gonna have to try to bring this one back.
Jay, they need a first blood. They need a first blood. They have 2 so far. We played 9 rounds. Ultra, it has to start with an opening kill. As they begin their pursuit on the attack, it is utility toss, and it is the first blood.
Scrapz takes down Skyz. Now you can get this bomb down. 92% chance of winning the round whenever it's planted. Now you put it even better. So you're in the man-up advantage. You have HyDra going on the super late flank. KiSMET and Priestahh trying to work through middle, but time is starting to tick. They're wasting a lot of time.
Scrapz with information. Tags into HyDra. 2 players making their way through the back alley. Smart decision. Back away. Make New York have to come to you. As they've got the info that they need. Priestahh finds one. Scrapz able to answer. 2v2. We continue to battle. Oh, it's all on to Hicksy. And New York will be there for the retake. It's a stunner as they punch in the digits. And that is the series.
Subliners get first blooded in that final round. Toronto Ultra put the bomb down. It's supposed to be locked up from there. But then in the 4v3 situation, even though CleanX gets the info onto Priestahh, teammate is there to trade. You cannot be that aggressive in those moments, man. There's too many angles that need to be watched by your teammates. Once he applies that pressure, you now force Hicksy to go play for that trade. He finds the kill, but now the flank is left open. KiSMET and HyDra find the final 3 kills of the map to completely turn this series around. They didn't need the control to get the W. That's what it usually comes down to between these 2 teams. But if you're winning both hard points, you show some serious ice on a game number 5. The Subliners just brought it today, man. They got the better of the Ultra.
They did indeed. They get their revenge, and it's another search and destroy victory here for the Subliners team, who, as we said, in land search destroy has not been great. This tournament, they have been excellent. But that last round, Jay, is going to live in your mind for a very long time. I mean, it instantly all fell apart in just a matter of seconds. I mean, we were ready for the round 11. We should be in a round 11 right now. We should be making the final call at this moment. But regardless, it is NYSL who grab it, they answer, and just like that, it's an elimination final.
They've been on a run, man. They've been on a run. Both the 2 hard points, they were in control of rotations, doing the fundamental things right. HyDra doing what HyDra does. So you're going to be able to take those 2 modes. But in a game number 5, where you don't usually play it a lot, you have to make the adjustments versus one of the best, if not the best, attacking team on the map. They got it done, man. Subliners continue to move on.
They somehow managed to do it. An unbelievable elimination bracket run. It started off with losing to this team. They've got the revenge, and now they've got a date with Minnesota. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. Des, take it away, guys.
What a showdown we just saw between Toronto Ultra and New York Subliners. And during that series, Nameless, you mentioned, I want to see this at Champs. Can you imagine a grand finals going to game 9 between these 2?
Oh my God, it'd be absolutely incredible, Chris. Like, that is some high-level Call of Duty, especially at the end of that search and destroy. Like, New York's last 2 rounds there were masterful. Whoever's making those play calls, can you give him a raise, please, New York?
Yeah. We'll dive into the search and destroy here in a moment as production is going to get some clips up and running. Real quick message to all the Ultra fans in the crowd. Can you give it up for your team one more time? They put on a show for everybody here in Toronto this weekend. Get your Ultra gear because you'll be able to cheer your team on in just 2.5 weeks as they head to Vegas, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just little things. This team is close. I think they know it. You saw the frustration there from Scrap. I mean, even just that last round, I know we'll break it down, but man, just I think just second guessing themselves a little bit. Maybe the pressure gets to them. There were some simple things. I'm sure they'll go back, watch the VOD, and be even more pissed off. Honestly, you had numbers advantage. You have that bomb down. That's just something you have to close on out. But you know what? A couple of weeks, this team, we know that they can play with the best. We saw it versus FaZe. We saw it there again versus New York. Who knows? They are a contender.
Here is your scuff play of the game, and this one, of course, belongs to the Subliners, who play spoiler in Toronto. Walk me through this one. You said KiSMET got by Nameless. How'd he pull this off?
Dude, I don't know what happened here, if he jumped on the wall, how he got around, but he gets past. They're inside a top canteen. There's just so many angles to watch, and then he finds the kill onto Scrapz, and simultaneously, you have HyDra in a one-on-one with an SMG versus an AR. And to me, that was the story of New York throughout this map. The close engagements around Cantina, the SMGs kept winning the gunfights against the ARs.
Ali, last time it was Toronto in a Game 5. New York comes out with revenge on Championship Sunday as they power into our top 3. Well, what is your takeaway from this series? Because we are going to see both of these teams playing for champs.
I think both these teams can take a lot away from this series. New York obviously needs to start cleaning up that hotel control because that was masterclass from the side of Toronto Ultra. On the side of Toronto Ultra, they have to start cleaning up those hard points. They lost them to Atlanta FaZe as well earlier on. That's kind of been the nail in the coffin for them when it comes to these top teams. And also they allowed New York to control the pace a lot of the times in those 1 and 4s as well. So I think they can learn that once they kind of don't fall into the trap that can be New York of HyDra going 30 and 20, they'll be okay.
They let KiSMET off the leash, and now New York powers into your losers bracket final. Let's break this one down for you here. Joe, walk me through the bracket. How did we get to this point in the tournament?
A lot of 3-0s. Yeah, a lot of 3-0s. We're right there. These two had, you know, 2 back-to-back Game 5s, Ultra in New York, but Ultra, you know, they drop down. They lose 3-1, a very close match versus Atlanta FaZe. They then go down 3-0 LA Thieves. They set up this rematch. For New York, they just took care of business. That's a 9-0 map count. They're now, what, 12-2 in their last 4 matches, rolling from losers round 1. No surprise there, but then up top, it's Atlanta FaZe just waiting to see who will win between Røkkr and NYSL coming up next.
Save your seat, Toronto lock in. Just 2 matches remain here in the final major of 2023. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we have that elimination final. And while you're waiting for that to kick off, get your gear already. I see so many of you claiming your drops in the chat. Congratulations. If you didn't get your drop yet, just be patient. Get ready to claim. And also, go claim your champs pack. We've got a bundle fit for a king, complete with new operator skins, weapon blueprints, and more. Rule of the battle. Get your 2023 Call of Duty League champs pack available now with God points. And of course, Joey D's favorite, the Deep Water 2 blueprints. Doesn't matter what range, you can do damage with this thing.
I love the water, so there's nothing like Deep Water 2.
I thought so.
I gotta get this when I'm back home.
HyDra's biggest fan. We gotta go to commercial break. When we come back, the Røkkr take the stage once again. We'll see you after this.
Go Patty.
Welcome back, everybody. Beautiful people here in the venue. We got Study, Ali, Nameless here at the desk. Study, awesome cast. Finally, you broke your curse. You got a Game 4 and a Game 5, my man.
Yeah, that was awesome, man. That was a great series from start to finish. I can't believe that Toronto Ultra win the control and somehow lose the series. That's the first time that's ever happened, but New York, they move on, man.
Can I get the Jeremy Stud prediction? Do we see that rematch in Vegas?
I believe so. I believe so, man. Like, both of those two teams, they bring the best out of each other, so I wouldn't be mad if we see that again.
Let's take one last look at our bracket and Study. I know your bracket is the worst out of anyone here at the desk.
100%.
So walk me through this one. Where did you get shocked the most this weekend?
All right, yeah, it definitely starts in winners round run. Florida Mutineers eliminated OpTic Texas. They were the heavy favorite going into the tournament. I definitely did not see that. But I was also in believing of the Vegas Legion hype train. For them to go all the way to champs, and unfortunately they get cut short by the Subliners, who've been playing outstanding ever since they made it to losers bracket.
Incredible stuff from the Subliners since then as they rattle off 1, 2, 3, now 4 victories, looking for a 5th on their road to the championship match. But the Røkkr are in front of them. The good news for both of these teams, though, you're locked in for champs. In fact, we have all 8 teams that'll be playing here in just 3 weeks come June 15th. Ali, walk me through this list. Who are the juggernauts to look out for in Vegas?
We just saw 2 of them. Toronto and York Subliners clearly making a case for themselves. Obviously, you want to put LA Thieves in that conversation as well. If they don't start an elimination bracket here, maybe things go a different way, but it does suck we're not going to have Vegas Legion having the little home crowd advantage, but I'm excited. It's been a while since we've been to Vegas.
Brightest lights, the biggest stars, it's all going down in the desert. Join us in just a few weeks as we'll be at the Thomas and Mack Center there at University of Las Vegas. The grand finals of the 2023 season with $2.3 million up for grabs. Let's take a look at our squads that are moving on. Seattle Surge dodge a bullet this week as Vegas falls just short. It'll be the Surge playing at champs.
I don't know about dodging a bullet. They might have round 1 Atlanta FaZe, even though that's a tale as old as time.
And of course, you can all watch it live. Nameless, they got tickets for sale. I know most of them are out, but we just released a new set for the audience members who want to get in last minute.
Listen, scan the QR code. And first of all, this crowd has been insane. I was just saying to you guys, I hope the champs crowd is even louder. We know how ridiculous the games are going to be. There's no shot we get 3-0s at champs. I can't. It's not going to happen.
You're jinxing it.
And of course, we want to know who you think deserves to be on the All-Star team come Vegas. Close June 2nd is voting, so get your votes in right now. Scan that QR code and join the community as we vote in the top 4 players of the year, as well as our All-Stars. And speaking of some All-Stars, can we highlight some of these guys this week? In Florida Mutineers shocking everybody with a 3-0 over OpTic. And if you're looking for the best performance in hardpoint this weekend, it actually came from Capsule, a 1.46 alley when he's playing in this game mode.
Yeah, and it was good to see when the pressure was on as well. They had nothing left to lose. Florida Mutineers, you know, the last time they were going to be able to load up on this game in the main stage, and Capsule put a show on for everybody, trying to make a name for himself, possibly moving into next year. So big ups to them in Florida for doing what they could.
We got the full leaderboard here to take a look at Nameless. All right, let's take a breakdown here. Hardpoint stars. Drazah's on that list. Scrapz is on that list. A little bit surprising to me, but Cellium and Simp, no surprise to see our team in the winner bracket final putting up numbers like that.
I was going to say, yeah, throughout this major, I feel like it's been like some of the unexpected players on teams turning up in hardpoint. You know, people trying to leave their last mark, last impression, as you see Joe Deceives on there, Scrapz, and then also Simp on FaZe. Like, he's been the last guy on the team that you'd point out to have pop-off performances, and he has been unbelievable, getting a ton of damage and kills in HP this weekend.
Keep your votes coming for our S&D studs as well. If you're looking for a breakout performance, how about my guy from the London Royal Ravens? The Ravens get their first land victory, in big part to this man, Yuli dropping a 1.5 per round. This man is getting picks almost every single time, and if he doesn't, he's going to get to the next round, Jay.
Oh, yeah, that's what Yulu is doing all throughout this weekend, man. More specifically on this El Asilo, how many 2-pieces did we see him make? How many clutches did we see him make? This is a rookie who was definitely thrown into the fire with this roster, and now he's low-key started to make a name for himself, and he's a lot more consistent of a player, so I'm excited to see how he continues to grow.
He started at the bottom of the challengers pool, and he has climbed all the way to the top, arriving at the CDL in 2023, and he's going to top your S&D leaderboard going into our last 2 matches of the night. Once again, though, I noticed FaZe on this list, and it's 2 players. Cellium's out, Slasher subs in, and if you're looking at their final game mode and control, this team is looking dominant. All 3 in our top 8 once again here, Study.
That's unbelievable, man. That is unbelievable what Atlanta FaZe are able to do every single time. They've been that low-key, like, putting beatdowns right now.
They're the best respawn team.
Yeah, without question. They're the best S&D team, and now they're looking like the best respawn team in the game. They are just unreal when they're all firing on all cylinders, and these are 3 main guys who have been doing it all weekend long.
Ali, if you were going to vote for an all-star based on control performances alone, is he on this leaderboard? Who did you like this season?
No, it would have to be aBeZy, but again, we always blink and forget that Cellium is literally God on the map, a 1.71 in control. He's just too good, dude. Like, when you think about Atlanta FaZe, you think about Cellium, like, we're all just numb to the fact that he's consistently almost going double positive across every single game mode.
So true.
Unreal.
It's so true. Like, we just expect it. Like, I see Cellium there, and right now I'm just like blocking him out. I'm like, dude, Slasher's frying. You know what I'm saying? Because you just expect him to go off.
Somebody stole his hat, man. He's angry. Let's take a look at what was else going down here in the venue. It wasn't just the Call of Duty League. We had the challenger scene popping. The passion pit was sweaty, and at the end of it, Sleeveless Doug powers back into a top 3, this time with a little bit of bonus Thieves today on Champ Sunday.
Yeah, let's go, Doug Sensor Martin. Also, Snoopy, I heard, was going off now.
Oh, yeah. Talk me through this, Ali. You've been watching a lot of challengers, and there is a whole lot of hype around this Snoopy kid. Is he the next player to rise up to the top like Scrapz did this year?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, the hype around players like that, it's usually like this is their first big chance to prove themselves on LAN, and I feel like he's definitely done that for himself and all the rumors.
And we got to give a shout out to the French squad that wanted challengers this year. Have you ever seen Europeans as strong as they are right now in 2023?
No, I have not, man. It's always been a fight between them and the NA players, but just the way that they're doing it in challengers, who is the guy? Like aBeZy? I heard he's the best player and he's the next guy up. So if he continues to win, I can't wait to see him next year.
We stole HyDra from France. It seems like we got a few more players to steal. I'm going to drink some water while we take a look at what else is coming up today. Nameless, I'm fired up for these last 2 series, and we're giving the players a minute to get ready for this. So while we're doing that, we got to talk a little bit about another competition. Our co-host has been doing something special when she's not on this desk. She is grinding on her laptop, getting ready for these competitions. The WXC is coming to a close. Ali, why don't you go ahead and tell me about it?
Yeah, we just finished our first season. Shout out to TST Phoenix, who was our grand champs at the end of it all. It was 3 weeks of seeding. It was really exciting matches, and our #1 seed actually didn't end up bringing it home in the end. It's just been great. It's been great to see the support. It's been great to see everybody come behind it, and especially here at the event, I've even had plenty of women come up to me and tell me that they loved watching it and they want to be a part of it and how to do it. And it's just been really humbling, to be honest. The matches, I mean, we had some insane series. And even some of the girls here played in challengers as well. Kelsey Rooney was here, T was here. I even got to see Audie as she was in attendance, FDL. It's been unreal, and I can't wait to continue to do it and continue to grow the women's scene. And I've never seen as many professionals talk about the women's scene more than I have in the past couple of months, and I feel like that's been pretty surreal to see. But yeah, we had our grand finals. Shout out to TST Phoenix, and shout out to TST for hanging out and watching us, and shout out to Overall as well for picking up Tsunami. It's been a hell of a couple of
Wait, is that TST like Team Summertime? Hitch picked up a crew?
Summertime, yes. They picked up Phoenix right before our finals, and they were able to take it home.
Those graphics go crazy, Ali.
Yeah. Incredible stuff from Ali Cat. Show her some love on Twitter, and if you want to get involved, just ask her questions in person. We got to go to a break. When we come back, Minnesota is ready. They got the Subliners up next for a spot in the championship. Welcome back. It's your elimination final. Subliners taking on Røkkr for the honor of playing Atlanta FaZe for the Toronto title. $200,000 in a first place still up for grabs. And this is going to be an epic series to see who is going to match up strongest against the team from Atlanta. Subliners recently taken down Toronto. They're coming off that Game 5. They've got the hype. Minnesota winless on a championship Sunday coming in, Jay.
Yeah, that's scary, man, because they got beat down by Atlanta FaZe. At least for New York, they went all the way to a Game 5, and they got the clutch. So they're coming off a victory. Minnesota coming off of a loss, a really bad loss. How fast can Minnesota shake that one off? Because New York, they're ready.
Let's take a look here at our Subliners monster pre-game keys. What do you got for me, Nameless? When you're looking at this squad, how do they continue to impress in Toronto?
Well, first of all, I mean, these guys have been incredible. The tandem of KiSMET and HyDra are almost unstoppable at this point. I want to give a shout out to the coaching staff, though. I think Sender and D-Ro have done an incredible job. First of all, instilling that confidence in them, which is something that they've needed. But also, when you look at what they've done, like getting rid of Mercado, that adjustment going into that series was huge. Squaring up on Hotel, being confident in your team, you take that hard point, which leads to you then having your better map in the Game 4, which I think was the difference in the series. You win both those hard points, you lock it up, which is why they didn't have to win the control. So for your Monster Energy pregame, HyDra is playing like the best player in the world. He hasn't skipped a beat from online to LAN. That is so impressive. And then hard points at this major have been their strongest mode, 6-1, in part due to the veto process, how well the coaching staff has done.
Subliners have been on a roll, making it 3 straight through the losers bracket, trying to bounce out another team. But Ali, on the other side of this matchup, you have a Røkkr team that is consistently playing different from most of our top tier squads. What have you seen from Minnesota, and how could they potentially make a run for a rematch against Atlanta?
I'm looking at Fame. I mean, he has been simply that guy on LAN for this entire event. Before the qualifiers, he had a .87 overall. Here at Major number 5, a 1.18. He went from a .69 in Surge to a 1.38. The guy is just different when it comes to the main stage. So they need him to keep up that consistency and that sling. And when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, obviously, you just got a really hard L to the Atlanta FaZe. You're looking for that redemption, but you have to make it through the New York Subliners first. So they have to find opportunities for first bloods. And New York Subliners in the previous series got 7 first bloods on that Mercado S&D. That's going to be in this series, and they were able to lock that up. So Minnesota Røkkr, do some review of the last series, and don't get caught up.
Jay, I got the maps. I got the modes. You ready for these?
Yeah, I'm ready. Show me them, baby.
Let's take a look.
Come on.
We're starting with Hardpoint. This is the Subliners' best game mode. They are 6-1, and they'll try and start off 7-1 as they take Hotel. After that, Mercado Game 2, El Asilo for Control Game 3, Mercado again for Game 4, and we'll close things out on Hotel.
You're feeling fantastic if you're the Subliner. You're starting off with the Hotel HP. You just played that versus Toronto. You were able to get a lot of breaks to lead to a W. And then the Mercado S&D, they just had it in the Game 5. They were making the adjustments, man.
I think, like, you can be a little worried, though. Do you remember Fame's nades on Mercado searches?
Yeah, those were good. Hopefully New York's trophies are better.
Don't forget, you know, New York, when it gets to that Asilo control, it's a 50-50 every single time, and that is game number 3 in this series. So if you're a Minnesota Røkkr fan, you just watch a New York game, you're sitting there like, we're about to get smoked. It can be pretty close, I'll be honest. Those games 2 and 3 are important.
And I think that game 2, you mentioned it, Fame's grenades, are they the best in the league right now? Because he's doing things that we've seen in Challengers, bringing in some secret tips that he hasn't shown us in any of our online qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, he had a nade, I think it was all the way back P7 lot. He threw it over Barber and it landed top plat, but they're coordinating them really well. I don't know how they get it off before the other team every time.
So Minnesota, always fun to watch on Mercado, but you just saw KiSMET take over for the Subliners in that final round. Ali, if you are a Røkkr fan in this venue, who is the star to shut down? HyDra, KiSMET, do you need to do both?
If we're talking about search and destroy, you need to shut down Skyz. I think his snipes, like, skyrocketed their first couple of rounds and put them in really comfortable position. I mean, the guy went like 10-7 or something in that map number 5 in Mercado, and he's pulling out the sniper on every map. We've seen it on Hotel. We've seen it on Embassy. He's getting these first picks, so they're going to have to counter it somehow.
We got Bryson Tunn on the mic for this one. They have gone to a Game 4. Can we get to a Game 5 tonight, Study?
I think so, man. I think if Røkkr come out and at least answer early on into the series, I feel like if they take the map number 1, this has the ability to go 5. So that's got to be their recipe to success.
Minnesota tying their career high so far in 2023 with a 3rd place. Will they be able to raise a trophy with this current lineup? Well, you got to get through the Subliners. And if you're looking at your match metrics, They're in favor of the Subliners, a squad that is on the top 4 leaderboard almost every single time throughout this entire season. They've shown us consistency, always a dangerous squad. Minnesota, do they have a strength in this best of 5 that you think they can pull out?
I think they're a solid control team. I think for Minnesota, the thing they kind of have when it comes to this specific matchup is that when the pressure is on, they usually perform. Now, against New York Subliners, their whole team identity is the amount of pace that they set on the map. KiSMET and HyDra are just literally flying at you consistently. And so I think for Minnesota Røkkr, if they can get used to that pace, aka if Fame can get comfortable, if Bance can match KiSMET in the likes of getting some routes and playing like a rat, then I think Minnesota might possibly have some opportunity in this series.
3 teams remain at the end of this match. Only 2 will be playing for the championship. It's time to get your elimination finals started as we send it down to the stage with Lord Lando.
Alrighty, Toronto, it is time for your elimination final. Minnesota Røkkr taking on the New York Subliners, and well, when these 2 teams have been up previously, it has been crazy pretty much every time. In fact, 2 occasions it's gone down to a Game 5, round 11. But this bad boy, this is what it's all about. Whoever makes it through this series will face off against Atlanta FaZe in our grand finals. But now it is time to introduce our teams. We're starting off with the boys who are in the midst of an unbelievable run in the elimination bracket. Stand clear for the New York Subliners. HyDra, Skyz, KiSMET, and Priestahh, the New York Subliners.
It seems like everybody forgot about the New York Subliners. These are the Major 1 champions. They won in December, and they're looking to get a championship in 2023. HyDra has been insane, but don't forget, the MVP on that stage was also KiSMET, so they're expecting to get another W and play FaZe in the final. It's going to be a good game, though. Let's bring out Minnesota from up north.
Let's do it, Nameless. We've met the New York Subliners, and now it is time to meet their opponent. They're looking for the rebound, hot off of a loss versus the Atlanta FaZe. How will they manage to handle adversity? But for those who forget, this is what they've been doing all season long, and now is their opportunity to do it on the brightest of stages. Toronto, make some noise for the Minnesota Røkkr! Bance, Cammy, Fame, and Attach, the Minnesota Røkkr.
We have had a different winner at every single major so far this year, and the Minnesota Røkkr are the last team looking to grab a chip. All serious faces across the board, and there's no better stage to solidify the Kings of the North than at the Toronto Major. They have to get through the New York Subliners. Can they keep up with the pace? I'm ready to get this match started, Lando.
It's going to be a blast, Allie. Toronto is ready. I'm seeing some wild signs over in the crowd. Everybody is ready for this matchup. Who will move on to the grand finals? We will find out right now. Bryce and Ton, take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Lando. Yes, we are here. And if you had Atlanta FaZe, New York, and Røkkr in your top 3, we probably had a really good pick-em, to be honest with you, because I don't think anyone else actually did. But we have to find out who goes through into that grand final. New York, you've been on a run, or Røkkr, who just suffered a loss?
Yeah, for Røkkr, it's about that bounce back. You have to be significantly better than you were this morning. They came out very, very flat. And for the side of New York Subliners, just keep doing what you're doing. Silence the home crowd a little bit. I'd imagine the home crowd will now probably be on Røkkr's side. So let's see which way the crowd will swing. But I think it's a tougher one to call. A lot of people will be leaning towards the side of the New York Subliners. But for Røkkr, they've looked good most of the weekend. Yes, okay, you go against the FaZe side, but FaZe have been making everyone look pretty silly. So can Røkkr now bounce back and find that form again?
Well, here's the rub. Here's the issue. Here's the problem that we are going to have to be honest about. Røkkr have not had the strongest of opponents. They've not had LA Thieves. They've not had anybody but Atlanta to really test them at this event so far. And with a hot New York coming out of that last game, Røkkr are going to have regained fully. They are going to have to find a different level to take down this team. New York knows what it takes to win a major. Røkkr have not been there before.
New York Subliners starting this game in the same way they did the last on Greenberg Hotel Hardpoint. Impressive there, as they have been pretty much all year long when it has come down to it. HyDra and Co are such a hard team to deal with. Can Minnesota Røkkr do anything about this resurging New York Subliners roster? Or can Subliners solidify a date with FaZe in the grand finals?
Well, we will see. They go towards it as well, but it looks like they have woken up this time, at least getting a few kills on a P1. I actually overheard a conversation earlier between Attach and JCap. Attach says, yeah, I was just asleep this morning, just not a good start for us, but what have they done in the meantime to regain forward as well? 20 points straight on the board off of P1. It's not a bad soak for Røkkr. New York, though, will be looking to put the damage in around P2.
Good shots coming in from Priestahh. Yeah, putting the damage down. Minnesota Røkkr finding 20 over towards P1 is probably going to be influential, because you look over towards it for the side of New York, 189 points over P1 to P3 on 2 different rotations this morning, going up against, of course, Toronto Ultra. So it's going to be important that Røkkr do not let too much bleeding happen over towards these first few hills. It is going to be the spawn time, the control over towards the backside now for Minnesota Røkkr, trying to find a breakthrough from the stairs. Fame very much on his own. Spawn over towards the dual side as Minnesota Røkkr slow to the punch here with a slight lead heading over towards P2.
Fame being on the back stairs, it could be the key that they need. Trying to stay alive, Bance going to reinforce. They have got players in the area they need. Unfortunately, the other team has a KiSMET and a HyDra and a clear and a wipe and a hold.
10 seconds to go before this lead changes hands. New York Subliners holding this so effectively as they did this morning as well. The kills just not flying through for Røkkr. They got massively outslayed by FaZe, and so far so good for Subliners. Cammy though can't answer back. Spawns towards the backside now for Røkkr with 20 seconds to go. They're just going to lick their wounds and move over towards the kitchen side. I think Minnesota Røkkr maybe get 1 or 2 points. Bearing in mind the Scrapz is still here though. They would like that as well.
So we get one last chow. Attach will have it, but it will all be about this rotation. HyDra and KiSMET moving into action. The SMG of Fame will be the first man here for Røkkr. It's all about whether or not he can survive the pressure.
Both these two teams with very strong hold percentage. So it's going to be about these rotations, but Fame, no communication coming on through. He has no idea which way they're pushing from. It's a wonderful rotation from the Subliners, and it's a very, very good start. May well find themselves ever slightly behind, but that is about to change hands now. New York Subliners have just been first to the punch over P2 and P3. It's been hard for Røkkr to find a break, and they find one here at Kitchen.
This is unbelievable. New York have been different today. They have been different this weekend. Suffered a loss, but will not conquer these guys. Gunning everybody. KiSMET will clean out Kitchen as well. And Minnesota find nothing on the rotation.
As I said at the top of the game, P2, P3, and P1 have been fantastic for the New York Subliners. And we're getting another good example of that. Cammy will pick up the final 15 seconds or so for the side of Minnesota Røkkr. Big kill coming in from Priestahh on rotation. You get attached in that sort of position, then maybe Minnesota Røkkr can get something going. Bance will then find himself there, will get taken down. Rotation again. That's 3 out of 3, other than P1 for the New York Subliners.
I will say this though, Røkkr are not that far behind P1. The numbers they got there have kept them in the race. Can Minnesota turn their forces around though? HyDra still going to be alive. This is a problem when they push in different directions. You'll see Minnesota getting in. It's a big gunfight for Skyz. Opens the door, allows the rest of the Subliners to now make a move onto this. They have the prime position.
Bance is in a good position over towards the couch's side, but he needs everybody else to do their job. Bance gets taken down. Spawns towards the back now for Røkkr. They've got to force their way through. Can't get past the dog of KiSMET. 10 and 6 to kick things off. New York Subliners starting to get a bit more of a comfortable lead. Those rotations will do that. Yes, Røkkr are keeping it close, but it doesn't usually bode well if you've lost 3 out of 3 rotations. Still this hold coming in from New York Subliners. The trades come through, and again, it's looking like another 15 or 20 towards the end in Scrap. For Minnesota Røkkr, it will not be that first time. It looks like they're going to have a rotation in their favor. Can they actually do something with it?
That's what we're looking for. HyDra and Cammy going toe-to-toe in the middle. Nothing yet so far. New hill, a new restaurant, a new opportunity. But New York spread across this map like a plague. They are ready to hit every angle. Restaurant is now under siege.
Kill coming in on the Cammy, so Kitchen is now wide open. Attach Bance combining well, though. Bance will find another. The break was looking good for Subliners. They'll take the small win of having Kitchen control, though. Are they going to be able to find the kill on the pinch as well? They've got to get rid of Priestahh. If you are Minnesota, then you have to worry about the Kitchen push. That's now coming on through. 2v2 on the site.
They managed to get a good hold so far, but pressure's still flying. Bance and Fame holding this for the time being. Røkkr looking to go back into the lead here, but New York are unrelenting with every attack flying from the angles.
but it is gunfights, it is trades and positioning that give Minnesota the advantage here.
Really good job by Minnesota. You talked about them keeping themselves in it after 4 rotations weren't there. This time they get the rotation and find themselves in the lead. Something they haven't been able to get this time around though is kitchen control. They want to try and get rid of HyDra and Co, who are already trying to lock these spawns in as we head over towards Glass in 1 second's time. Bance has made his way over. 4 spree for him. Knows that New York will be here. Checks the corners. Deduces exactly where he should be. And I know where Skyz is. Can he find the gunfight? Not quite. Minnesota Røkkr not too bad of a job, obviously, over towards the restaurant. But first one's here. Over towards the glass side. It's going to be the Subliners.
That's a great kill from Skyz. Going to hold them off for just a few more seconds longer. Attack, trying to do everything he can, but it's such a tight angle. And Cammy will find a kill, but KiSMET, they have the better position. New York, they got this rotation first, and they just not allowed Røkkr back in.
Yeah, KiSMET in a good position over towards the kitchen side. Can get those AR fights. Just a little bit more difficult for Røkkr to break from the front. This has really been about the rotations all the way through. The majority of the time going over to the team that the first one's there, and it just seems to be the formula for both these 2 squads on Hotel so far.
And now as we come to the final cusp of this hill, we go back into the rotation, a slight lead for New York. But it has been a game of inches, a game of minute decisions. This is nowhere near done. Somebody needs a big hole, somebody needs a 60 to get some daylight.
Minnesota Røkkr did close that gap ever so slightly. It was looking a little bit chalked after 3 and 4. But they really do need to look for a good rotation over towards P2 here. When it does come down to it in terms of the statistics, you look at it, P2 for New York. They are the 2nd best team in the game on that hill. Minnesota way down at the bottom. They must have a good rotation. They must stop any sort of heavy bleeding that potentially could go on over towards this P2 hill when we go there in 30 seconds. But still, time to play for over towards P1. Right now, it's New York in the prime position.
Bance just waiting for KiSMET as well, and he's just been there for so long in connector, but it isn't going to go their way. They aren't getting the points they want to. They aren't got the rotation either. And look at that minimap. It is a kitchen spawn for Røkkr. They will have to fight just to get Scrapz time on P1.
13 seconds to go. You got to get moving. You got to start finding some kills in the middle of the map and just hope that the Bermuda triangle of spawns comes in your favor over towards P1. But the kills coming through at the crucial time. And there it is, the triangle. One at kitchen, one at bedroom. You've got to deal with KiSMET towards the back. He's holding it down all on his own. Looking like the rotation's going to come in for Subliners over towards P2 alongside a 30-point lead.
At the moment, New York holding, just waiting. Trying to absorb the pressure coming through, but Bance and Cammy will get 2, and Røkkr, they swipe into this as well. Røkkr won't have known how the Chaos Walls have gone through, but KiSMET gets 2 towards the back of New York. They have the good spawn, they're going to fly back into this one as well, and Røkkr have been rebuffed, they've been pushed out. Let's find out how they're feeling in the comms.
Close got me. KiSS is broken. KiSS is broken. KiSS is broken. KiSS is going to be rotate.
I'm rolling with you.
KiSS is going to be rotate.
One C1 going to go big.
We can bring it back on this.
Yep.
Honestly, shit.
Do you have my mid?
Yeah, right. One stab. Dub really weak. One can be connected.
Right.
Nice. Yeah, he's already in this. Yeah, nice, huge.
We're looking for.
Yo, do you have the right? Yeah.
Yeah, I have all the right.
Okay, I have middle.
Yo, we're looking for HyDra.
Okay, I have middle, boys.
Okay. I
have all the right. Mid is open.
You play mid desk, and I can just hold connector from back.
Team shoot this.
Okay.
Nice.
Standing over you.
I'm pulling mid, boys.
I'll play my top E6.
One bricks.
Nice, guys.
One bricks. He's close, Kev.
They could go low right. They could go low right, Cam. Or your top.
I'm about to help them. Let's change, Cam. Dark right. Yeah, dark. In time. Nice.
Top out.
Close.
Nice. Watch out to dark, probably.
I spawn front, boys. They spawn in the back.
Spawn in the back and couches.
I stun you connector, okay? It could be connector. Let me know when you got it.
Looking at dark.
Where? He's back door.
One dark on me.
Dark. Give me back door. Watch back door, Kev.
No. Hold my dark.
Connector. Pinch shoot.
Yeah, One more.
Yeah, dark.
Nice,
boys.
I'm gonna cut 2 couches.
Listen.
I'm two couches, guys.
Yo, I'm gonna get on check.
Dark.
I'm not blocking B dumb. I'm going to check
I'm
it.
going couches. Wait.
We're good. I think you give me up.
No, he's naded.
Yes.
1C1.
Wait, one more. Yo, let's go.
I'm on new, guys.
I'm sitting back.
Yo, I spawn middle, boys. I'm backing up.
Low bed.
Yeah, we're blocking. I have big, okay?
Okay.
I need top 1 bed.
2 bed, man. I have big. One's going couches. They're going to shout front. They're going to push out.
Give it up.
I'm hitting on mid. Help.
They're going to be front on mid.
Broken dead.
Yep. On me, D1, guys. On me, D1.
D1 challenge. He choked. He's close.
Back spot, weak boys.
And clear and concise comms from Minnesota do get them back into this game. They had the rotation, they've lost it. 20 seconds now for New York.
Oh, it was just a wonderful break for New York Subliners. Fantastic work for Røkkr. We'll have to revisit though, because this game's going down to the wire. New York Subliners just chipping away though. They're going to be about 10 seconds away. All of Røkkr full. New York Subliners, it's their map one to lose.
And there is nothing they can do, surely. Minnesota Røkkr are falling by the wayside. Skyz guns one. Cammy's going to fall as well. Attack will get a kill, but it's 2-0. It's too late. It's New York for the first win on map number 1. Keep on rocking. And a valiant effort there for Minnesota in kitchen. We heard in the comms, they set up for it, they held it. But it all went wrong on the rotation ton.
And I want to say that was the first time we've really seen a big fumble on a rotation from one of these two teams. Every single time the rotation was locked, that team picked up so much time. But that final rotation, New York managed to wipe them off the face of the planet, and they will take the game from that. Really good job from New York. And for me as well, it was as we were going to the listening, P2 again. It looked like Røkkr were going to find a break. They didn't because of KiSMET just staying alive on the stairs for about 5 seconds or so. He was the only one from Subliners anywhere near P2. Stays alive on the stairs. His team spawned over towards the spot side because of that. And then all of a sudden they can walk away, get themselves that little bit closer. And as I said, a valiant effort in terms of the comeback from Røkkr. It was a sensational hold over towards kitchen. Couldn't do anything wrong at all. But New York Subliners beat them to the punch when in max.
Yeah, and I've got to say, realistically, New York looked better every step of the game. Over and over again, rotations, kills, slaying. There was only a few highlights really for Røkkr. P1, they did pretty well on. Restaurant, they had a good hold, and that last kitchen one as well is what kept them in the game. Unfortunately, it is not a 3-hill meta. You have to get more on the others.
It's really just rotations every single time for these two teams. Cammy did a great job over towards this side. And you see Røkkr were the first ones here, had the back spawns and just get peeled off the hill. Really good work from the Subliners, everybody chipping in at different times. And this Subliners team look like a scary prospect. They're getting a bit of momentum here throughout this losers bracket. They've still got 2 more maps that they have to win. But FaZe will be looking at this and be very aware that New York Subliners have got the wind in their sails right now.
And look at that massive outslay.
Huge.
A 1.22 to a 0.82. KiSMET, the dog is in him. 1.42 in the end. HyDra doing work as well. But I want to go back and talk about the comms because I feel like we never got a chance to talk about them. Because realistically, we came back so late in the game, it was almost over. Røkkr, when you listen to this, probably the clearest comms we've had. I don't know if they've got different microphones or something, but you could hear every word, every setup they were trying to figure out, from the double shot to I've got your mid. There was bad timing on Cammy from HyDra in the end. You got through, but it was a great example of how clear it can be when the players are in the right positions.
Yeah, and I think it really pays testament to that hold percentage that both these two teams have. I believe both in the top 3 when it comes down to Hotel, Hardpoint, and we got a really good example as to why that really works for these teams. You heard that Bance and Fame, like you can hear actually Fame questioning. He's like, oh, I'll watch this, and then Bance, the veteran, is redirected. He's like, no, let's both watch this. If the child comes through, we can swivel over. No problem. You could hear it. The cogs are whirling in your head as you're listening to exactly what happens. You've got such a clear picture. But ultimately, the problem was that they didn't win enough those rotations to allow those comms to work for them, because so many times that guy right there and the rest of Subliners found the way and found the kills first. And every single time that they were set up, it was so hard for Røkkr to break.
Well, that's one other thing, actually. If you're hitting the comms now, I'm no expert in reading language in that way, but a little bit of fear. We've not found HyDra. We don't know where he is. Where has he gone? And they kind of knew exactly what they had to do to find him first. But while we go about the last game, let's talk about the rest of this major. This is Subliners on LAN. This is how good they have been. Major 1, the champions. Not a great run after that. Major 2 and Major 3, not fantastic. Major 4, though, 2 and 2, they came top 4, but Major 1 was losers bracket time.
Yeah, it was a really big run through the losers bracket as well. Looking over those 4, kind of a little bit of a poo sandwich. Not too good in the middle, but great on the outside. Lovely stuff from the Subliners to kick off the season, and not too bad at the last major. They have started to get back into things here and have looked very, very scary since they lost to Ultra on day number 1. Everyone has been getting it. And they are looking to continue against Minnesota Røkkr here with a confident search and destroy. Røkkr, for me, you know, in their resurgence as a team, since they have been looking a lot better, it's been their hard points that have been making the difference. They lose map number 1, backs firmly against the wall.
Well, let's see. New York looking for a historic run here, Ton. And this map favors them.
It does. 4-1 for the side of the New York Subliners. Hadn't really played it that much at all, but very recently it's entered the rotation and they've been doing well on it. For the side of Røkkr, sitting at 3-6, but a lot of the time they are going down to the very final rounds. Not quite able to clutch up, but they have been there or thereabouts for the most of the time. New York Subliners, it's a big B hit coming in over ready. Watching Skyz, but we really need to be keeping an eye on what's going on with Bance. He's got 3 members of New York Subliners on his way in. HyDra's the first to fall. Bance can't find the second, or can he? It's attached here to help the round as best of the life.
And how on earth he stayed alive there? They actually had him stun chained. They knew he was going to be here. Attach is going hunting with him as well. Attach moving into a position, and Skyz with the sniper has found one, but will not find the second. That round is over. Røkkr with the first blood.
Really good job from the Minnesota Røkkr. Bance does well enough, and well, it's round number 1, so you're going to get that information coming on through. You're going to hear these players make the push from the B side. You'll be hearing stomp, 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 stomp. That sounds like a Frenchman that's about to fly at me. And rightfully so, he holds it down. The rest of his team here to help him out as well. Good job from Attach, and that's something that, you know, he's really going to help the side with in terms of the search and destroy. The man is icy, to say the least. Feels like a round that Røkkr needed to kick things off here after that close defeat in map number 1. Now it's their turn on the attacking side. Keep an eye on these nades. They were very effective with them in previous iterations of Mikado S&D over this weekend. Get some air control now. What can they do with it?
This side control, they're going to try and just clear it out first, but KiSMET has already made a move. This causes problems for Minnesota. They're worried now about the flank as well, and Cammy will fall outnumbered.
Fame gets the stretch. KiSMET can do nothing about that. Now it has to be a 3 versus 4 hold. And where does the push come from? From New York Subliners. Skyz has been so effective with this tool all weekend long, and now they just enforce over towards the side. Here we go. KiSMET inside a cantina finds Bance. 2v4, making it 2v3.
KiSMET can get it. No, it's Fame who gets 2. Still outnumbered. HyDra will bring it back. It's a 1 versus 2 now. Deadzon's going to be popped. Attach. Last one alive. Time is on his side, but he must stay for a few more seconds. Finds the first. Cannot get out of there. They work in concert. New York Subliners with the retake.
3 spree for HyDra. And him inside of Cantina is just such an issue. He finds the kill on the flank. That's when the damage is really starting to be done. And then when him and KiSMET get inside of Cantina unscathed, very difficult for Røkkr to do anything with it. 1 apiece. And I'm keen to keep an eye on Skyz. That sniper has been really, really effective for the team. Kind of continue to be so. 1 and 2 from him now. Keep an eye on Skyz.
Well, let's see. And I don't want to put anything out into the atmosphere, Ton, but Major 2 vibes I was getting the other day. And Røkkr took that L in the winners bracket against Atlanta FaZe. They went out of the tournament very quickly after it. And with New York looking as hot as they are, will history repeat itself?
HyDra pushed up over towards the A side. What's the play here going to be for Subliners? Taking their time. Røkkr set up very well here. Subliners yet to really find some sort of pinch through. Starting to make a slow push now. Minnesota Røkkr happy to sit tight.
And they're waiting for the perfect opportunity. The coiled Viper. Everybody just trying to get in position, and HyDra strikes already. Looking for the second as well, but doesn't die. Managed to get out there in New York. Doing everything they can. Bance will get 1 back as well, but there he's going to fall. And Attach gets 1 back at the same time. A 1 versus 2. He's going to go as well. New York wait to move, but when they move big.
Yeah, and that got a little bit scary. If Attach lines them up here, it's a dangerous fight for Priestahh to take KiSMET though with the dive. It's what keeps him very much alive, and Priestahh will find the kill. 2 and 2 from him. New York Subliners 2 rounds in a row. Røkkr, it feels like they really need to find this map. Their control has been something that's bailing them out over across the season. We talked about their hard point being great brilliantly. They lose the hard point. Control coming up next. This S&D feels essential.
Well, let's see. A big push again onto A. Røkkr looking for the opportunity, but New York answering back. They've got through the nade barrage. The trophy down will work out for them. And KiSMET, the dog is barking. He finds 2. HyDra's already got loose.
There is no control here for Minnesota, but Bance wins that gunfight somehow. A 2 versus 2.
Kind of in a bit of a bad position here, though. What is Attach going to be able to do against HyDra? Oh, the knife's out, and he just swings it thin air. Subliners find the round. HyDra not too perplexed by what went on. And here we go, yeah, Attach, bullets in, knows he's close. Oh!
That would have taken his head clean off if he had hit it. But HyDra 6 and 2. And when the Phenom is feeling himself, everybody else shaking in their boots. Probably even Atlanta. New York looks so strong today.
And that's one particular strength you do look at from the Subliners. HyDra is somebody who may well cause issue. Grenades going over now for the side of the New York Subliners. Minnesota Røkkr have just hit this, but they're going to get hit by KiSMET, who doesn't find anyone but Fame towards the end. It's the SMGs of Subliners getting the job done. Minnesota Røkkr have been battered across Mikado right now.
And there is nothing, not a hope, not a prayer. New York are so confident they are just hitting them over and over again. HyDra 7 and 2, KiSMET 5 and 3. The lion's share of work.
And I want to say for Røkkr here, they're going for quite a lot of headbutts over towards A. You know, we call that all the time. Four players, heading over towards Cantina. You scrap from there. It's not working. They need to change something up here. We know so many teams can go for that rotate, try and play something a little bit smarter. You've got some very good search and destroy players on your roster if you're Røkkr. You need to change something up. The big hit over towards A is simply not working.
Well, they go for a different way this time. Minnesota, maybe the adjustment, maybe everything they need, because New York have been a different team today, and you can see a little bit of back off here. There may be a misplay. Cammy, since he does have this bomb, will not get it down very, very quickly, but New York will be looking at another retake.
New York Subliners not really getting any sort of purchase over towards this side, but here we go. Is HyDra going to go for the check? Not quite. The grenade will be there. Oh, and he stops him getting the bomb down. Skyz finds Attach and KiSMET finds Cammy. Bance is able to answer back, but it's now a 2v3 for Røkkr. 4-1 down. Leaking rounds away, leaking lives away. Can they find something out of nothing here?
Oh God, there's a Phenom. A Phenom in the battle lines. A problem. Another retake here for New York. They have great position for it as well. Back down to a 2 versus 2. This has not worked for Røkkr one time in this S&D. New York feeling confident. Will they find the players? Will they find the kills? And they're already getting towards them. But nobody so far. It is Fame for the first. HyDra gets back down to a 1v1. HyDra is weak, but he is not out.
I'd have loved to see in the gunfight between HyDra and Bance, because it looks like he spits on him. He's going to fight Fame as well. 9 and 2 from the Frenchman. 5-1 to the good. I thought they hadn't found Bance sitting behind the hedge, but it looks like HyDra just gives him the skates.
Well, the old factory to sniff him out. And I said, Minnesota, every single time, it just doesn't go their way. And there he is, HyDra, finding Bance. The movement, the pace, the positioning. And in the end, the patience to find Fame as well.
It looks like it was maybe just a little bit of bad timing from Bance when he went round one way. HyDra starts shooting him the other. It looked like a wild gunfight nonetheless. New York Subliners now 1 round away from going 2-0 up. HyDra 9 and 2. Working on something over towards the B side. Round number 1 is the first one that Minnesota Røkkr got, and it was the only one they've had so far. Well, there's a big hit from Subliners over towards the B side. Maybe that's making them rethink it. Skyz towards the middle of the map, looking to try and find a pick. Dead silent spot by somebody. Another first blood for Subliners, 4v3.
And this could be the end of it. Down to a 3 versus 3, but dead silence and loose and killing. 10 and 2 now. And there's only one player left. It's Attach in a 1 versus 3. It has been a bloodbath. It has been a beatdown. It's been a breakdown. New York have all the advantage. They held all the cards. Attach needs a miracle.
Now 6 first bloods for the side of Subliners. And Attach needs to find a 1v3 here to keep this series alive. 30 seconds to work with. Dead silence popped and very much already gone. Did KiSMET get the look on him? Yes, he did. Look at these yellow arrows now just converging onto Attach. There's one. Is the second going to follow? There it is. HyDra, 11 kills on Mikado. And New York Subliners, they're one map away from the grand final here in Toronto.
It is scary how good HyDra is today. The Major 1 champions have found that form again. It is a mismatch on the main stage with 3 teams remaining.
Minnesota Røkkr have not been able to bring that form today. We were kind of having a conversation in the green room after that FaZe game thinking, oh, their head's going to be in it. Can they recover from it? Right now, they are 2-0 down against HyDra and the boys. And this is a really, really tough spot to be in now. You're going over towards El Asilo Control. We know how good that has been for them over the season. Not great recently, though. We said backs were against the wall after map number 1. Well, you're pressed up against it now. Røkkr have to bring the reverse sweep if they want to continue their day.
And you've got to ask yourself, it seemed at points to me that maybe Minnesota were a little bit timid, a little bit hesitant. They left gaps in every defense. In every time they had a hold, they didn't want to take the gunfights. They let them in. You basically just cannot let HyDra and KiSMET into your battle lines, let them into Cantina, or you are going to fail, and fail they did. But we'll have to find out, is there anything left on the main stage in Minnesota, or New York marching to a grand final? We'll have to find out in the control. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this with more Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have a game for you in beautiful Toronto. The main stage is pumping, the games are underway, and the trophy is up for grabs. Right now, we are about to send a team to the grand final. Will it be New York, who are already ahead, or will Minnesota rise from the ashes?
You got the Toronto thing right. We were not pronouncing this here anymore. We're doing great. We got accosted outside last night about it as well. But no, we are very happy to be here in Toronto, and we are excited to get into what could be the remainder of this game in this map. But let's have a look at the Scuff play of the game. I was talking about it when it happened. It looks like HyDra did some nasty things to Benjamin Bance around the hedge, and we'll get to see it fully now. Just sees the edge of his gun, runs away, swings around the other side. We'll have that, thank you very much. And then Fame from there is in an awkward spot. Oh, it's a tough one for Bance, especially with attack there, and he just reads it like a bug. Fantastic play from the Frenchman, who just took over game number 2.
I mean, I don't even know what to say about it. HyDra just hit some speed, hit some movement, and there's nothing more to say. Bance was bamboozled, and Fame run into the gunfire, but right now, Minnesota are down bad. They got battered by Atlanta. They're being beaten by New York. Is there a way back? Can they regain? Live the dream? Is there even a blossom of hope in the breast of Røkkr, or a New York on a different level?
I mean, you kind of spoke about it in major number 2 as well. Minnesota Røkkr at that stage were flying through the tournament. Looked fantastic. It got to Sunday. They didn't win a map. We're on Sunday. They are yet to win a map. Our FaZe and New York Subliners, just a challenge too big for the Minnesota Røkkr, or can they give us a hell of a series with a reverse sweep? Well, we're getting into the control. Onto Elasilo we go. Some OpTic fans might remember Minnesota Røkkr not too bad at this map, but recently the form has very much dipped. 1-5 over their last 6 after they were perfect for so long. It's going to be a big B hit coming out from Røkkr over towards this side to try and kick it off and try to kick off the comeback.
Yeah, all about the former form. But is there anything for them here? Fame already, though, going to get that first tick in towards B. Does have some reinforcements, but has to get off the point as well. They know New York are about to descend upon them. Priestahh is here. Fame versus Priestahh, and he finds the second as well. And while Bance is coming to reinforce, it may be a second too late.
And as these kills come through for New York, it's a reminder they have got significantly better in Elasilo as Minnesota Røkkr have dropped off. You look at New York's record of 5-8. They were 1-6, 4-2 though in their last 6. And it's mostly been down to HyDra. I mean, obviously, because he finds himself inside of the middle of the map and just causes so much issue for teams when they're an attacking side, defensive side. They cannot get a look in onto HyDra. Sitting at 1-2 right now, but expect those numbers to go up as this push over towards it, starting to come through for the Minnesota Røkkr. KiSMET is there to answer things back. All New York Subliners, but slowly and surely this is ticking up for Røkkr.
Tash just trying to play 2 angles here as well as his teammates keep falling by the wayside. Second tick in for Røkkr here on A. Eventually New York are going to hit this with numbers that they can't deal with, but they have managed to. Priestahh will find Fame. Still going the way of Minnesota. They are going to get this A point.
It's over towards them, time extended. We're looking over towards Subliners, look where they're already setting themselves up, over towards that green side of things. Spawn's going to be there for Fame, so he's going to run into trouble pretty quickly. Minnesota Røkkr very much in control of the middle of the map though. And we'll look to pick their way in from the outside. Tatch will find Skyz, so first domino will fall. New York Subliners have got to hold tight here.
They've got a second. There is an opportunity. There is a potential. They've got players in the back. Bance is going with the players on spawn as well, but even if he finds this, the rest of his team has to do work as well. They're not even touching B so far. Bance is farming, but where is the rest of Røkkr and where is the rest of New York?
He's come to help his team out, but HyDra is waiting in the wings, but Bance can find 4. The spawn's still there over towards the New York Subliners side, but Røkkr are locking this one in.
They've got it. They have locked it. They have got it completely in. That is outrageous. Røkkr have finally arrived on Sunday.
It's around. It's around. Really well worked on, though. We talk about Subliners, you know, they get a hold of that field side. HyDra is sitting somewhere over towards green. Yes, I sit here. Wait. The rest of the team cannot find a way through, though. Really good work from Bance. Gets some sort of control over towards the platform side. And as the rest of Subliners are coming off the respawn, he farms them up, and the rest of the Røkkr side have only really got to deal with 2 players between the 3 of them. They do so, and they rubber stamp what is a very, very efficient attacking round to kick off map number 3.
And for New York, they want to get this round back quickly. Don't allow Minnesota to breathe. You already see they are moving. They're moving towards B in numbers as well. And Tax and Skyz might be going at it, but KiSMET is there for the trade. And they're going to get onto B already. Minnesota have stacked in the wrong direction.
It's wide open. It's completely wide open. All of a sudden, HyDra, well, probably with an SMG, is going to have pushed over towards the cliff side. He gets dealt with. So Røkkr now going to have to try and pick their way back in. Bance had to be a weak Skyz, who's sitting now at 1 and 6, but it's Bance on a 6 spree. Cruise missile now already in the back pocket, but some progress being made by Subliners over towards B. Røkkr need to stop the bleeding.
Trying to stay alive, trying to get out of there as well. Not going to happen. There's nobody here for Minnesota. New York will eventually move on to this point. That second tick is now going in. They're going to get KiSMET on Overwatch. Priestahh and Skyz on this point. I think
That's
B
gone.
may be done.
That's gone. And that feels so easy. It never really felt like they broke Røkkr down by any sense of the imagination. They just waltzed on in and took it like taking candy from a baby. That was just so easy for New York Subliners to do that, and Røkkr will be scratching their heads right now.
Yeah, lack of getting on the flank, lack of getting anything out towards green and field control. They kept spawning him there as well. And now the A hold. It is not easy to do. Minnesota are trying to get some bodies into this point as well. HyDra versus attached. This is big if he can make it. Skyz runs onto the point. They're going to start getting that clock stopped. They've got so many times and so many lives.
1 segment gone. 2 players at minimum inside the point now as this one is ticking up very quickly. The kills now starting to fall the way of Subliners as well. Bance and Co, can they do anything about this? Cammy will find 1. Bance on the flank will just stop this from getting any worse, but he needs the rest of the team to come and help him.
And he will fall as well. And that 3rd tick is all that stands beside them and tying this one back up as well. Skyz is going to find a huge kill on the Fame. And they fall. They will now have to jump in. They cannot try anything. Cammy will get a trade, but he's not there. It's not good enough. And New York tie it up. Easy attacks for both sides.
I felt like Minnesota Røkkr really had to work for theirs, though, didn't they? They did the right things. They were pushing from the right angles. It was very traditional in how you will see teams get a hold of B. New York Subliners kind of ran off their spawn, didn't take any gunfights, sat on the B, and then just controlled it. It was so easy for them to do so. I think Røkkr will look back at that one and have a couple of questions, unless there was something that I've just completely missed, but it felt like they just waltzed onto the point and took it.
I think they were expecting more pressure over towards A, and that just wasn't it. And eventually New York realized they had the upper hand and struck. Well, 1-1, all tied up. Easy, quick attack so far. With Minnesota to try and do it again. New York looking to go 2-1 up in this now if they could just hold a defense.
Skyz was sitting at 0-5, now 6 and 7, trying to step things up. Priestahh, though, has been dominating LSC, 13 and 6 from him. Usually you would have this synonymous, really, with the side of HyDra, the side of KiSMET, just getting inside and causing issue. But right now it's the Bulldog who is absolutely smoking Minnesota Røkkr. Cammy's the only one who can answer with anything. They've been forced back into their spawn again. Subliners, good start to the defensive round.
And this is always the issue. Priestahh will now run around 15 and 6 on a 4 streak. Røkkr will be coming. Where is he? Where has he gone? Where are we going? They know he lurks in the shadows.
Priestahh from behind over towards the A side. Defending this well so far. So Røkkr are posturing. They're waiting for a moment where they can start to make a move onto something. But right now, Skyz over towards the cliff side will be somebody who stops them going over towards B, but the target in their sights is A. Bance will find one on the flank. Is this the moment now for Røkkr? 24 seconds, you stop the clock.
KiSMET knows what they are as well. He's going to go for it. He knows he's got a 1v1. He wins at the same time. He knows Bance is going to be here as well. He saw him earlier. Doesn't even need to get the kill. Minnesota are failing to get into this point here. Eventually, a huge two-piece from Attach rests this round from being over.
Yeah, it was looking really, really bleak for the side of Røkkr, but they eventually get themselves in. And that's all it can take. For all it's felt like Subliners have dominated, it's only a 3-life disparity for Røkkr to try and bring back. A may well be gone. It looks like Subliners are going to give this one up. There may well have been one more look at it had they found the kills, but they're starting to fall, and all of a sudden, Minnesota Røkkr, a door is slightly ajar in this push over towards B. Spawns for Subliners coming towards the cliff, though, as it goes in.
This is now difficult for Røkkr. A wave of kills has to be made. But also, they're going to know they haven't seen HyDra in some time. He's all the way back towards top bar. And they're not getting the kills. Attach will find one. It is still tenuous. Subliners hold everything.
Spawns is still over towards the cliffside. New York Subliners will be here very, very quickly. It's all really about Skyz, presumably, and obviously, with an AR over towards that green side of the map. Keep an eye on HyDra as well. He's lingering behind them because they haven't seen anybody down the B side. They know it's going to start coming through from the A side of the map. Attach could do with finding this kill and does so. Minnesota Røkkr with a little bit of light at the end of this very dark tunnel that it's been this series so far.
Attach will now try and hold off the reinforcements while Røkkr trying to hold their line, but no good. Priestahh guns him out of his shots. And KiSMET will get Bance, and the time has dissipated. Røkkr's hopes of getting this attack are falling. And while they have stopped the clock, that's all they've done.
Oh, here we go. They got a kill on the flank, though. If they can get rid of Priestahh, things are looking really good. You've now just got to deal with HyDra. Sounds easy. He's able to find one. He's able to find two. HyDra! Oh, my goodness!
Oh, my goodness. HyDra will not die. He will not go away from this. And he just bleeds Røkkr all over the map, and they thought they had it for just a little bit of time. The last run of Røkkr on this. They're not even close, they've not even got a chance, surely. And the bodies, the trades. And the second will go because the Frenchman strikes again.
It's one for the ages from HyDra, stops it all on his own. Skyz is looking at his team like, how on earth have I ended up with this guy next to me? What a play from HyDra. You get to see it in the best play, actually. There's the one on the Cammy.
Wow.
That's with attack, by the way. This kid's an SMG.
That is an unbelievable highlight play. And I said there's a reason to fear him today. That was almost a lot for Minnesota.
Man, Paco. Been absolutely incredible for the Subliners all season long. He's really hitting form towards these latter stages. 2-1 up now. Attack is their more favored side when it comes down to LSCLO, and they're trying to find a way through the middle of the map. FaZe will find two, though. He's been so impressive for Røkkr in their resurgence towards the end of this season, and it's a good start for Røkkr on this defensive side. They force Subliners back. Force them back pretty far here as well. There's quite an aggressive line starting to form for Røkkr to keep Subliners away. HyDra will break that duck, though. Bance and Attach can unstep back, as can Skyz. The kills finding their way for Røkkr, though. Just about doing well enough here in the third round that's coming up.
He's though onto the point. He's going to force Røkkr to reconsider the way they are at the moment. Do they give away A? Bance is going to go for it as well. He's looking for KiSMET, and he finds him. It's actually a huge kill. It gives them the opportunity to get back into position, but HyDra and Priestahh working this point again. Priestahh is now going to be in. Has HyDra with him.
Big kill from Priestahh. HyDra, as you said, is there alongside of him. Bance is going to get caught, pushing over from the B side as well. A may well be just giving up over towards Røkkr, over towards Subliners. As you say, you can see Røkkr spawning towards cliff side. And I think FaZe was the last roll of the dice. A will be going over towards Subliners now. 1 minute 45 seconds to go, and HyDra has just continued to farm. That's 4 in a row now for the Frenchman, as he has his eyes set over towards B. FaZe stops the spree, but Subliners, is the damage already done for them? Can Røkkr hold on?
And they can sense it. Just the B point to go, and they get to the grand final. Still kills going towards Minnesota. But with 1.5 minutes on the clock, they must not break once. They will not allow them back into it.
HyDra just spawned over towards the alley side instead of over towards the back, and it means he catches Attach off guard. A little bit of a weird one for me. Skyz once finds over at the top. See, Røkkr are so worried about the flank that may well come through from the other side. They're now starting to get pushed on the cliff. New York Subliners in a really good position. Fame has to go big for the team on the flank.
They're looking for it as well, and Cammy will find Skyz before he can do any more damage. HyDra's going to be here, though. Attacker will be going down as well as Cammy. Surely he does! HyDra will find the second. He keeps hope alive. And that means Røkkr is spawning away.
Fame stays alive over towards the backside, but only for a moment. Priestahh deals with him. Bance is able to find one in the skies. He gets taken down. Nobody on the flank now. Final, or maybe second to final opportunity for Subliners to close out this round. 50 seconds to go. They're inside the point.
They have to get into it. KiSMET already over the stack. HyDra's going to find two as well. New York, there comes the cruise. Bance will actually find Priestahh. Fame finds HyDra. It's all about the trades, but Røkkr is coming back off of spawn here. They are quite some distance away. That second tick is going in. KiSMET finds the first one on attach. And now New York looking for that third tick. It is the last run of Røkkr in this tournament. If they do not move, they do not find the kills. New York are booking their ticket to the grand final here at the Major. It's been so long since Major 1, but they return to glory. And it was a one-sided affair.
HyDra and Priestahh doing the business for the New York Subliners, who have ran through Røkkr. The final boss of Atlanta FaZe awaits them in another grand final for the New York organization. Brilliant, brilliant game from Subliners. Their S&D is looking clean, the hard points looking scrappy, and the control, oh, so easy. Fantastic work for Subliners, and a deserved grand final spot.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that was not a close game. Røkkr were outclassed. The only silver lining for them, the only little bit of thing you can pull out from this is that top 3 just before champs isn't terrible.
No, it's not. Look, they had a nice little run through their bracket, but when it has come down to it, the top teams that you need to be going on to beat in these kind of scenarios, they were not able to rise to that task. We've seen them perform very admirably online, I want to say, over the last stage that we've seen. Famous really stepped things up today. Maybe a bit of a deer in headlights, 12 and 20 in that final game. But you've got to talk about who he's going up against. HyDra dominated across every single, well, at least the last two. Map number 1 was a culmination of every single Subliners player playing to their highest level. We were due a 3-0. There's been quite a few this weekend, and we get one here in the losers bracket final. 250-198, 6-1, 3-1. Clean as you like.
Yeah, very clean, very quick, almost a mercy killing. And that's all it was. Realistically, the hard point had some opportunities. The rest of it did not, though. But we'll see what our Des thinks as they go and break down the game.
Thank you, gentlemen. Shout out to Brycey and Ton for another excellent cast, and congratulations to the Subliners. Another 3-0 to add to their ridiculous elimination bracket run. They are now playing for a trophy here in Toronto, and what a year it would be if you started off by winning the first and last major right before champs, Allie.
Yeah, like a little champ sandwich. Personally, I think Minnesota, I did not like the first 3 maps in the series. Maybe the LSilo because they've had previous history on it, but having that hotel that New York just beat Toronto against when that was at their best map and mode, as well as that Mercado Search and Destroy where we saw what they did, what Skyz did with the sniper rifle. We got a 2-peat here in this series. But, I mean, I do have to tip my hat, Minnesota, for making it this far. I don't think many people put them in Sunday.
No, top 3 twice on the season, and that is going to be the end of Minnesota Røkkr's major. But they will be playing next month as we head to Vegas in champs. New York Subliners, though, they're not done yet. And as we take a look back at our highlights from game number 3, another clean sweep. What is it about this event? What has New York found that's been missing, Ant?
I mean, well, somebody answer this question for me, because none of the pro teams can do it. I mean, HyDra, every time you think you're about to cap the B-point, what happens on your screen right now? He finds a miraculous 3-piece. You think you cleared everybody out and you're about to go put them in a spawn trap. Nope, he's behind you and he finds another 2-piece. The ability that HyDra has to find kills, get away with his life, is the best in the world.
Best
and then
in the game.
You combo that with pure and raw top-tier gunny, you have an unstoppable player, man. I mean, he's dropping dub digits in every S&D, making the impact plays, and the supporting cast is playing great. Priestahh as well, unbelievable series.
We saw this back at Major 2. It happens to the Røkkr again after falling in the winner's bracket. They bomb out of the tournament and will be taking home 3rd place. But 80 grand, not a bad weekend of work for playing Call of Duty. You take a look at the numbers here from the Subliners. HyDra, the Frenchman, clearly the MVP, but the whole team chiming in, Jay.
Oh, yeah. New York Subliners, obviously, they're coming off of the W versus Toronto. You're still feeling good. The guns are still firing on all cylinders. But HyDra right now, like Des just touched on it, Ali and Nameless just said it, over in these search and destroys, winning crucial one-on-ones. He's just Mr. Do-It-All right now for the Subliners roster. And if he continues to play like this, it's going to be very difficult for the Atlanta FaZe Tiny Terrors. And I feel like you never say that about that SMG duo.
Let's take a look at the Frenchman one more time. It's your scuff play of the game. And Jay, walk me through this play. Bance looks like he has his number, but HyDra flips the script.
It's unbelievable, like what this guy's able to do. In the search and destroy, it's a 2v2 scenario. Now, HyDra knows that he has to take a little bit of ground. It's still position unknown, but he gets the info with the movement, is able to win the one-on-one. That's insane. You're probably thinking you turn that corner, it's a freebie for Bance, but HyDra, that's just what he does. And then he plays the one-on-one to perfection. He knows that Fame was watching it through mid-tunnel. He's not gonna commit on that angle to watch that sight. He wraps back to try to take control of hedge, and HyDra just holds strong on his position and makes that play happen.
After watching Attach for Minnesota Røkkr clutch up on Saturday, a lot of people were saying, is Attach the most iced man in this tournament left? Might be HyDra right now. The guy has been pure in his 1v1s. Big shout out to everyone who's been tuning in from around the world, the Swiss fans, the Dutch fans, and everyone who traveled from Europe to tune into this event live in Toronto. But remember, it's both Europe and North America featured in our World Series of Warzone, and all the action is going down June 7th and June 8th. Twitch.tv/Call of Duty is the place for the greatest Warzone gameplay on the planet. We got to go to a break. When we come back, there is one last thing to do live in Toronto. We've got your grand finals. Who is going to take it for the second time? It's either Atlanta FaZe or New York Subliners. Welcome back into Toronto, Canada, as we have one final match to go. Who is going to take home the Major 5 title and the Diamond Acorn? We find out at the end of a 7-game series. Welcome into the Matamia Athletic Center here in the heart of downtown. Chris Puckett, Chris Tunn. We've got the great Alley Cat and Nameless here on the desk as well. And this is a final that we have been looking forward to once we saw New York pick up their win last night. Atlanta, FaZe, New York Subliners, one of them raising the trophy at the end of the night. Welcome in, everybody. We got Tunn here, and I want to start with you, Tunn. Are you surprised to see these two teams matching up for $200,000 and their second trophy of the year?
I think FaZe, no, Subliners have definitely made a bit of a run, though, made some improvements over the past couple of weeks, and we are definitely seeing now the Subliners side that we kind of seen in Raleigh, who are looking very, very strong. HyDra is hitting Final Four.
For anyone who's missed this weekend, you're tuning in for the grand finals, welcome. I hope you enjoy your drops today. But guess what? We've got a lot of games, and we got to catch you up with how we got here. Allie, let's start with the very beginning, because we entered this weekend with a lot on the line. One spot up for grabs in champs. Two teams fighting for it, Røkkr versus Vegas, and Røkkr locked in.
Yeah, Røkkr big locked in. They not only locked in champs, but they locked in a top 3 placing. So like I said earlier, huge, huge civil performance out of them, because that is just not where I think most of us had them. And I have to tip my hat to Fame. I mean, getting plugged into this Minnesota Røkkr team, and he had to run a completely different role and then get switched back to an SMG right before a major, and to turn absolutely up the way that he did. Fame is certainly making the conversation about himself for this team.
Yeah, and honestly, like, there's a lot of time for them to get way better. I mean, they just made this roster the final week before we came to this event, and they found a ton of success. Went on a crazy hardpoint run, and then we come here, they beat Boston Breach in a game 5, where Fame looks very comfortable, and they go up against a hot Florida Mutineers, and they beat them 3-0. Now, they went up against championship caliber teams that have been together the entire year. You lose to FaZe when FaZe have dominated everybody, and then you play the New York Subliners after they just sent Toronto at home in front of their home crowd. So when you think about this Minnesota Røkkr team in champs, they're definitely a dark horse.
Subliners are now the second favorite team for all the Surge fans out there. Vegas was right behind Surge. They were knocking on the door, and it was up to the Subliners to put their run to an end.
Yeah, what's insane about this fact is that Seattle was never really in the conversation of not making it to champs, right? It was always Minnesota is right there on the bubble with Vegas Legion, and that's going to be that battle, and possibly Boston Breach. But because of their performance here at Major 5, Seattle put themselves in a very precarious situation where they definitely could not have made it to champs. They get to squeeze by, though, because thankfully New York Subliners did what they needed to do and has just ran through the elimination bracket.
They were looking great against Florida. We all thought this one could go to a game 5, but the Subliners absolutely shut down Vegas. Tunn, this looked like a turning point in the Subliners tournament. Who popped off for you?
Oh, I mean, all of them did at the right moments. But how many times we talked about HyDra? We've got to give the flowers to every single one of these players. Everybody has had their time to shine, and that indeed clutched champs for Seattle Surge. Unfortunately for Vegas.
Good trade, Subliners. Thanks for Mack. We will see you in Vegas as the Surge are going to lock in. And of course, CDL points now updated, which is 2 teams left in the running. We'll find out what will be the final numbers. Remember, 65 points up for grabs in this grand final.
Yeah.
Can Subliners steal that 2 seed?
I think they can. I think that's the only seed that could get shaken up right now, is New York could jump OpTic Texas for that number 2 seed, but Atlanta FaZe is certainly locked at number 1.
Remember, 2 seed plays against Boston. That would be an ideal matchup, I think, here, if you are a Subliner fan.
It's true.
Taking a look, though, at the teams that are not moving forward. Sadly, we say goodbye to our 9 through 12 seeds, and it started with LAG exiting the tournament. London got a win. They went down as well. Farewell, fellas. We hope to see all of you return back in 2024.
Yeah. It was tough for a lot of these teams. Obviously, we talked about this morning. Our production team made a fantastic montage, and we'll be seeing Yarsties as we say farewell. Asim, honestly, that was the best moment, I feel like, early in the tournament, was Asim getting a win in front of his friends and family, and London getting that first win on LAN. I mean, that was spectacular. Yuli as well. He was top of the Search and Destroy leaderboard, so trying to put on. And then, obviously, we have Florida as well.
Florida Mutineers with a season-high finish. They're going to take home 20 grand, but that is not what they wanted in their final event. And, of course, Clayster, broken-hearted. They had a miraculous run through the qualifier. It all came to an end here on the stage in Toronto. We say goodbye to our 4 teams, and with just 2 left in this tournament, we now turn our attention to the trophies, and I'm excited for this one, because OpTic, you were in back-to-back grand finals, but now we got new blood. OpTic got 06 tier done.
Oh man, I don't think any of us really seen it coming though at all. I mean, look, if they were to go down to the Florida Mutineers, you're like, okay, well, yeah, it's the bogey team, it happens, but man, they didn't win a map.
Son, we should have put this in black and white with that music over it. I'm gonna be honest. Hey man, but like, that was just mind-blowing. Like, these guys were by far the best team in the game coming into this event. Like, I thought that they were gonna guarantee a grand final. They have to redeem themselves as champs, man. Like, the community was heartbroken when they lost, so excited to see if they could bounce back, because the respawn was so weak.
I just wonder though, is this maybe something that they needed to give them an extra kick possibly? Did they need this to go on? I don't know, maybe I'm clutching at straws for the OpTic fans here, but yeah, that's a tough one.
Your mental boomed after this one, let's be honest. You got 3 weeks to fix your game, and everyone else showed you that they have better teamwork than what you displayed in Toronto.
At this point, I'm getting the Florida Mutineers back together. I'm flying them to Texas, and we're land scrimming until champs if I'm OpTic Texas, because it's not like from online to LAN, it's been this huge disparity between OpTic Texas. This is another grand final. This was back-to-back. They placed second, and now they go out top 12th. I guess better now than never, but you can see they did it at Raleigh, and then they placed 4th at Boston. So maybe like tons
the reverse champ sandwich. You know, it's not the ideal sandwich, but that's where they're going to finish, and they are still a top 3 seed heading into Vegas, the grand finals, with $2.3 million on the line. If you're going to save your strong performance for a tournament, that's the one to do it.
Yeah, that's certainly the their storyline. But obviously, after seeing that, a lot of these teams are going to be pretty confident up against them. But let's talk about Toronto. Toronto Ultra, the team in front of the home crowd. Incredible performance from them throughout the entire tournament. As we talk about teams that match up really well with them, it is New York, and they had to play them twice, and they went 1-1. So Toronto looking to bounce back, but also, Chris, Major 4 champs eliminated.
That's right, Major 4 champions taken out, and our top 6 has Ultra powered into our Final 4 to play on Championship Sunday. The 3-0, getting all of the fans here in Toronto on their feet. I don't think I've seen Canadians get more rowdy than last night.
They're getting very rowdy. I love the video that went on social as well of them celebrating when they're like, oh, we won the control. And then Drazah got 2 and everyone's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
He's going nuts, man. The fans have been incredible here.
Absolutely love what we saw from Toronto up until that final match where it seemed they just ran out of gas alley. We're looking forward to seeing this team return next month.
Yes, they're still a strong team. I think they can learn a lot from the teams that they played today and the mistakes that happened in those series. I think it all really started obviously with that Atlanta match, but again, I can't get over the Expo getting into that series. I don't agree with that call, and I felt like they beat themselves a lot of times in some of these situations. So they can take a lot, they can learn a lot, and I think they will still be a very, very strong competitor come champs.
Taking a look at what's happened this year, we have 4 majors in the bank, 1 grand final still to go, and we've had 4 different winners, but now we know one of these teams is doubling up with back-to-back trophies. Will they be able to do it? If you are Atlanta FaZe, the crowd sure hopes they don't, Nameless.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe is unbelievable. Like, these guys come into this tournament and they're just like, we're the most consistent team in the world, and we're going to show you why. They come here, unbelievable in search, obviously, but then we see the respawn, and it's top-notch, best respawn team in the game. Slasher and Simp are having their best tournament all year. If we had to crown an MVP of the tournament right now for Atlanta FaZe, it would certainly be Simp. I mean, the guy has been taking over, but then that's unanimous, right? You look at the rest of the players, they got 1.3s, Chris, everywhere, so everyone is absolutely going nuts.
You're an MVP.
Facts.
You're an MVP.
They've lost 1 map, and it's been an Embassy SMD.
No one is the most valuable player is what I learned from this FaZe team, but keep your eyes on the most dangerous squad. They're coming into this one as our #1 seed for a reason, but you're taking on a surging subliner squad. Ton, let's turn our attention to New York City. What have we seen from this squad? They have been down bad this season. They had a 5th, 6th finish in their last event. Now they are guaranteed top 2.
Oh, they've looked so good, especially today. I mean, look, they had a tough loss. A game that they probably should have won against Toronto Ultra the first time around. You cast your mind back to that control. It was kind of a bit of a fumble, a good play from Ultra, but Subliners have been phenomenal. Skyz in the search with the sniper has been ridiculous. HyDra, I mean, we don't need to talk about him because all the time is that's all we're talking about is HyDra popping off. Their search and destroy looks great. Everything else looks fantastic. And that is just a hell of a lot of momentum that they've taken into this grand final, which I think will give them some hope against FaZe.
It's historic. Like, if they were to win this final, it would be the greatest losers run of all time.
Yeah.
15-2 map count, and then beating Atlanta in the grand finals, that would be the greatest ever.
This is the closest we saw to what LA Thieves did back in Boston. But remember, LA Thieves couldn't finish their run. Subliners looking to do the improbable, the impossible, and they got to take down the best team in the game. That matchup is just moments away, and I am so fired up for these games. Big shout out, though, to everyone who made it here in person. Allie, are your hands tired of signing autographs?
Okay, I'm sure all of us are. Honestly, I'm more nervous about taking pictures. I'm so bad when it comes to how you're supposed to smile, but shout out to the fans of Toronto. They have been great across the board. They've been loud, they've been active, they've been interactive. You guys have been fantastic all weekend.
And Ton, this is our first time coming to Toronto. We missed last year. This has been insane, and I'm told that it's getting better year after year. Can we come back next year?
It's been incredible. Even I've been signing autographs, Chris. I couldn't believe it. Lots of people asked me. I promise it's been happening. No, I've really enjoyed it. We've had some great times in Toronto already, and long may it continue. I'm going to come back.
We have had so much fun, and we have our final match moments away. Ladies and gentlemen, lock in and get to know your players. It's time to meet your teams.
Hello, I'm Miles Ross, and I'm here in beautiful Toronto with this epic GMC Hummer EV. I'm here to pick up Scrapz, rookie phenom of Toronto Ultra.
Is Scrapz the future? He talks so much trash, and he can still back it up.
In 4 months, you've already won a tournament and got MVP.
I've always saw it coming. It was coming eventually.
We're going to see if we can't get him to chill out ahead of Major 5, which he's got to host. And we've got a real fun surprise for him. Oh, let's go get him.
Even the world's greatest Call of Duty players have to get outdoors once in a while. So we're on a journey to reconnect them with nature in the revolutionary GMC Hummer EV.
Let's go touch some grass.
Yes, sir.
Wild, my man.
Welcome.
What's going on?
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Bro, welcome to the Hummer EV.
This thing is sick.
Yeah. This thing is sick. I never get tired of that. Never get tired of that at all.
All right, man. We're going to go for a drive. We're going to test... Actually, I'm not going to tell you what we're going to do.
What?
We're just having a good time. Yeah. Promises a good time. I'm pumped for today. I am pumped for this, man. I can't
This is going to be a fun time.
Make way, Toronto. We're coming.
Mate, it's a beautiful day.
It is. Down for anything and everything.
Hey, that's my guy.
This thing is so smooth. It's like you're gliding.
I must admit, we've made some maneuvers in this thing. Okay, so let's talk business.
Yep.
The Major.
FaZe move on to Toronto Ultra and book their flight home.
There's really no one to blame but ourselves. We lost to a good team. But that's the other thing. We really haven't lost to any team that we shouldn't have on land. So at Major 1, we lost to FaZe in New York. Major 2, we lost to LAT and FaZe. Major 3, we didn't lose.
Toronto Ultra are your Major 3 champions.
And then Major 4 here, we lost to FaZe once. That's only people we lost to. And we also knew that if we were to play anyone right after that FaZe match at Major 4, that we were going to smoke no matter who we played.
Yeah. You're very much known for, you know, running your mouth a little.
Scrappy's getting hyped already.
Very few people can back it up like you do. How does that all go down?
And it just kind of all flows out. It's just all in the moment. It's just how I've always been. Sometimes I know I'm going to absolutely smoke the kid, but just maybe talk it a little more can just like make it a bit more fun.
People just think that trash talk is a bad thing, and I'm like, trash talk is great.
Yeah, I think it's always been there. It's just calmed down the past couple of years, but, you know, well, I'll bring it back. We'll bring it back.
You've not been a pro for very long. Did you have a job before this?
In New Jersey, I was pumping gas. I signed to Toronto in April of last year as a sub, so then I obviously was a starter this year. It's been a journey to say the least, but I enjoy every minute of it. Like even when we're getting smoked in scrims, you kind of look at the bigger picture and you're like, it's just a bad day. We're still playing COD for a living, so you can't really ask for more.
We got to spend a little bit of time with your parents, and they were so like, you're a good son and you're a good brother and a sweet kid. And we were like, you sure?
I'm a big family person. My family means everything to me. Shout out my mom, my aunt, my girl. They've been my blessing this weekend. I love them. I know how to keep like the competitive side of me to like gaming and tournaments and stuff. And then when I'm home, it's just kind of chilled out, being with my family.
Dude, that is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Beautiful thing. Major 5 coming up. We're back here in Toronto.
We can't wait. I can't wait. I'm sure the fans can't wait. It's going to hype me up. The confidence going into every match is just going to be at the highest it's ever been.
All right, this is adorable. Oh, Toronto, you're beautiful.
It's nice.
Okay, so typically, Scrapz, we like to get you to relax before a major. We want you to chill, get you out there, touch some grass. I thought we would do the exact opposite this time, though. Introduce you to what's to freedom.
Sounds demonic.
It's gonna be fun. All right, here we go, baby. What's the freedom? Haptics. The car is talking to me. Oh, here we go. The vehicle lowering, the wheelbase goes down. All right, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my. Oh God.
Here we go. Lift off.
That
went a little faster than I thought.
Faster than I thought. That was way faster than I thought. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be pretty quick. It's gonna be pretty. And I was like, oh my God, this is thing's flying.
We hit 96 kilometers an hour. Let's go touch some grass.
Touching grass phase. You know, maybe step away off social media where you're just getting roasted all the day. You don't really want to read it, but go outside. Get some fresh air. Clear your mental space because this is like draining. Just getting away from it and just living life.
And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on. And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. Damn, made for millennium. G-O-A-K. Time we don't need you. We the greatest of all, and time you'll believe. G-O greatest don't evolve. Happens in the feet. See my pretty drive. One day who gon' feed us? Hungry to win, hard pressed to beat us. Hundreds and tens, hard pressed to beat us. Thought I knew men, most of them was divas. I'm more than man, I'm a natural born genius. Where my medal is at? I don't pedal back, I'm too smart to meddle where the fellows keep the medal at. They pedal for the stats. I'm making benefactors, landlords without the pot to call the kettles black. Hello, I know you feeling mellow. You thinking life is gonna be cinematic as these cellos, but that's just the rumble for the build up like a bellow. If they gon' hear you roar, time to let go. Time I don't need you. Lifespan forever, Jesus. Said we never, ever beat us. Said we never, ever see us. Backflip like caskets and pieces. Black boots and black suits with creases. With no committee, they give us pennies to tease us. We cause vibrations, give us sedatives to seize us. Render the season with the seasons. This ain't my kingdom, this my teaser. They say I'm cocky, pointing fingers, cause I say my life is mine to live at my leisure. You were just a dream. Everything I dream up is something I achieve. You were underachieved. I'm Kakarot, I surpass you, Vegeta. Standing by God, pull your seat up.
Racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that rate. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Toronto, now is time for our grand finals here at Major number 5. It is going to be an absolute blast, and we cannot wait to get into the games. First of all, Toronto, I need you guys to get on your feet. Let's stand up right now and get ready for the final series that we're about to have here. It is going to be an absolute blast. It's going to be a ball, and it's all in preparation. It's all for the hard work of this bad boy right here. It's going to be a blast. Atlanta FaZe taking on the New York Subliners. Both of these teams have had totally different paths to get to this point. For the New York Subliners, right? They've started off in the elimination bracket. They've got the revenge. They've knocked out team after team after team, and they've been striving to try to get to the same point, that of which they started this season. On the other side for Atlanta FaZe, it's our most successful franchise in CDL history. Currently, right now, their biggest weakness, though, so far throughout the year, right now is their biggest strength. And both teams are trying to become the first repeat champion here in MW2. Toronto, make some noise for our first squad, the Atlanta FaZe! Cellium, aBeZy, Simp, and Slasher, the Atlanta FaZe.
The most undeniable roster in the CDL. Atlanta FaZe find themselves in another grand final. Top 3 guaranteed throughout the entirety of this season. Number 1 seed heading into champs. And somebody stole Slasher's hat, and there's no better revenge than to win here against this crowd as the villains. Atlanta FaZe, they've done it before. Can they do it once again? But there's some yellow that's got to touch that stage, Lando.
That's exactly right, Allie. Atlanta FaZe, they've taken the stage and they've been here before. And so has the other team that we're about to introduce, the New York Subliners. As we said, have been on a historic run through the elimination bracket. They are right now 15-2 in maps and trying to improve on it yet again. Toronto, it's time to stand clear as we make way for the New York Subliners! HyDra, Skyz, KiSMET, and Priestahh, the New York Subliners.
Stand clear as they make their way to the stage. They are in a grand final. This is the New York Subliners. Everybody has been popping off for the squad. This is a matchup where they have dominated the respawns. We're talking 9-3 on the year, and guess what? HyDra is in MVP form. But Priestahh has a 1.5 against Atlanta FaZe in Hardpoint. That's the man who's going to take over this series if they're going to take it. Looking for that trophy? Let's get it kicked off, Lando.
It's about that time, Toronto. It's about that time. Listen, right as we get ready for this, I need to know where the crowd is at. I need to know who we're cheering for here in Toronto, okay? We're going to start things off. Who thinks Atlanta FaZe is going to walk away with this? Better than what I expected. All right, who thinks that New York is going to walk away with Major 5? I think the fans are in favor of the Subliners. It's our final major of the season, and it's time to kick this one off. We send it over now to Miles and Chance. Have a good one, guys.
Oh, we will, Lando. If there's one thing you can count on, Chance, tonight is to pleasure ourselves, and this is going to be an absolute treat for all to be seen, to behold. Chance, we've got a great series on our hands, brother. It's going to be a real treat. We've got two teams at the top of their game. The map counts are all great. FaZe are looking fantastic. New York have just beaten the piss out of the entire league just to get here.
Yeah, they've eliminated almost quite literally half the league at this point, and both teams have just been on a murderous rampage. Like anyone that's watched this entire event, it has been 3-0 after 3-0 after 3-0. Barely any competition, only like 2 or 3 games now that have gone to a map 5, and these are two teams that have laid waste to almost every single team that they have played. I know on the side of New York, right, it was Toronto that actually was the only team to test them and knock them down. Well, they got their revenge. They got to the grand finals, and against Atlanta FaZe, it is a map set and a half that we are going to be squaring up on. You do have FaZe, who they wanted it early. The embassy to go against the New York Subliners in the hotel to follow it up. 2 of New York's best maps. FaZe, oh, they want to set that tone quick.
FaZe happy to square up on this one. We are, of course, playing for that absolutely beautiful trophy, center stage. What a mighty nut these teams have had to crack to get to this point. FaZe, not so much in their journey, Chance. They had to take down a few tough teams, but no one really pushed them to the limit. The New York Subliners, it was only Toronto Ultra to really give them a strong hand, and now they find themselves in fine form here in our grand finals. Let's get this show on the road. First and foremost, Embassy Hardpoint.
And this is going to be a map that I think is going to answer a lot of questions for us, because in the head-to-head matchup, you have New York Subliners with a 7-1 record in Hardpoint against Atlanta FaZe. That has been Atlanta's struggle point this entire year. As of this stage, though, Atlanta 10-1. They have been godlike. Let's see if Atlanta can take down HyDra.
Here we go into Hardpoint. First to 250 seconds. That bad boy moves once a minute, and our teams know where they're going to go. So far, so good for FaZe.
I mean, great for the kills, and now sort of great for the time. They do flip them out pretty quickly, and well, that means you got a battle for the back. Simp ready for it, already getting a couple trades. Opening salvos can really set the tone, and as expected, 50-50.
50-50 so far. Whoa, dear. Simp at range like that, it's a terrifying prospect. Final form is on the horizon for one half of the Terrors. Just about 20 seconds to go here on P1. So far, not a whole lot of time gained, but that's not a problem. It's P2, the second hard point here on Embassy, the low right-hand side of the minimap. That's what we're aiming for.
These are important gunfights as well. So Simp, he has been roaming around P2 this entire time. It's doubled up pressure towards the back, but the ARs for FaZe right now getting in the mix. Cellium, he has found his home on this truck, and well, Skyz, he's found his home as well. But that is 2 ARs. Guns up, or maybe aiming for the feed. New angles abound, but Skyz can't stay alive. Atlanta FaZe, clean house, starting to collect that time.
Now, of course, New York Subliners coming into this series after 2 very hot series. FaZe have been backstage warming up, and they have not skipped a beat whatsoever. A nice 20-ish point lead to get themselves going here. Simp trying to stay alive. KiSMET on the approach. He has played great all tournament long. Let's see if he can keep it up here in the finals.
That's a beautiful time for Spree coming out of Kiz, and that might set you up for, honestly, the final 30 seconds to scrap. I know Simp is rotating around and trying to be a distraction, and in the meantime, Atlanta FaZe maybe over-rotate to fight for ult. You see where the spawns are coming through, so yes, 18 seconds is wonderful time to get. However, New York, they want to change this into a full 60. Priestahh already with that AC control, which did not last long.
FaZe now on the approach towards the next hard point, and Subliners have been absolutely obliterated
Cellium from upstairs now. Eyes on towards New. Simp has the inside cover. HyDra dealt with. No problem, no questions asked. Spree's now abound. And oh my, KiSMET off the ladder straight into the fray. But Cellium in fantastic coverage from FaZe. Hard point theirs.
I mean, right now, you actually need New York just to start getting some kills. Skyz 0-6. Not ideal for this start. A bunch of solo chows, and you were just climbing up the ladder into death. KiSMET, unless he can pop a two-piece, nothing's going to happen for you, but there's the Bulldog with a little bit of action. Does not last long. Atlanta FaZe so far on aBeZy, they have not broken a sweat.
Trophy's working hard here to keep FaZe alive and kicking here in the third hard point of our map. Trophy's now gone. Here come the nades. Simp though has the coverage up close. Oh my word, the gunfights that boy's taken. Eventually he's going to win one or two of them. 65 and climbing now for Atlanta FaZe. It's first and 250.
That's good movement out of Slasher as well, just to get towards the back. You take down HyDra, you try to lock down these back spawns, and with the final kill on Priestahh, well, you're gonna get them. You just got most of the scrap time. You have a 60-point lead, and now you're potentially winning this rotation, if not for Skyz to heat up. And, well, now the pressure is on. It does not last long. HyDra, last man standing. He's gonna be in between the entire team of FaZe.
Yeah, there's one. HyDra, can't get a second. Cellium, beautiful shots on the approach to the hard point. FaZe, full control. Subliners trying to get close to Cellium. Absolute sublime gun skill. His spree finally comes to a close. Skyz, who has had a very slow map so far, chance 2 and 8. But you've got yourself presence on the point, and this is time for the Subliners.
Yeah, 2 kills, and this is the 4th hill, so that's not going to be acceptable at all with Cellium and Simp shooting like they are. I mean, you have Atlanta FaZe the entire tournament. Their worst KD is a 1.28 overall. The kills have been flowing, but there you go. Finally, a moment for New York to breathe. They get the scrap time, final 15 seconds, and plenty of time to push up and work the rotation.
Simp and Cellium for Atlanta FaZe, slaying their hearts out. One of the defining factors of their hardpoint wins has been the kills department. They're keeping that production up, certainly. Here in this embassy, aBeZy seemingly unstoppable. Over towards Kitchen we now go. Very small hardpoint. Some machine gun players very happy in here.
And this is, you know, the first time Simp's actually stepped foot in the hill. So on the year, he's been the main guy collecting time, but now it's a rarity to see him near the point. He does get cleaned out there, and New York find the break on P5. This is where the SMGs start to get super mixy. And unfortunate for Skyz, wrong gun for the job, just gets chopped down at FaZe. They just pull you. That is 4 down, and well, HyDra, tip of the spear right now, doesn't have a lot of help.
Oh, there's one. Making moves. We're over 100 points for FaZe. HyDra finds 2. Can he get number 3? No. Teamwork from FaZe there. Communication on point as is usual. 20 seconds to go here on Kitchen. FaZe locking it down.
I mean, they're just being bullies right now. And again, on the head-to-head matchup, this is the 5th time these two teams have met. Simp, though, against New York, only a 0.9. And we see how good he has been throughout this stage. And if he's the guy that's heating up for FaZe, they might just look unstoppable. And that's how they look on aBeZy if aBeZy's shooting like that.
Well, his 5 spree comes to a close. New streaks for him. 121 to 57. Subliners not really able to get anything going. We've finished our first set of hard points. Into the second we now go.
And there is not a single hill that New York Subliners have really been able to come out on top of. Out-rotated, out-slayed, outgunned, and for the time being, outmatched in HyDra. Times like that, you think it gets the magic 2-piece. Nope, that's going to be Simp locking it down as you are still just battling to get that P1 time. But for Atlanta, there's always a player in position. You just simply cannot survive on the hill.
Very similar looks to what we saw the first time round. Neither team able to get too productive over here by the first hard point. aBeZy though kills. Oh, there we go. Skyz getting things going. That's what we want to see. He just got himself a cruise missile from absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 kills on the first 4 hills, so that is absolutely the player for New York that needs to heat up and might be choosing the right moment. You even got HyDra with the tack in hand to try to lock down this P2. This is the best setup in the best moment New York have had this entire map. They got the stranglehold on P2. All bases covered. Let's see how much time they can get.
Subliners now shooting the other foot. Will they start kicking? FaZe, very slow approach towards the hard point. Trophies down. Subliners are set on the defense. Slasher might be the tip of the spear. Here we go. In he sends it. Skyz, good coverage. HyDra there with the kills. aBeZy next up towards the point. Good trades once again. HyDra versus Cellium. Subliners win the battle. Subliners will have the time.
And it might be scattered just a little bit. You lose a few seconds, but the hold is strong. And HyDra, you had the tack in hand, and he goes on a 4 spree there to protect his teammates. And I mean, now FaZe, last-ditch attempt, but they've already fed 1 cruise missile. And I know cruises aren't effective, but if you get a second, you can start to make plays. And you have Cellium, he wants to fight for these final 20 seconds.
I think New York, they're just going to get it. They have a stranglehold on it. They're going to wait for their rotation, probably invest the cruise.
HyDra, there's the cruise. Number 2 for the New York Subliners. They take care of Cellium. A couple of seconds go their way. Lovely bounce back here. The Subliners far from finished here in map number 1.
I mean, open up the spawns and maybe call the cruise in. Players starting to get in position. HyDra's going to be down low. And that is a gunfight and a half. Final 2 players for FaZe are going to be actually on the hill. And KiSMET just waiting to make the move.
Here we go. It was top side. Good timing there from KiSMET. Great cleanup. That's the hard point break. New York Subliners with the time.
Didn't need the cruise missile at all. That is a clean wipe right there. And if HyDra's winning gunnies with attack in hand from that close range, you know when he's got the Bance back out, well, he should be ready. But either way, the break is clean. That was a 70-point comeback. They've nearly made up for it.
FaZe have gone very quiet indeed. New York Subliners, finding kills left, right, and center while they're holding the point. Let's go for a quick listen in.
Top PD in orange, absolute. Last guy orange, he's gonna be Tetris one shot.
Orange still.
I don't see him sign. Tetris or bathroom. Watch your bathroom,
Orange on me. Dead.
Go have the back,
Top PD, Slasher, last one.
Yeah, I'm playing back. I'm playing tight. I'm laying down S1, okay?
Watch his shoot.
I got stun. I have a trophy now. They're going H2.
Every backdoor, Caesar.
How much you see? I hear back door. Have they shoot? Another one top PD, 2 top PD. Nothing issue. They're all top. Backdoor, Paco, help us. One's gonna go down S1. Watch backdoor.
No, H1, guys.
And that's H2 dead.
Nice one.
Backdoor on me, weak.
2S1.
Weak backdoor. And then 2S1. Nice, weak backdoor off. Oh, he shot my left. Chairs nading his S1. Chairs and backdoor.
Yeah, one minus one S2.
I said you want stun.
Somebody.
One backdoor with you. Yo, stun. Dead.
He's laying down.
Okay, H1 is dead. Nice, guys. Alright, good shit. Yo, I'm gonna go to mid. We should go to left.
No. Go through left. I have help left.
I have a sub.
Everyone go gas him. I'm telling you.
I'm pushing you. They spawn out. Watch out. Nice, good shit too. Yo, Paco, clear corners here.
No. I'm pitching P1. Wait, hold gas for a second. There's one behind us?
Yes. There's somebody behind us.
It took a New York minute, but the Subliners are right back in this one. Kills department time, you name it. HyDra flies in, and that was a little disappointing.
Well, the teamwork from FaZe has been on point, but Skyz can see through walls, and last man standing right now looks like he might just fall. It is a trade fest around P5, and Atlanta FaZe gonna come out on top. HyDra gets hot, Simp responds in kind.
The battle is not finished though, we are still flying. Here we go, KiSMET can only get 2 out of the life, and aBeZy now back at it. There we go. What a series of trades inside Kitchen. FaZe with the lead, 25 remaining here. HyDra now through the back door, cuts down 1. Here comes the second. Can he catch them out? And the boy is moving, but aBeZy, that was another big one. Trades again, Subliners in.
On point, man. These are just 2 big teams going at it, and how desperate you are to get this map one win. It has been a tournament of momentum. You need that early lead. Effectively tied up game after 2 sets of rotations, and the gunny on everybody has been hot.
There we got Priestahh, 18-23, slowest for his team right now. Skyz has pulled his stats right back, but the time for the Subliners has been brilliant. Third and final set of hard points are now upon. Oh, that was rough. Here we go in a P1.
Yeah, right gun for the job there, and that means Atlanta FaZe just surrounding the hill to keep New York out before they get back in position. And that battle for position, Skyz is on point with the Vaznev as well. All 8 players in the lobby, both weapons. It does not matter what they have, they're gonna slay.
They are frying. P1 now in the hands of the Subliners. Will they be able to get some time here? Any accrued at this point will be incredibly valuable. aBeZy though, he and FaZe, they have full control of the P2 side of the map. That's gonna be big. Over to the first we now go against Skyz. Great gunfight. Cell on the flank, Slasher in the feed as well. FaZe right back at it, full control.
And Simp is always here in the back to try to get this truck control for P2. So Simp always the man in position, but he's gonna need some help. He's got pressure on Slasher. Maybe too many things to look at when Simp falls. Well, he's got to collect those pieces. It'll be Skyz by himself trying to buy time as you have Atlanta FaZe slowly building up on P2.
Skyz doesn't have any players near him, but he does have this cruise missile. Here we go, a little gift from the French. And no, it's not the Statue of Liberty, it's a cruise, it connects. That should be an open point.
And now you actually have Skyz. He's kind of opening up the back, but both those players for FaZe in the stairwell. So if FaZe ever jump towards time, Skyz should be there to slay. This is not going to be an easy situation for either team to collect this time. and it has been just remained empty. There is 28 seconds left on this game clock.
This one's going to go down to the wire. We're over 200 points for FaZe. They cannot win it here on P2. KiSMET trying to battle his way in, can't get the two-piece. Still FaZe collecting time. Second streak invested. Slasher clean up on the backside. Open hard point. You have to get in if you are New York.
I mean, this is going to come down to the game clock as well. You're going to have to juggle so many things in these moments in map 1 of the grand finals. And even on that rotation, it is going to be close to a tied-up game. And KiSMET, he's got the help, a little bit of support, but that help is falling. Simp's going to be the guy next to him. Oh! Chow, and he takes him down.
That's why he's one of the greatest to ever do it. In the point, Simp may have just won his team the game. Wow! The time ticking in favor of FaZe. They could get off now and win it by time.
You have to get this break as well if you're New York. You do not have time to waste this one setup that you have. You got to make it clean. And if Simp strikes, so does HyDra. Last man standing on the force spree, taking Simp down.
The Phenom finally takes care of him. Slasher from upstairs, can he get into the time now? 17.7 on the game clock. The Subliners can tie game here.
You are desperate to stay in this hill as well. FaZe just want to get you out. They don't have to get the time, but New York are going to get it. Simp's going to fall as well. We are going to be forced on a rotation, and again, that game clock. Good luck trying to keep track.
Eyes on who has the next point. aBeZy trying to clean house. Oh, he may have shot. He shot a little early. Final few moments of P3 closing out. aBeZy wins a fight on the stairwell. There's another one from Simp. You're in. This is a big moment now. Subliners have got to go absolutely wild.
And it's going to be Priestahh out the back and down low, but he gets hunted. Slasher beats him down, and now you're just going to get to 250 New York. This is it.
New York, send it. Get him to the point. FaZe, hold the line. Here comes KiSMET. As Simp guns are at the ready. He gets taken care of. There's the contest. FaZe are holding it. FaZe find the kills. 2 seconds for the win. aBeZy has done it. Oh me, oh my. What a map 1 that was.
And about the most hype I have seen Cellium after a map. That was a nail biter towards the end. You're juggling hill time, you're juggling contest time, and just when it was left empty, but big play after big play. That's just not main slayer Simp with 36 kills. That is the crucial kills as well. Popping pieces on rotations to break down the AC hill and setting your team up for new. That is efficient work, and I'm telling you, if Simp has not been improving throughout the year, I think Subliners take him down in that map 1, but Simp, he has arrived.
One of the greatest players in the world, without question. 4,000 damage, 36 and 30, and that spree towards the end chance, those 4 kills, a top AC, some of the most important we saw in the map.
And I mean, it's just like tough across the board too, because you had Skyz an incredibly rough start, right? I think 0-7 translates that into like a 2-11. He actually caught fire and got the Subliners right back in the game, but the ARs on that map ended up suffering just enough that they could not get it done. And to take down New York on aBeZy from map 1, Atlanta FaZe now have a distinct edge in this series.
Our scuff play of the game, the final few moments of that hard point. And Simp, what an unbelievable life he had. Looking at the game clock, looking at how tight the scoreline is, this was a brilliant finish.
And it was truly the entire time Atlanta FaZe. You even heard in the listening from New York, they're just calming out. Everyone from FaZe is up top. Top PD before the hill pops, and that just gives you access. Flood the back, go and hit the stairwells. It makes your sort of control over the hill that much easier. And there was a moment where Cell killed himself with the nade that I thought maybe there was going to be an opening for the Subliners, but Slasher and Simp, oh, they closed that door.
Yeah, we saw Slasher with the beatdowns on the back line. HyDra now with the entry kill. This was great, but once again, Slasher 2 from that back door, including the kill on a Priestahh. Incredible stuff. That helped FaZe hold on to that final aBeZy hardpoint. Incredibly close game. We have not seen many game clocks go red here in the MW2 season.
And that is so close as well, because I mean, it started ticking red over on like P2. So we had 3 hills in a row where that constantly has to be in the back of your mind. And again, that is quite a bit of hype coming out from Atlanta FaZe. You know how important that map 1 is. You set the tone, you take down Subliners on one of their best maps. And for Subliners, who literally, momentum has been the name of the game throughout this tournament, they have been on a rampage. Well, you've officially slowed them down.
Now we'll all slow down. We're going to play Search and Destroy next. Atlanta FaZe and 2-pack, Thug Lord.
S&D coach extraordinaire. We say it every time. Here's a quick look at the Monster Energy pregame for Atlanta FaZe. Again, hardpoint is one of the, I suppose, defining factors, chance of their success so far. But don't forget about S&D.
Yeah, that's the most important key. It is a 6-1 record in the game mode going against New York. We're going to Hotel for the map number 2, and that is a map that New York Subliners have been laser focused on for the past 2 stages. This is going to be, I think, the 12th or 13th time they've played it in the past 2 months. They have grinded Hotel, and Atlanta FaZe, again, they knew it was going to come early in this series. They are ready to try to take them down on their best and try to get that massive mental edge.
Well, that's the pregame for Atlanta FaZe. Now on the other side of the stage, the New York Subliners. Chance, what have they got to do to try to pull away, not a surprise by any chance, but what do they got to do to find the win here?
Well, level up their game, because if Atlanta FaZe level up their hard point where the Subliners have had the edge, well, you have to be able to respond in kind. We have champs around the corner. It is the end of the year. You have to be making these improvements. So as good as that hard point record was, well, you're already down 0-1 in this series, and you are going into a potential bloodbath of a map number 2. I mean, I have to imagine for New York Subliners, they have nightmares of aBeZy with that 1v4.
Yeah, that 1v4 was an iconic and very much a historic COD play. For as far as the hard point goes, that form has been great all year long, but we haven't exactly seen that success as of recent. That previous map aside, FaZe have certainly been the demons in hard point. Search and Destroy, though, coming up next. Watch out for the first bloods. aBeZy, the man of the moment when it comes to those first bloods. First man in the kill feed typically helps the team get the win.
And that's a very interesting dynamic for Atlanta FaZe as well, because aBeZy not as efficient throughout this stage as he typically is in the first blood department, and FaZe have shaken it off. You have guys like Slasher with like a 2.4 search KD throughout this tournament. You have Simp that has also stepped up and has above a 2 KD for search and destroy throughout this tournament. So even if aBeZy isn't collecting the first bloods like he is used to doing, the team still has that clutch potential. And if aBeZy gets back on form, which at this point we just expect him to, they are as dangerous as a team can get.
Here we go into the Search and Destroy map number 2 here in this grand finals. It is first to 6. We take turns attacking and defending A and B. And if you die in the round, you are out. We'll see you later.
Yeah, no trophies, no dead silence just yet. So you know it's going to be a round where you play for picks. New York Subliners spread the map, trying to vie out for control, and just like that, KiSMET gonna be able to strike. I think he had the TAC 56, so he's mixing things up, and now you got 2 TACs over by the desk with a man advantage. Right now, a massive opportunity for Subliners to get this round.
Lovely tags from KiSMET. Carrying that bomb, waiting for the opportunity to get it down over by A. Here comes the plant, and he's doing it at the furthest extremity. Oh, he wasted a bit of time, and there are 2 guns on him. Simp is moving in for the kill.
He is so close to this child as well. As soon as KiSMET stands back up, got to be ready for it. But there's also a flank coming through. HyDra and Priestahh, both potentially behind enemy lines, and KiSMET wins the gunfight anyway. New York should get this first round.
Last man alive, Cellium, damage dealt, but he is in trouble. And now here comes HyDra, the Phenom on the flank once again. Tagged, dealt with Cellium. The bomb's going to be planted. All of that helps the progress towards dead silence, but that round was as good as done as soon as that flank came through.
And look at that round from KiSMET as well. Gets the first blood. It gets 3 on the docket. And that's a perfect round 1 strat. The most different round you're ever going to see in Search and Destroy in this game is round 1 compared to the rest. No dead silence, no trophies, an opportunity for different strats to be utilized. KiSMET attack 56 in hand. Incredibly efficient work.
A very dangerous and versatile player. We've seen KiSMET, aka the Bulldog, have some standout plays with the Vaznev, but as you can see, the man can do it all. Round 2, here we go.
And Atlanta FaZe, very typical, maybe organized who wants to get the bomb, but maybe no time wasted. aBeZy already aggressive, dives on the cross, but great shots out of HyDra. Takes down the first blood king.
Take down the king, and you're looking much, much happier here in the round for the Subliners. Can they keep up the progress? Slasher, perfect timing, not going to be traded out. Or will he? KiSMET, there he goes. Right into the fight, and Cellium once again finds himself alone. Back-to-back rounds for the Subliners.
Just gonna bully him. And those are insane shots out of HyDra for the first blood as well. How many times do we see players diving across, they get made 1 shot? Well, HyDra, we've paid attention throughout this tournament. He is snapping. And we've been paying attention to Skyz as well. He can see through walls.
You can see through walls. And we know that boy can snipe. We haven't seen any snipers yet here in this matchup, but I've no doubt in my mind that we will. Skyz truly has invested in his game over this year alone.
You know what I'm talking about, chat. You know what I'm talking about. Round 3.
Yeah, KiSMET tack again. So they're going with the same thing, looking for potential middle of the map dominance. aBeZy has been left alone, so he can be isolated. Not a great nade, but he is going to get back down. And this is so many players dealing with aBeZy, and there you go. You take him down for the first blood again.
Yeah, it's another first blood. 3 now in a row for the New York Subliners. And every single time they've had the advantage so far, they've found the round. KiSMET on a 5 spree also. 1 more and he gets a cruise.
And all of that presence over towards B, aBeZy saw so many players that he called for the reinforcements. Now you get the plant down over at A for free with the man advantage. Subliners playing hotel perfectly.
And KiSMET's on a bit of a world tour right now, and he knows, yeah, that's not a fight you're going to win. You do not want to take it. 3v3. Retake now is on. That's a big win on Slasher. That's streaks and the man advantage.
He's got the cruise as well. You can go to the back pocket, just watch the flank. This is too good of a setup. FaZe, no time to try to break this down.
2-man hit right through the middle for FaZe. They cannot be fast about it. They've got to go. Get moving, lads. Trying to clear out every possible angle. Priestahh there, takes care of business. And the rest of the Subliners deal with FaZe. 3 in a row.
Yeah, and the game plan, by the way, aBeZy, 3 first deaths. He has been isolated every single round. You've had different ways of mixing things up to pick him apart, and even at the start of that one, that was basically 4 guns for Subliners to deal with one little aBeZy, and hey, you can take care of that monster on the map, you'll be good to go. Right now, the game plan is perfect. Atlanta FaZe need to start making adjustments.
Bread and butter might be off the menu today for FaZe if this is the way the search and destroys are going to go. A pair of donuts in aBeZy and Simp, very uncharacteristic of them. Here comes Skyz with the snipe.
And aBeZy might be that first victim. Could be 4 rounds in a row. Dancing with death, but survives for a moment, still gets back down. And this is aggression on defense. HyDra already in position. Going to A seems like a death sentence for FaZe. They might have to rat that bomb out.
If they go towards the B-bomb site, they're going to run into KiSMET. And aBeZy is not giving us up just yet. They don't quite know how many members of the New York Subliners are here. So, a game of chess right now. KiSMET still the only man on that B-bomb site.
And I think Atlanta might have taken so much time that even guys like Priestahh have wrapped back towards B to be able to help out his friends. So it's sort of a stalemate on the map. Atlanta FaZe yet to make a call, and New York Subliners haven't bit on anything. They have not made a mistake.
FaZe have got 30 seconds to make a play. Otherwise, the round goes to the Subliners, and it's 4 in a row. 2 members of them now over towards B. We might see it happen. Close, but no. Cigar for Skyz.
Well, Simp actually, he was kicking open doors to make a little bit of noise to be a distraction, but you end up falling, and now you have the man disadvantage. And with 14 seconds, you have to plant this bomb. Cellium gets the pick. They're trying to get this done in less than 10.
KiSMET down the 1v2. The guns are at the ready. The bomb is being planted. Unless he's got a nade, which he doesn't. He has the cruise. It's going to take simply too much time. 1v2. KiSMET in a spot of bother. The dive, and somehow hasn't been hit.
Well, he knows both crossed. He knows they did not cross back. Unfortunately, though, he's got a trophy, and he should get taken down. And Atlanta FaZe not even making mistakes. They're not chasing. They know the setup that they have. They want to guarantee this round.
Oh, wow. FaZe. What an unbelievable bounce back.
I mean, that is unbelievable patience as well. They didn't start to make moves on the map until it was less than 30 seconds on the clock. I think Simp was over by Kitchen, literally kicking open doors just to make noise to try to open up A. And even then, it wasn't that open. It is less than 10 seconds when Cellium is winning these gunfights stacked up on the bomb. That is a nail-biter of a round, and that is the first one FaZe have got.
Testament to the team's composure. Wonderful decisions made. Crucial gunfights won. FaZe finally on the board. They are now on defense.
Oh, this is going to be aggressive. Flying straight at him. HyDra, no time wasted. He is diving across. You know someone plays the hallway, and well, Skyz looking to take him down. Cell, though, is able to get that first blood. So FaZe finally connecting on the first blood front. Simp catches him as well. New York Subliners try to get aggressive. They get punished for it.
Up by 2 here in the life count for FaZe. They are fighting fit for Skyz and Priestahh now. This is going to get ugly real quick. Top bedroom, who's that? Checking it out. Slasher takes a couple of tags to his trouble, as does Priestahh. Back on up. Lots of time here, though, chance for the Subliners to make something happen, and Priestahh finds his first.
Yeah, Skyz baits out an extra player, so one's going to fall. 40 seconds to work with, and if you overpeak for a second, Skyz, you see the flash, you're gonna fall 2v2.
Bueno lands the shot on the man in the air. 2v2.
30 seconds. Bomb still in the hands of Skyz, expecting the flank. The instincts were there. Priestahh now turns it into a 1v1. His dead silence active. He will be moving completely silently across the map. aBeZy has no intel.
And Priestahh often loves the full wraps, but maybe just doesn't have enough time. But no, he's full committing into aBeZy. Reads him like a book. And shuts that round down. You added 0 intel on aBeZy that entire time, lying in wait for that final kill.
Normally the man to get the first kill on the round, that time the last. And what a kill it was. 3-2.
And that could be some of that homework coming through. How many times have we seen Priestahh getting clutches on that side of the map with the cheeky angle over towards that bomb site? So Priestahh has a spot that he likes to go to. I think aBeZy heads up there to take him down. 2 rounds in a row for FaZe, but they have to work for it.
Yeah, these have been very tough rounds indeed. Simp, damage dealt, no kill. The opening sortie has been a very quiet one indeed. Bomb side presence for both teams. Cellium, it's a protracted gunfight against HyDra. No blood drawn yet, but HyDra changes that. What a first blood!
And now you got the second. You got to take care of him too. You got to root this man out, or he is just going to body you in this round. His teammates moving in position, and finally he falls, but his team is there. HyDra out here making plays.
Comms have gone dead. Slasher's now alone. 1v3. 45 seconds. The Slasher, that bomb is on the other side of the lobby. He has to cross that under the watch of Skyz.
And look at how fast they just go back and reposition. Everybody just surrounding, covering every single cross until they spot where Slasher is. Nobody's going to make a mistake. Perfect shoulders being thrown. Quick reposition by the other 2 Subliners players on the map. And Slasher, simply no time to try to get this one done, but a small mistake there, a window of opportunity, just not a lot of time.
Remains unscathed from the nade as well. 15 seconds, may be able to get this one down. Is not using the dead silence. He's been heard. See you, mate. Skyz is going to run for it. Let the clock run out. Don't let him get any more kills. He's going to come back in a moment, check the bomb, and that's the round.
And what a round out of HyDra. Stays alive in the middle of the map, keeps things mixy, and how often do we see players backing Cellium down like that? Sprints at him, gets in position, and the entire team just gets in the mix. And HyDra nading himself, forcing him to fly forward, and wins a gunny like that. Massive plays out of the French phenom. Kills that momentum from FaZe, 4-2 lead for New York.
It's been plays like that and moments like that from HyDra that have got the Subliners to this point. So we need to see more of that if you're a New York fan. But 4-2 here on map number 2 is a wonderful turn of events for the Subliners. This is to equalize.
And they try to get aggressive, and they got punching them out. They're doing it again, though. They do not care, and it is perfect teamwork out of HyDra and KiSMET. First blood, 2 players in bedroom. If you get this bomb plant, you are feeling great.
Remembers the FaZe through middle of the map, trying to watch out for any kind of pinch. Bomb being planted at A. 45 seconds, bomb goes boom. The Subliners are on map point. Whoa, KiSMET nearly gets both. All down a Slasher.
Again for the 1v3, and again, there is just no options for him on the map. Nowhere to go. You are trapped, you are stuck, you are gunned down. New York Subliners, all of that hotel S&D work, it is coming to fruition. These guys are locked in.
It's a dominant search. The 2 rounds the FaZe have won have been unbelievable. And the first bloods might be the difference maker. Chance 3 from HyDra, 3 from Skyz.
I mean, 6-1 on the first blood count. That is ridiculous. Everybody now starting to feel that pain from FaZe. Early on, it was aBeZy. Everyone else, though, was taking their turn. This is a scorching hot hotel search and destroy, and KiSMET still has the cruise missile in the back pocket if he wants it. Frankly, does not need it. We got to square up at A.
HyDra finds the first. Another first blood from the Subliners. Add it to the pile. We'll count them all up at the end. Skyz joins him. It's a 2v4. FaZe are starting to bleed out. Slasher, a sign of life. Thrown to the squad. Over towards B we fly as Simp is moving with purpose. KiSMET, will he make the read? Will he get spotted? No, he gets tagged up. Fight is now on, a minute to go.
And that was the dead silence out of Simp as well. So he gets aggressive as he possibly can, but it's just shoulders being thrown, and now 2v1 over towards B to isolate Simp. An individual play from Slasher versus Priestahh, though, and if Slasher can win a gunfight, there's the opportunity. But there's going to be no action from the Subliners. They are waiting. one of these FaZe players to make a mistake.
The next kill might define the round. 35 seconds on this one. Simp doesn't have a bomb. Slasher does, and he is on the A bomb site. Here comes the check from Priestahh. The timing on this is going to be sensational. Simp fastidiously checking every possible avenue.
And he just has to help Slasher get this bomb down, so it's Priestahh the only one that can spot it if he ever tries to get it over towards A. But Slasher playing the pick game, has some intel. They're swarming over towards B. Now you got a 2v2, but you don't have time. KiSMET made weak, but Slasher, you're gonna have to fly. And there is simply nothing you can do. KiSMET's gonna get this kill. Subliners, they called game.
There we go, the equalizer found. Subliners stun FaZe on Hotel Search and Destroy, 6-2. There was a moment there, man, where I thought Slasher might get that bomb down, and hey, after that, you never know. HyDra is him, according to that sign. We'll see if he can continue to be him throughout this grand finals. 1-1 so far.
Yeah, and speaking of him, well, him was HyDra on that map. 4 first bloods. You had KiSMET with 3. 7-1 on the first blood battle on Hotel. Subliners again have grinded this map. That is as clean as it gets. And I mean, 11 kills for the Bulldog as well. TAC 56, Vaznev. It did not matter for either SMG player. They had a bunch of tricks in the bag, pulled them all out. That is a dominant performance for the map too.
Indeed, well, our best of 7 will continue to chug along. Both our teams winning a map at the very least, which is, I think, more than many people thought coming into this one. But hey, we are in for a long one, friends. Expo Control coming up next. Our first Control game of this grand finals chance. And Expo, one that we've already seen FaZe be unbelievably strong on. Will they be able to do the same against the Subliners?
I mean, it's more questions to be answered right before this tournament. Haven't won Expo a single time, but they look like they've made those improvements. And at the same time, for Subliners, Control has decided their fate of 90% of their series. We find out in map 3.
Find out after this quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far. We come back. Map number 3 of our grand finals here at Major 5. This is the CDL.
What is going on, Toronto? We enjoying grand finals? Can I hear you real quick? Yes. Hell of a series so far. My whole shift with the challengers community. Some of you I know stopped through the other gym to watch all 64 of our teams during the Major 5 Open, but we had one that we crowned just a little bit ago. Hailing from France, please join me in welcoming them to the stage and celebrating their success. It's the Bobs, consisting of the roster of aBeZy, Cobra, Linz, and aBeZy. Make some noise for the Bobs. With their Major 5 championship, they'll be coming to Vegas as a super high seed. Top 16 squads will join the CDL champs in Vegas. We hope to see you guys all there. Thanks again.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
We're all tied up 1-1 here in the Major 5 Grand Finals, coming here live from Toronto, the Matamé Athletic Center, and it has been dumb lit, as the kids say, chants, all week long.
Gorgeous city, gorgeous tournament. It has been a fantastic time, and I think we might actually have one of our first sort of competitive series of the entire tournament, right? On the
We've had one or two.
We've had a few, but it hasn't been many. But on the map one, obviously lights out. Literally came down to the wire, and Subliners might have dropped the first map, but talk about the instantaneous bounce back they got on the hotel. Now we actually have a tied series, 1-1 going into the Expo. More questions will be answered. A, how good have Atlanta FaZe gotten? And B, will control still be the thing that decides the fate for the New York Subliners?
Wildcard fans, we saved the best for last. Our grand finals so far have been a treat. We now roll into Himmelmatt Expo for control. Map number 3. Here we go. We had one taste of this earlier in the tournament from FaZe against Toronto Ultra, and it was a 3-0 bloodbath. No mercy shown whatsoever. The Subliners, no chance. They ain't so shabby either.
Now, there's a lot to pay attention to. HyDra at this point, he's a guarantee. You know he's going to slay. You know he's almost going to lead the lobby unless a guy like Simp is going to go toe-to-toe. But you had Skyz and you had Priestahh with a slow start at map 1 in the respawn. They need to come out guns hot on a map like this. ARs lock you down, and you buy enough pressure to get to the A zone.
Well, in control, we have 2 zones. Dive in the zone and stop the clock. If you capture it, you get an additional minute, and both teams have got 30 lives. We'll keep you filled in. Don't you worry, boys and girls. So far, so good for our defending team FaZe.
And if there was any doubt about how important the ARs are on this side of the map, that was 4 tacks pulled out right there for the New York Subliners, but didn't have enough of an opening. Got to reposition, pull out some Vaznev, and try to make the mixy plays. But right now, Atlanta FaZe perfect on defense all around the map. Collected enough kills, keeping enough control. Skyz's job right now is just to be annoying the plays happening over towards B.
Sadly unable to find any more in that life. The play is on B. FaZe final their attacking players. The defense holds. 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, aBeZy's getting the intel too. You know, Priestahh is up top, but New York staying on top of things. If they didn't know where Simp was before, if 2 stuns and a nade didn't tell you, well, they certainly know now, but you're basically stuck in your spawn trying to work out towards B. FaZe leave a little bit of that pressure open, but this is a lot of guns here with the opportunity to flank. aBeZy sent in for the kill.
Find these kills, we might find the round. Oh, bad luck from Skyz. The timing doesn't work out. Nades there. aBeZy still trying to flush these players off of the B zone. They've done it for a moment. There we go, back onto the time. Looking at that first segment, you complete one, you get to keep that progress throughout the round. Skyz once again back at it, cut down. There's the contest. aBeZy's in. HyDra finds the win.
I mean, they're just taking so much time to actually defend this B zone. You see how much more Atlanta FaZe just want to keep this spawn trap set up, that they're going for the kills. They care about the trap more than they do for the zone. And now Simp will be the next man in line. He might fall, but FaZe still have the setup they want. Get all the kills off the zone, but you still do not have Subliners able to get out. FaZe are cleaning house on defense.
Nice bit of work to add a minute to the game clock, but you're down by 10 lives. FaZe with an extremely dominant round so far. The kills keep going their way. Over to A we fly.
And look at it, it's the ARs, right? Skyz 2-6, Priestahh 0-5. And if your ARs are getting stuff like this, you're never going to be able to make moves. And that's why a guy like aBeZy has been feasting Cellium. Doesn't matter where he's on the map, he'll find kills.
Yeah, one way or another. Subliners now, 50 seconds. A lot of time here in control to try to find a way out, and they've done it. They've got themselves onto the point. Priestahh's there. Will he sniff out Cellium from the showers? aBeZy trying to clean top bar. HyDra wins that fight. You're starting to buy some presence. Will patience pay off for Skyz, or will Simp find another kill? You've still got to get on the A zone if you are the Subliners.
I mean, it's a standoff battle here. Well, Simp's going to fall. Slasher's going to be behind 2, forced to make a play. And on the flip side, HyDra might have just timed this flank perfectly. He's going to spawn out Simp a little more aggressive, but FaZe haven't read it yet. HyDra's going to get the kill. New York can swarm this zone.
HyDra finds any more, and it's great. Oh, Subliners starting to fall apart.
HyDra diving into the point. He might be able to stop the clock, but is he going to get pinched at a moment? The answer is yes. He is surrounded on all angles. aBeZy taken care of. There's the contest. Anyone help out here? No. Too many members of FaZe. No chance there for the Subliners. All down. Final 3 lives here in the first round.
Yeah, and how about that opening life from Slasher? 7-0. Did not break a sweat, and Priestahh on the flip side, 0-7. Talking about the difference maker on Expo. There's the final kill in the final death for Slasher. 8-0 on one end, 0-8 on the other. That is an easy question to answer. What happened round 1?
Well, the Subliners have not found a tremendous amount of success here on Expo so far. Classic looks from FaZe once before we saw it in the tournament, Chance, and I think it might be the same way.
Yeah, and FaZe are also bullying, right? They left HyDra. They left the SMGs on the B zone for the longest time as they were just relentlessly killing the AR. So I think Atlanta FaZe, not necessarily the game plan, avoid HyDra, but that's not the man you want to gun down first. You want to save him for last. That is a perfectly played first round.
Round 2. Subliners on defense this time. Will they be able to set the trap on FaZe, or will the shoe be on the other foot? So far, nice trades that get things going. Simp now making his way on towards the B zone, that little stage on the inside of the Expo Hall. Priestahh is in trouble. Slasher 9-0 has yet to fall. Priestahh is struggling on the other side.
Yeah, you just have Slasher playing a different game than his teammates right now. His responsibility is to do not like the objective work, but the dirty work of things like watching the flank. Finally, he's going to fall, but it's an instantaneous trade. It's the slow captures. Atlanta FaZe are playing for kills, and they are getting every last one of them.
Oh, last segment here at B. As FaZe are really hurting the Subliners here on control. B done. 2 minutes on the clock. And Simp cutting his way through his players. One more, and he gets a streak as well.
You've had Atlanta. They've talked about it in interviews of how in scrims they look fantastic, that they play the maps like clockwork, and right now they are showing it. So many kills they are collecting, and yes, Priestahh just got his first kill.
Much to the joy of the crowd here in Toronto, he gets his first. Life count still relatively close, Chance, this round, which is a good thing for the Subliners. KiSMET trying to get out of spawn, selling from top bar. HyDra gets 3 in the feed. There is a massive sign of life for New York.
Yeah, still got the bus spawn though, so it's actually no trap coming through, so you still have Atlanta FaZe with opportunities. Now HyDra can late flank in this moment. Gotta win these gunfights, and FaZe again are just winning them all. A couple trades coming through though, and aBeZy looking for the kill, pops dead silent, needs to clear out restaurant. You've done so. Now it's those AR gunfights.
Take care of KiSMET. This is going to be a big moment now for FaZe. We could see the round come to a crashing end in a matter of moments. The contest from the Subliners. Holding this one down, aBeZy working alone for now. Looking to find that one player, take care of him, you're all good. KiSMET now into the fight. There's a nice pinch from HyDra.
Well, these are just trades. Now you're getting the extra kill, so it's like a round of search and destroy. You gotta get the 4-man wipe. You get it, stack this point, and run it up.
Priestahh's been taken care of. 2-man, now 3-man stack. FaZe looking to end the round here. Go, New York, fly. Send it into the point. Guns up, nades, anything you've got, throw it. You need it now. Skyz looking to get involved, but Cellium there, holding the line down, and FaZe, bang. That round is done.
I mean, this is just Expo night and day. They started out 0-3. Their round percent win was like 27% coming into this tournament. Now they look perfect. They stop the clock, they pump the brakes, they watch the flank, they take care of business, and again, they play like a round of search and destroy. They get the wipe, there's no time wasted. And just looking at the kills column, help HyDra, please.
That's HyDra, that guy right there. Final round, potentially FaZe, looking to take care of control in possibly record time. Simp lands the frag, 13-6 for the Phenom. Tags are there, takes care of one. HyDra backstage. Looking to ruin the party that Simp's got set up. Here's the fight, HyDra wins it, keeps B safe. Subliners, they should be able to capture this.
Yeah, certainly it buys him a little bit of pressure. Not easy to stay alive. There's always someone behind enemy lines, but Skyz with a quick chow takes him down, and now a little bit of life out of some of the other players on the Subliners. An extra kill coming their way, and finally, through the mixiness, Subliners, solid start, capture the B zone. Plenty of time to work with to capture it.
Tons of time, lots of lives. How deep does the playbook go for the Subliners? All they need is 4 clean kills, and they might be able to make their way across the map. HyDra, what a snap! What a win! Forward, you fly if you're the Subliners.
He is dancing right now. Wash off the blood and get ready for the next fight. Takes down Slasher as well. You got 2 bodies on point right now for the Subliners. And Cellium's behind enemy lines and Skyz didn't see him, so Cellium, there's the first. You got to move for the second. 2 ticks already through.
They're flying. Not quite done yet. As Cruz takes one. KiSMET, the tactical reposition, gonna stay alive. Contest, win the fight, keep the capture going. No, Skyz with an nade, though trades. Not over yet. 2 minutes to go. aBeZy wins a big one, but that is huge progress on the zone.
Got so many extra big wins as well. They haven't actually decapped this, so Subliners for a moment get an extra kill or 2. You can jump right on this zone. It'll fall in maybe 7 seconds, if less than. And Cellium gets caught. There's the second kill. This is your chance to pounce.
This is it. You got to find one more member of FaZe. Bait him out. Here comes aBeZy. Skyz wins it. Stays alive. That should be the round. Anyone there to contest? No. Subliners get on the board.
And there you go. They found what they needed, and that is the objective. But there's still a very big problem that they are having. You have to win by slaying when you are on defense. You need to start getting kills. Priestahh still only has 3. Skyz has heated up a little bit. It was great reads towards the end, but HyDra opened things up for the team. They delivered. But you need to start shooting back.
HyDra finds a slight opening, widens the gap between FaZe, Spawn, and that A zone, allows his teammates to get into the point. FaZe back on attack, 2 members towards A. The Skyz is desperately trying to get himself in there. Can FaZe? Oh, they've got a lot of work going here so far in their attacking round.
I mean, this is a perfect opening break. Skyz, the only person that maybe could have done something, and aBeZy just finds them. If you capture the A zone first, you are feeling great. And for New York, nobody's home. It's a last-ditch attempt just to contest. FaZe can do no wrong.
Brilliant opener from FaZe. Incredibly decisive. The Subliners were nearly nowhere to be found. Back over to B, we now fly, and this is going to be big. Slasher on a 3 spree. Looking to keep his play alive, and the boys on the point. No one from FaZe has died in the round yet.
And we have maybe seen 2 rounds this year where the team that captures A first doesn't win. It is so much easier after the fact to get this zone. Here we go.
Oh no, HyDra's been taken care of. Priestahh has got to now hit the secret stairwell and get into the fight. This is looking very dire indeed. 2-man stack. The progress is flying. HyDra now from vending machine. Red, dead, taken care of. Cellium is there. Final segment, go bye-bye, and that's to be FaZe with a lead.
And that is Expo control. How do you play it? FaZe just wrote the book.
Spat on, as the kids like to say. FaZe with another disgusting HimmelMap performance. The whole league is taking notes, and there's a terrifying prospect with champs a mere few weeks away.
And that was brutal. A little tough to watch, and Atlanta FaZe, they've been doing it all weekend long. They get to pull up the scoreboard and just have themselves a little chuckle before going into map 4. They were able to do whatever they wanted, and fortunately on the flip side, Priestahh might need to fix his controller before map 4 loads up.
Quick regain though, map 4, we'll get to that in a moment, but HimmelMap Expo chance, a late addition to the CDL year. We added it a little later in towards the MW2 season. A lot of teams liked it. We got rid of Fortress. FaZe have already cracked the code on that one. Just over 9 minutes. Subliners round win was very, very important and a good one, but at the same time, Priestahh such a tough time getting any kills there, anything going other than feeding information. Here are the highlights.
And I mean, you know, that's back-to-back respawns as well. And keep in mind, the front half of the series, more SMG heavy maps. The deeper we go, the more asilos in hotels we are going to see. And the ARs for the Subliners have absolutely suffered. So I see a pain point right now in the series. New York got to turn things around because Hotel will be the next map we go to. Right back to the respawn. For Atlanta FaZe, they have been frying. 10-1 record in hardpoint throughout this stage. These guys have been menaces, and again, if even Expo was one of their worst maps they have had going into this tournament, the improvements they have made, astounding.
Well, the good news about a best of 7, it's a marathon and not a sprint. The Subliners ample time to get themselves back into this, ample time to find some form with the AR players, but for the side of FaZe chance, every single piece of the machine working in perfect unison. They are looking lethal on HimmelMap. So that hotel goes, as you said, very dangerous indeed. But FaZe, final form is within sight. Let's see if they can keep it up.
I mean, it's vibes flowing as well, right? Because everything that they want to accomplish on the map, they're getting it done. That round one, again, Slasher just a perfect 8-0. He's locking things down for the team. He's saying, hey, I've completed 80% of this map. You three just go deal with 20% of it. 1.74 Team KD versus a 0.58. That, to me, has been the theme of the tournament. Whichever team is winning, it has been utterly dominant. FaZe have really only been tested, I think, on 2 maps, maybe 3, this entire tournament.
That was a real good one. No test there. They aced that one. Over on the stage, we go to another hard point. So now, Coach Sender for the New York Subliners, Coach Crowder for Atlanta FaZe. Last few moments, words of encouragement for the lads. Trying to get Priestahh's head out of that last map and into the next one. Priestahh, many chips to his name, a brilliant player. He knows how to get himself out of a tough situation like this.
And I just know that, well, speaking of a tough situation, the next 4 maps that we have, it's AR stacks.
Oh, shit.
We got a Hotel, a CeeLo, and then a Mercado to end things if we actually manage to go the distance. But it is nothing but long-range gunfights that we're going to have for the next half hour. And we know how those AR battles have been going. We know for that CeeLo, S&D, that is the bread and butter of Atlanta FaZe, where they were looking nearly unstoppable on the map. A lot of long line sights. I know their Hotel hardpoint has been fantastic as well. Now, make no mistake, Subliners have been on a tear through this tournament, so some of these maps, they are also godlike at it, but I just know the Team KDs right now, it is ARs versus SMGs. We're about to move into the AR world.
And that's a good sign there for FaZe fans. Fatigue, another thing we have to bring up when it comes to these lower bracket runs. The Subliners have had to take down the toughest dogs in the league to get here, and they've been battling all day long to do it. At what point does the mental game start to give up? You fall back on bad habits, bad tendencies, the autopilot. You have no room for that in a tournament like this. Here we go, though. Next map in the series, Greenberg Hotel Hardpoint.
And I know when Subliners last played this map against Toronto Ultra, guys like Skyz were popping off right from the start. He opened it up with a 3-piece from the catwalk. I want to see signs of life early on, because even similar from the map 1, Skyz started slow, started to bounce back just a little bit. You cannot afford a slow start against Atlanta FaZe. Right from the opening break for Subliners, I want to see something special.
See if they can get it going right off the rip here in Hotel. We'll stay here for a moment, then it's going to be a double dose of CeeLo. So many tournaments this year have finished on an CeeLo control. That map number 6. We'll get to that a little bit later. FaZe, though, here we go into Hotel.
Opening salvo, and aBeZy is going to be taking a distant route. Nothing over here for him, but he has the attack, so he's ready for it. Actually, Priestahh maybe just going to fall into his lap. And action over here, aBeZy first to fall, and a much nicer start right now for New York.
A little bit of time for FaZe. We'll take that. Priestahh right back in it. Good trade through FaZe, selling with a ridiculous 2-piece. HyDra, though, doing what he does best, maneuvering on the map, finding these kills. aBeZy there with the time as FaZe now battling a little bit back and forth for this hard point.
This action over towards the desk is electric, and my word, Simp could have put a dagger on Priestahh and, well, ends up getting traded out. So an interesting start, but Atlanta in the end come out on top. You're starting to win these rotational gunfights. aBeZy has now made it to the back to block these spawns as well. Skyz, this is your moment where you need to go large.
Win this fight? No, don't get it. aBeZy cuts him down. Priestahh, though, stays alive in the chandelier here. We'll get to that in a mo. But for now, aBeZy behind enemy lines, giving the boys the spawns. All those red arrows. Ooh, right where you don't want it, New York.
Cross now for the intel as well. He's just going to be juggling back and forth. It's contest time on the actual point. aBeZy doesn't have the right gun for the fight, so maybe reposition to get in the mix. And right now, New York Subliners coming out on top. aBeZy gets dropped as well, and Subliners now have secured P2.
Subliners, strong break. That's their hard point. Here comes the next hit from FaZe. Cellium trying to pinch. Damage dealt. He has been identified. The other members of FaZe from the top side of the map. aBeZy finds one. Angle's now opening up. Simp finds his. Here comes KiSMET into the trade battle. Simp, he's taken care of as well. KiSMET on a 5. One more and streaks are his. And that's going to be Slasher trying to get the pinch. We're looking at a lead change here, Chance. The Subliners going down fighting.
Oh, that was a beautiful bounce back, especially when Atlanta FaZe got those spawns early on, and now an opportunity to chain. You just played P2 to perfection. Now you get Priestahh behind enemy lines. aBeZy's going to show up and get a kill, but there you go. The trades are in. He's already behind you, blocking these spawns as well. In New York, there's the action. HyDra on the point, looking to get these kills. Reads the second one, does get back down, but Subliners still have this hill trapped.
Oh, teamwork helps out a little bit. Simp hold them down. Skyz in the storeroom. We're taking stock of this. Big win from aBeZy. Wow. Oh, Simp gets his as well. FaZe push the front line forward.
Cleaned up the kitchen. They get an A+ grading on that one, and now you just have to stave off the next push. Most of the action coming through on the restaurant side of the map, but there you go. The gunfight's being won, an opportunity for the break.
Trying not to waste any time here, letting that lead get any bigger. One member in the kitchen, off the point for a second. aBeZy taking care of HyDra. Onto the second. Can he get the third? As Cellium on the outside. What an angle for the nade. As he might be able to hit this one, but HyDra gets himself in there. We might be looking at another lead change. No! Cell gets them both. Oh, no.
And not only does Cell just get those 12 seconds to scrap, you in Atlanta FaZe, every single other player commits for the back spawns on the rotation. So Atlanta FaZe doing two things at once. They at least get to the hill first, and Simp, he's taking control. He's got the kills by the death. Slasher snaking and staying alive. Atlanta FaZe are everywhere on this map.
Oh, my word. Well, we go from kitchen to bar to restaurant, from the top side of the minimap down to the bottom side. Here we go, Simp. Time's up, gets himself one. Priestahh on the approach. That's going to be a clean set of kills. 3 dead for FaZe. Last man Cellium, and that hard point's yours, New York.
There's go the break. Now can you read these spawns? Number 7 turns around and able to pick up the kill as well. Trade's going to come through, but FaZe a little bit distant from the point. Difficult gunfights to win. You got Priestahh and Skyz on headies, and they are starting to fry.
Reinforcing the point now. Simp on the flank from behind. Priestahh getting involved. Less than 20 seconds to go. They're on bar. We're looking towards the restaurant already. We've had a couple of drinks. We're feeling frisky. Now let's go get dinner.
And this is the slang that you want to see. Slasher trying to respond, but you have HyDra on a 5 looking for crews. You got Skyz potentially with the hot hand as well. So Subliners have risen, ready for hotel, but great shots coming through. It'll be a battle for the break. It looks like HyDra maybe last man standing, trying to make that last ditch play, but the spawns being read perfectly, everybody gonna fall.
HyDra is certainly behind enemy lines right now. Slasher's eyes on one side of the map. HyDra's trying to play sneaky. Here's the pinch. Might have timed it perfectly. Gets one. A 7 spree for the Phenom. In we go to the point. Gets himself another. Quick turn. Here's the burn. Oh my word. Simp made him work for it, but that's hard point Subliners.
And that is such a high IQ play coming out of HyDra as well. Waits for his teammates before he makes the jump. And that is a clean break on this restaurant hill. In 20 seconds, Atlanta FaZe, if they overcommit, Subliners might have an opportunity to pounce, but it looks like Atlanta FaZe, they got sent in for the kill. They want that scrap time to take the lead. As we turn our attention to that rotation, you got Simp versus HyDra, and HyDra takes him down.
HyDra 17-7. Brilliant performance from him so far. The submachine guns having a good time indeed.
And look at what that kill does from HyDra. Clears out the back spawns. Now Atlanta FaZe, they're going to be distant on this rotation. So it's just not the hefty slang out of HyDra, winning the important gunfights as well.
They change once again. Priestahh on the inside of kitchen. Trying to hold down this left-hand side of the map. Don't let FaZe outside. That's the plan right now. They've been grounded. They're staying in their bedroom. That's the low side of the minimap. And it's going to be Cellium causing problems for Priestahh. This form is exceptional.
I mean, it's exceptional. He's also blocking the spawns. aBeZy just waits so long, and he fries them anyway. Now you're actually spawning New York Subliners out, so it might be a late break, but Atlanta FaZe, they're going to fight tooth and nail. But KiSMET, there's 2. Number 3 and maybe number 4, but he does get caught. But either way, beautiful plays out of the Subliners. They just ran the platform.
Oh, what an incredible nade from Skyz. That was from way downtown. Sadly, though, takes care of it. Priestahh is going to keep the hard point, though, in the hands of the Subliners as they are pushing this lead further forward. Here comes FaZe. Slasher's jumped up to the top deck. Simp's got mid covered. Cellium is there for the gunfight, and Priestahh, he is surely going to fall. There we go. FaZe, they get in there at 0 seconds on the point. Back to P1 we go for set number 2.
I mean, hey, Subliners right now, though, battling in the respawn. That is a great first set of rotations, especially considering how it started. Things could have gotten out of control because P1 was a pain point, and that pain might continue. aBeZy's going to fall, but it's still Atlanta collecting that time, but New York so quick to jump back on it. A slugfest on P1.
KiSMET is starting to get very spicy indeed. Taking dangerous challenges with 30 seconds remaining on this point. FaZe, an opportunity to maneuver around, maybe get the Subliners off point, but they're still trying to play for the right-hand side of the minimap.
aBeZy only going to get one, but maybe looking for the next couple. Trades are coming through, but FaZe still going to be spawning so far away. aBeZy, though, big wins on a 4 spree just to secure the scrap. Now you got to take a hike to go to P2.
Not too much of a hike, though. He's not exactly wearing the craziest footwear. Let's go for a quick listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Chasing me in the back. I spawned all the way out. Spawn, take your time. Spawn, yeah, T-back, press on. T-back is forward. He's on me, P5, HyDra.
Play P4.
He's main disc.
I'll try and punch.
Spam it here.
I'm
standing it.
One wine, Austin. So one shot, bro.
Probably going, man.
How much man? I'm holding man.
I'm
in your spot.
Yeah, no.
He's on left and right. One shot, one shot.
Left, laying down, dead. One shot. Nice. Two dead.
Backsteps. Backsteps.
One shot backstairs.
Backstairs. Broken Eddie. Nice. Good 30.
I'm nading back broken.
Post out, I think.
Another one backstairs.
One shot.
Small heading. Oh, you got naded.
Now too.
I'm gonna try to go now.
Still on time.
They might hit us right here.
I clock.
He's on me right before.
I'm trying to they're going around.
Yeah, I'm going.
I'm before, bro. I'm gonna try to get the back.
On team top end.
Playing new.
Like top cat.
Oh, it's done.
I'm at new.
I pull for you.
I have any time.
I'm trying to get the back here.
Play leaving the push out, okay? Full 60, we're back in this.
Yep, sure. Holding Karen.
I might be in then. Can they go lights also?
Bottom mid dead. Might be no the back.
Okay, dead.
Classic comms there from Atlanta FaZe. Difficult to understand for many, but they're passing a lot of information across either way. Hard point, theirs. For now, here come the Subliners. HyDra on the back door. Nades being exchanged. Simp, what do you got, son? There's one. And Simp looking for number 2.
Jumping at him and getting the kill. FaZe trying to get back in this game, but I gotta say, if New York win this map, it is off the back of P2. They have throttled Atlanta both times around, but Atlanta, talk about responding in kind back towards the kitchen. Every single kill falling their way.
Priestahh cashes out aBeZy now and opening another hard point. Simp's up next. It's 15 to 21. Looking to make it 16. There's the contest. 2 members of the Subliners in. They have collapsed all over FaZe. That's a clean kitchen, and that's a solid 13 seconds to be had.
Can't make that play online. He'd gotten hurt flanking around the entire time, but welcome to LAN, welcome to the grand finals, and a break like that buys you a 50-point cushion rotating towards new. You check your corner, you throw a shoulder, doesn't make a difference, and aBeZy reads them as well. Knows he has to take care of these back spawns.
FaZe are first into the bar. They've got the good seats. Now, holding on to it. Simp's got himself a corner. The rest of FaZe are nowhere to be found. KiSMET cleans them up. Hard point break. Subliners.
I mean, you're desperate now if you're Atlanta, just to keep them out of the hill. You have lost the back spawns, but you're getting the cutoff kills, but it's still going to be HyDra behind you. There's one. There's the free 2-piece. You're going to be able to get all of this time.
It's Mack. Can you get the second as well? The submachine guns of the Subliners absolutely sublime so far. Cellium, though. A true titan of the 1v1 fight over the Skyz, now soaking away. We're in the business end of the hard point.
I mean, Atlanta FaZe, they have to just take impossible gunfights just to contest. They fly in and they get it, but at what cost? On this rotation, at least 2 Subliners players now make it 3. They're going to get there first. You leave HyDra in the back to keep 2 players at bay. And right now, it's a 3v2 around Restaurant. New York Subliners are going to win this game here.
This is it. Last chance for FaZe here on Hotel. 3 of them are in. Here comes the hit. Time ticking away for the New York Subliners. 10 seconds for the win. FaZe get their break soon and fast. Here come the trades. Priestahh's in there. KiSMET eyes towards the back. Finds one. Tags into the second. That's it. Map's done. Last Simp taken care of. The New York Subliners tie up the series 2-2.
Their first respawn they've collected in the grand finals, and they were on point from start to finish. They lost the rotation of P2. They gave up the spawns. aBeZy had it. They bullied them away and never looked back. The ARs there, I'd say, for New York Subliners had a solid enough performance. They got the kills. They bounced back from the expo, but KiSMET and HyDra fried. 32 kills there from HyDra. KiSMET not too far behind. That SMG duo for the New York Subliners just took them to task.
2-2 here in our grand finals. There's the stats from this one, and HyDra at 32 and 17. The French phenom certainly came to play here in this grand finals. A solid 10-minute long Greenberg Hotel. Those 2 teams were going toe-to-toe for the longest of times. Subliners just enough gas in the tank to push it forward in the end. And here we go, back and forth in this series chance. The mere fact we saw that Hotel hardpoint go to the Subliners tells you the next half of this series is going to be great.
Oh, we have ourselves a series indeed, but I just got to talk more about HyDra and how impressive he is. He has been on a rampage throughout this entire tournament. It is rare that he has a bad map. I'm thinking it's grand finals, it's the tears. Maybe they take it to him, but he has been consistent every single map up there in the slaying category. Double positive with your back against the wall. HyDra is a phenom.
He's a phenom indeed, ever since he joined the league back in Cold War. For now, though, ladies and gents, time for another commercial break. An opportunity for you in the venue to go for a pee. When we come back, we're going to El Asilo, where things are going to get crazy. Don't go too far.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck, and upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
The night is long and full of terrors here in Toronto as we march further through this grand finals at Major 5, here live from the Matamé Athletic Centre in Toronto, Canada. We're having a good time, and so are our two teams' chance. Going into the next one, we managed to see a big turnaround where the New York Subliners managed to win their first respawn, but now we go back to Asilo.
In tied 2-2 in a grand finals, looking for the advantage, and this is the ultimate square-up map across the league. Asilo, Search and Destroy, it has been FaZe's bread and butter. They have the best record in the game. The team that has the second best record, the New York Subliners. The team that is best in first bloods on this map is the New York Subliners. Number 2, Atlanta FaZe. The best team in the game on attacking rounds on this map, the New York Subliners. Number 2, Atlanta FaZe. The best team on defense is Atlanta FaZe. Number 2, New York Subliners. There is no better square up map that we have. It is Asilo. These records are ridiculous, but those first bloods might be the key. They could be the difference maker in this tournament. New York Subliners have played 34 rounds of Search and Destroy. They've gotten the first blood in 26 of them. That is bonkers. That is insane. They need to have that edge, and obviously if HyDra can break some records as well, that wouldn't hurt.
Don't you love it when he talks dirty to your chat? Here we go. Round number 1. Our second Search and Destroy here in the grand finals, and Asilo is always a fun one, and aBeZy back at it again with the first blood.
Yeah, and those are obviously the players to watch. There is no better first blood duel that we are gonna have. Atlanta FaZe so far on top, but you gotta make sure you trade out these kills. KiSMET, the stun is not gonna connect. Do you check your corners?
Wait for the play. Simp checking it. Oh, what a move from KiSMET. Perfect timing, 3v3.
You saw the bomb.
Snipe from Skyz does not connect. And sadly, KiSMET's life is lost as a result of that. Priestahh makes it a 2v2. aBeZy pops dead silence. He is about to cause problems. Now it's all down to Skyz.
You know he is the sniper as well. Operation don't get picked, and I think aBeZy actually just made the perfect call to go over towards B. Both these players grouped up together. They haven't seen Skyz in a New York minute.
But
in a 2v1, massive advantage.
Slasher didn't see him either. He may have heard that door burst wide open. And aBeZy, shoulders thrown, bullets as well. FaZe take the first.
And that is a perfectly played round. Maybe an opportunity for KiSMET if he can get the 2-piece, but after he gets the first, the trade's on point. Priestahh gets traded as well. And on the first blood front, aBeZy, I know we got first blooded 3 times in a row on Hotel. He's right back to his happy place.
So that was Hotel. This is Asilo. This is the Asylum. And things are certainly going to get crazy throughout this series. First round goes to FaZe. Round number 2, Subliners. They attack.
You have a few options to work with. HyDra pretty far away from the dead silence, so nothing happening there, but you can also just bully out down low. They might just go to take control of this site. Nobody home there for Atlanta FaZe. So much pressure on the A zone, but the bomb is open. KiSMET, he'll take that advantage. Bomb gonna go down.
It's a fast plant here, 45 seconds before that bomb detonates. Will the Subliners be able to defend it? They will certainly throw their lives at it. FaZe now. A tough approach towards that bomb. Someone's behind them.
And you have to start making moves if you're Atlanta FaZe. Simp's gonna have to be that guy because the clutch spot to check from is gonna be up top, but Cellium gonna strike. The patience though, HyDra knows where he's at.
HyDra knows where he's at. He's dodged all the lethals and tacticals. There we go. The trades are done. 20 seconds to fly into this one. aBeZy making moves. We've got upstairs full control for the Subliners. Well, aBeZy.
There's just no time.
Be able to find anything as he runs around, and I don't think he's got it. HyDra takes care of Slasher. That should be the round. Not enough time to get the defuse. New York bounce back.
And that is just playing off your information perfectly. And we saw the setups from New York on Hotel. Anytime they get into a good position, nobody's making mistakes, nobody's overcommitting, everybody is doing their job. You clear out the A site, KiSMET says, all right, I'll plant it for up top. Everybody goes and stacks the stairwells. You get your trades. You know that money's open. HyDra on point, ready for it. Perfectly played, bounce back round. 2 for 2 on the attack.
Round 3. FaZe on offense. that first blood wizard. Here we go into his POV and see if he can't find another first blood. Always important for the FaZe round wins. Checks every possible angle of the A-bomb site, gives the all clear. There's the plant.
Oh, KiSMET though was able to get a pick. KiSMET is just flying up through the field, and I know we got a couple trades, but that is the field side of the map that FaZe have to be concerned about. They have not got this bomb down yet.
Skyz with a very tight angle here by what we call kegs for obvious reason. Less than a minute. There's the bomb plant. KiSMET cleans upstairs now. 99.9% of germs taken care of. So a FaZe, aBeZy, he's gone as well. Onto the side.
Does it himself?
What a three-piece. That's the defuse. That's the round.
KiSMET just flipped that switch. I believe that was an ace in the round. No, he just took it to you. Flew upfield with the Vaznev to get the first blood and then just runs you over. That is a player happy to have the dead silence, delay the defuse, and try to get it back for KiSMET. That's got to be a top 5 play.
Absolutely disgusting. Subliners, what a round. They take the lead, albeit by 1. We have the POV of the ace. Here it is. Actually,
Number 2?
That was number 2. The next few, they barely stood a chance. Masterful timing on aBeZy. That was a little bit of luck. And then Simp as well. Wow, KiSMET. It's like a major 1 all over again.
Yeah, he's barking too in the player cam, so he's going to be feeling himself in this round. But even if he's the main slayer, also the objective player has the bomb back in hand. Shots raining through. No first blood just yet. You have New York Subliners spreading the map, playing for picks. Giving Skyz a little bit of time to work with, trying to isolate these players. They got nades and stuns on Cellium. They know he's pinned in the back. You have options to work with.
It's a stressful situation to be in. Cellium spotted. Now the guessing work.
Nice shot.
No guesswork needed. Clinical precision there from Skyz. First blood.
First blood's on point for the Subliners, and more intel that Skyz is collecting. Sending HyDra in for the kill.
HyDra now on a mission to get one of his own, and he has managed to get just over above Simp. Slasher will retreat wisely. Now HyDra will get things moving. Doesn't have a Vaznev, but he does have timing. That's another one now. Oh my word, all down to Simp as he now maneuvers. No dead silence, has a trophy. This is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. KiSMET yet to get the bomb down. They might not need to.
He's being hunted as well. That's HyDra looking for him, and what a battle that is, but Simp keeps it alive. He's going to know one player's on the bomb site as soon as he gets planted, and it's Skyz looking over. Simp, he can hear this.
If he takes the fight, he might be able to isolate these players. Here comes the reinforcements. Subliners are shoulder to shoulder on the inside of the site now, trying to get this done. Tags the first 30 seconds. Simp can do this.
And this is so much time. He can play patient.
Here we go. A little bit of noise. Simp toe-to-toe with KiSMET. And that is simply unbelievable.
KiSMET gets a top 5 play with an ace. Simp gets a better one with a 1 versus 3. 1 versus 3 with a trophy.
Hold my monster. Priestahh taken care of. What a battle that was against HyDra. The damage dealt here in these next 2 kills is so important. Skyz in the reach out, hoping to catch him out, and the 1v1 against KiSMET, that is sensational.
Simp the pimp right there. He has been on a tear throughout this stage. He has leveled up his gameplay. That kid is just looking for another trophy and another ring to add to the collection.
2-2 here on LSClo. In our 5th map of this grand finals. What a banger. 2 more kills will net Simp a cruise missile, and he's swapped out the trophy for dead silence this time around. So he's starting to feel himself. He's starting to make more plays.
Maybe an opportunity to try to push the nerves as well for New York. You get clutched on like that, you're feeling a little bit of pressure. No mistakes being made thus far, but Atlanta FaZe happy to take their time. Subliners are not taking any bait. Nate's coming through, gonna land on HyDra, dodges his fate. But now you clear out the site. Atlanta FaZe tears are taking over.
No one home from the New York Subliners. Here they come, though. On the furthest extremities of the map, we do have 2 players. The 2 on the inside, though, they're going to try to get that bomb retake as fast as possible. Cellium with the first blood. HyDra out of the equation. Simp, find a corner and get cozy.
And look at what you do. You dodge the tears in the middle of the map. You start working the outer edges, and then Cellium and Slasher just working together, end up picking you apart. doing so much just to take care of Slasher, and finally you get him, but basically no time to go for this retake, and with TAC 56s, you're gonna fly into death. Another round. They should be able to connect unless Skyz can pull off the miracle.
Well, there's a miracle in the making.
Oh,
it's now down to Cellium. Find a few seconds. There's the read. Skyz damaged out. No, Priestahh. Wow. Wiped out. FaZe with another banger of a round. This time it was Cellium.
I mean, there's simply no way until there was. Cellium, though, if he's the last player alive, you're still feeling comfortable. Snappy gameplay. It's still a ridiculous moment. I mean, this is a blink and you miss it, search and destroy game. Skyz and Priestahh nearly doing the impossible. They had 24 seconds left to pull off a 2v3, and they were 2 bullets away from clutching it.
Yeah, that is. Oh man, we have been blessed with some outstanding search and destroy this tournament alone. FaZe up by 1. We played to 6 here in S&D. I have a feeling this one's going to go on for a long time. HyDra looking to try to end this one. He and aBeZy have awkwardly danced around each other for a while, but that's going to be the trades. KiSMET is there.
And it's the double flank coming through, though, from FaZe. I mean, it's the same thing. York Subliners effectively tried this strat the previous round to no success. And now FaZe, they have just swarmed all the way around. It's going to be 3 players working the flank, and Skyz gets caught. Main advantage FaZe.
Never going to read the double window hop there. Less than a minute to go. The Subliners with KiSMET has the bomb on the outside of aBeZy now.
Oh, Slasher.
Unfortunate timing for Priestahh there with a Vaznev KiSMET 1v3.
He's ahead of the game right now. Slasher hunting you down. Simp already in position if you wanted to go towards the B site. If you want to go through mid, Cellium there to spot you. Looks like he was just quiet enough to get the bomb down, but he's going to be trapped in sight instantly.
He has to wait this one out. There's the gunfight. Cellium, his 5th kill in a row. We'll wait for Dead Silence to finish and possibly recharge, and then we will defuse that bomb. A valid effort there from KiSMET, but simply not enough. Chance, it will be 4-2.
Yeah, and that 5 spree is looking real dangerous for Cellium. And they are flying around the map as well. Atlanta FaZe out here making plays. They've played this map 20 times already this year. That's a lot of efficiency, but that's also a lot of data that York Subliners can collect, and still there are new tricks in the back.
So top left-hand side of the screen there, you'll see that everyone from Atlanta FaZe has Dead Silence ready for the next round. That is an overwhelming advantage. They will be able to make quiet plays on the inside of LSELO. This could spell doom for the Subliners. Any kills they get early on, first bloods, a massive bonus.
If you get every Dead Silence and every trophy you want to have, that is the ideal situation on an attacking round. You have options to work with. And at the same time, it's also for Cellium. I mean, you know he loves the wall hop. He's just looking for 1 extra kill.
No way. No, thank God. Very few snipes here from Atlanta FaZe. They tend to get things done with the Tacs and the Vaznevs. But Cellium playing patient, trying to get that kill. The rest of his teammates are on the bomb site, and here comes the plant.
Well, they're going to jump on this. As soon as this bomb goes down, those Subliner players are going to fly for the child. They at least get the trades. You take down aBeZy, you're looking for Simp. He's going to be surrounded. He's going for the kill. Everyone on his screen. He still finds 1.
Finds 1. Here comes Cellium. He needs 1 as well. Here's the crack of the door. There's the kill. All down to Priestahh. And he's on the other side of the bar. Wow. Slasher cuts him down. Map point FaZe.
Simp is godlike. He just had every single Subliners player on his screen. He still was able to find his 1 before he fell. And then Cellium and Slasher pinching the map as well. I mean, that is a perfect round from Atlanta. aBeZy gets his first blood. The trades were there. And that little extra magic from Simp just to give you the edge.
Hey,
absolutely.
Yo.
Absolutely.
Captain Price. I'm sure he's watching somewhere. It took 3 members of the Subliners to try to pin Simp down there, and he still got 1. 6 spree from Cellium. Streaks there.
Yeah, and if you're going to have a cruise missile on the flip side, that just means you dominate the middle of the map if you're the New York Subliners. And aBeZy flies into death. That'll be a first blood for HyDra.
First blood. Looking at the bomb plant as well. HyDra. Good work there to get the bomb down, but you've lost 2 of your members, Subliners. Here come FaZe.
And Slasher waiting for his teammates to make the play, so he's calming what he has and letting everyone else take care of business. HyDra, so quick with it, loves to work those doors.
That's the second on the round. Slasher's on a bit of a flank. Simp slowly but surely making his way on towards the bomb site. 25 seconds. It's now 2v2. Slasher now hoping for anything. check every possible angle. 20 seconds. Clock is still ticking. KiSMET wins his fight. Down to Simp. KiSMET gets them both. The Subliners stay alive here on El Asilo.
That is a great off angle from KiSMET. If you're playing against Cellium, you got to be careful where you stand. Walls are not going to protect you. Finds the perfect spot, gets the final 2 kills. Him and HyDra popping off in that round. I'd say maybe just a cheeky one there from aBeZy. Tries to kick open the door, hope the timing goes his way. I don't know if he'll try to make a hero play like that again. Do not want to give Subliners any momentum. My bad, X-Wally.
My bad. Still map point for Atlanta FaZe at 5. Subliners need 3 in a row to get the win. Aha, Crew's called in. A lot of information.
And what can you get off this, though? I mean, there is 0 map presence right now for Atlanta. You get all the intel. You're just going to meet a trophy. In Atlanta FaZe, get no map pressure. You only manage to get Slasher up to the tower. So you have A zone control, but there's no bomb sites over there.
Subliners scurry away, and then they squirt out to their previous positions. aBeZy moving in, trying to find something. That first blood's going to be important. We've lost a lot of time here for FaZe.
And Simp drops the bomb. He knows that if he falls, you don't want to leave it in that position, so he's trying to make the high IQ play. It is a standoff around the map. No one's popped dead silence just yet. Atlanta FaZe hunting for this first blood.
Whose nerve will crack first? The bombers exchanged hands. Simp, dead silence. Making moves. Checking corners. Looking towards the A-bomb site potentially. Uh-oh, this is going to be bad. Whoa, what a reaction. Stays alive, Slasher there to back him up. Cellium managed to get a first blood out of all of that madness, but here comes Priestahh. The trades are on.
And this is bomb down as well. That is bomb down with 12 seconds left. You might just have to play for the kills, hunt these players down, but you're just going to play for the time. Subliners should be able to pull this one off. aBeZy's going to fly for the 2v2. No time to work with. You just can't die, and they get the kills. Subliners out here challenging. They got the round.
2 rounds in a row. It's 5-4. The Subliners play FaZe like a fiddle. As HyDra's final 2-piece at the end there was the cherry on top of what was their round either way. They were running.
And it's just the ultimate patience right now coming out of New York. At a time like this, just pumping the brakes. They had the setup on the map that they wanted, and it ends up falling into their lap. An extra couple. You got HyDra on a 4. You're back on the attack. No more cruise missile from Cellium to deal with. Subliners have the potential.
Ow, says Priestahh, as the nade goes off at his feet. A nade of his own. Cooked. Forces a player to the inside of the bomb site where KiSMET now has a bit of a tough fight. We are still sitting at a solid 4v4. Everybody fighting fit. The pockets mostly empty. Lethals and tacticals are gone.
Yeah, a lot of them have been expended. Go for some wall bangs, but aBeZy's found himself in sight. And he's got the coverage over top, and you got a player on the flank. Atlanta FaZe, this is the setup they want to have.
Yeah, and the problem the Subliners face now is we can't get close without being either spotted or dealt with, and aBeZy with a big kill like that makes it easy. aBeZy finds 2. And Slasher now from upstairs should be able to catch out Skyz. Damage dealt from behind. Priestahh, oh dear, this round is not over yet. It's still a 3v2.
And Cellium's going hunting as well, trying to wrap around. He's got the dead silence, and he doesn't see him. Priestahh, this is a 2v2, but you are running out of time, and that bomb is still down.
The Subliners have somehow salvaged this situation after aBeZy's start. aBeZy's still on for it. Deddy popped, 20 seconds to roll. You have to recover the bomb and get the plant if you're the Subliners, or deal with the terrors. 1 though, down. Skyz taken care of, 1v1, 10 seconds. Priestahh, he does have the bomb. He can plant this. And aBeZy now can make moves. It's a 1v1. aBeZy now trying to make the approach. Priestahh making the moves. Toe-to-toe. The next gunfight will seal it as we dance around the bomb site. Priestahh gets it. It's 3 in a row for New York, and now it's round 11.
A 2 versus 4 for the AR players of New York Subliners. Clutching up for the team. And this is the square-up map of all square-up maps for the Edge in the series. Your 2 best Asilo search and destroy teams. Round 11. Couldn't have it any other way.
Priestahh's on a 4 spree. You forget all about the Expo. Heroics have pushed it this far. Can we make it 4 in a row for New York, or will FaZe close it out? Here we go. One last round.
That bomb site has been left open on defense. They're going to be working the flanks, but look at Atlanta FaZe. This is a round 11. This is bomb going to go down in the first 20 seconds.
Steady pops.
Got him.
HyDra flies in. Catches one.
Got him.
Ruthless aggression as the Phenom finds two. Priestahh takes care of Cellium and Slasher. What can he do?
Nothing.
It is impossible. I don't believe my eyes. New York take the lead.
The comeback was in. New York Subliners. Oh, they are built different.
Now that, I think, might be one of the best LSELO S&Ds we see on the year. Wow. Elation across the faces of the New York Subliners. We're not done yet, boys. Yeah, headsets back on. There's plenty more COD to play. For FaZe, though, a test of the metal as they bend, Chance. They didn't necessarily break, but the Subliners managed to sneak in that final round.
I mean, look, when we do the top 5 plays from the major, 3 of them are going to be in that game. KiSMET popped an ace. The next round, Simp has a 1v3. You had a near 2v4 clutch from Skyz and Priestahh, or excuse me, a near 2v3. They dropped the ball on that one just to say, hey, we'll do you one better and get a 2 versus 4. And I feel like we have a mythical player on our hands. HyDra, one of the best players. All-star guaranteed, MVP if they win this tournament. But when he's kicking open doors, guaranteed to get the kill. So many on that map, destructive.
We stay on LSELO. Towards control we now go. Now a recurring trend of many tournaments, many of the majors here thus far. LSELO control has been the final map. I highly doubt it will be in this series because God only knows where we go, but highlights here from that very memorable LSELO.
I mean, we're just showing off a little bit of the Skyz highlight reel before we really start to get to the goods. Well, here's some action for the 1 versus 3. That is Simp world-starring players. That is Simp clutching. That is Simp outplaying you. This was the near 2 versus 3 from the ARs of the Subliners in a moment where they had 24 seconds to pull that one off. And then it is just ridiculous play out of ridiculous play. A 5-2 lead from Atlanta FaZe, and they collapse.
Woo! That's one we're gonna talk about for a while. We stay on LSELO, Chance. Once more in this series, we play control next. Stats are out the window.
How about, like, on the long-term game, the trust that the New York Subliners have in each other? They come out, win the first tournament, and they basically see no success up until this tournament. They struggle at the majors. They bomb out of a couple. They had so many struggles on LAN. They trust each other. They stuck together, and here they are, 1 map away, and they take away another chip.
Wildly frustrating situation to be in for FaZe. I mean, you had them dead to rights for quite some time, but they could not close it out. HyDra, 11-8.
And look, the 7 first bloods out of FaZe still took the L. Both teams 5 bomb plants. That is every round. Success on the objective, 2 bomb diffuses. Everything is so comparable. Even the accuracy. The difference maker, though, that final round. New York Subliners, too clean, too quick with it, even just for that instant retake. Like, you talk about the aggression from Atlanta in a situation as intense as that, just to kick the doors open and get the bomb down. Subliners, it is the exact same thing. They just pounce on you out here playing like animals.
Speaking of animals, the squirrel on the stage is now 1 map away for the New York Subliners. There's something happening. On stage right now is Sender getting involved one last time. Wind in their sails right now for New York. Quick look at the championships won in their overall careers, and these teams, they are stacked, Chance.
I mean, look, this is former teammates as well. Priestahh used to play with the old trio as well on FaZe back in the day, so his numbers are up there. Skyz, HyDra, and KiSMET simply going hunting.
Yeah, I mean, HyDra and KiSMET, it's 2, but looking at them getting these together, add that a 3, who knows? This is going to go all the way, ladies and gentlemen. The New York Subliners have somehow put themselves at tournament point now. If they win this LSELO control, it's all over. FaZe force 1 more final search and destroy. It's a showdown on Mikado for game 7. We'll find out if we need it. Frankly, I want it. This is awesome. Frankly. Here we go. LSELO control. Tournament point for the Subliners.
And an interesting map as well for New York. I mean, it has been control has been the deciding factor for their series all year long. And frankly, they don't even need this one. They might be happy to see a map 9 if we get there. But when they lose the controls, it has been a pain point. They fell in the Expo. We'll see what they can bring to the table on a CeeLo. That a CeeLo control curse lives on.
Once again, control, 2 zones, 30 lives. If you're able to capture the zones, you win the round. Take care of 30 lives, you win it as well. Let's find out what happens first.
Skyz quite literally has had the best wall bangs in the game like 3 or 4 years running. He has always been on point with this. He is not wasting any time, and you are straight over towards this B zone.
B's the harder zone to capture, and so far it's working out. Can Simp get into the fight as the first segment has been evaporated? Skyz and Priestahh doing a great job here on the attack. There we go. Simp only gets 1. Skyz and Priestahh still getting it done. aBeZy and Cell, clean house. B safe for now, and they came so close to the second segment.
Yeah, that is actually massive that Atlanta FaZe were able to get it just in the nick of time. So that zone is going to be depleted. New York have to reposition and go back over towards A, but maybe not a fun place to go. It is ARs right now on both wings. Slasher trying to lock things down on one side. aBeZy and Cell potentially working the other. Subliners looking for the kills before they move, but the kills they are not going to find. A nice snap from KiSMET doesn't matter. You're stuck in your spawn.
Bad news, 3 dead for the Subliners. FaZe now fly forward, apply the iron grip, the arm bar. In 25 seconds, Subliners are going to tap, and FaZe will get the round. And Simp, this is a freebie. Oh! Oh, God! It's non-stop highlight plays, but you're on A. 19 on the clock.
I mean, free for who? Priestahh feeling himself. He's gunning. I mean, he's getting more kills now. That Expo control is just an anomaly if he is shooting like that. But now you got Cell already with the cruise. He's just trying to keep these players at bay away from this A zone. That time is ticking 15 seconds and less than on the clock. And this is set up to be an utterly dominant round. This is what we saw on Expo. This is what FaZe are bringing on a silo.
FaZe so good at control. Full control, if you will. 7 in a row for Cellium, full streaks. But we do manage to get onto the A zone once again. Can Cellium get any more kills out of this? Oh, wait, Priestahh. He and Skyz, there we go in the kill feed. KiSMET's there as well. Slasher. This is not over yet. Oh, aBeZy wins a big fight, and that's the round.
Yeah, aBeZy looks different as well. So they're over there changing places, teleporting around the map. But either way, similar to the Expo, that is domination there from Atlanta FaZe. It happened in a different fashion, but the only moment New York were able to sort of orchestrate together over towards that B zone, it gets stopped. FaZe never looked back.
Crazy. 2 segments captured in the end for the Subliners. Not the full zone, but they will hold on to that record. If we have to go to a final round, the team with the most segments captured gets defense. Typically, that's an advantage. But right now, it's round 2.
New York FaZe is going to be stacking up the middle of the map as well on the attack. Actually, Simp and Slasher do pair up together, so certainly leaning towards A. HyDra, got to make sure you trade him. Cell takes care of business, and you see the idea. Yeah, SMGs trying to roam free around the pool area and be a menace, but you at least take care of them. Now it's the ARs on the wings. A little bit of presence towards B, but Atlanta FaZe really struggling to make any moves on the map. Defense right now reigning supreme. That's going to be 3 down. Cell the only player left alive for FaZe. Everybody else in spawn, and Cell is going to join him.
Priestahh's trying to hold him back. He's the doorman, and your name's not on the list. You're not getting into the side. Kiss, what a snap. The final bullet into aBeZy takes care of business. 2 spree from him. His defense has been brilliant from the Subliners so far.
You're starting to run out of time as well. I mean, less than 40 seconds on the clock. Everybody's gun is hot right now. And Atlanta FaZe, a little bit of pressure over towards B. You have Slasher that picked up 2 to try to open things up, but even still, the reinforcements are just now getting there. HyDra the opportunity to be the cutoff man as that clock just now gets stopped, but FaZe, they get it. They found the opening at B zone. Slowly getting captured until it just gets taken right away.
KiSMET, he's managed to make moves. Slasher's had to come down from the mountain, and he's brought nothing but bad news with him as HyDra's behind him. There's no hope for them to get onto B. A, maybe if you fly, FaZe. But what will Priestahh? He's dead.
And you do have Cellium in position, but you just need one good break, one good timing on the flank. HyDra looking for exactly that. The coverage there, though, on point from Atlanta. And that slow capture continues to commence. Maybe a hero play from KiSMET to try to be annoying, but Atlanta FaZe take care of the flank, take care of the A zone, and add a minute to the clock.
Yeah, it's pretty much done. No one there from the Subliners. They're going to give it up. We're going to play for another minute here in this round. FaZe are in a great spot here, Chance. A couple of kills, and that B zone's got their name written all over it.
I was going to say, New York are also fairly passive on the map as well. KiSMET was deep in the spawn, and it'll be off respawn now. Skyz is top AC. He needs to stay alive. You have to find kills if your Skyz up top, because Simp is coming for you.
Oh no, Simp is in your spawn, and Simp is causing problems. Skyz, stay alive. Simp might have let him slip for a moment. Not again, though. 5 in a row. You're on B. Here's the stack. FaZe looking to close the round out with a bang.
I mean, that's going to be it. That's going to be the cruise. You're going to be so far away. I don't see a trophy, but nothing is connecting, and Slasher pinning you down as well. Getting in some damage, slowing you down as much as you can. 2 ticks already through.
No cruise missile to throw at this point. KiSMET, though, does bring the submachine gun. Cellium there to back up. aBeZy back on the point. It should be it. Anyone there from New York? Dive on it, trying to help out. No trophies, no nothing. Wait, they find the kills. They get him off for now. And Slasher over by the trucks. He's still alive and kicking. There is the potential for this player to stay alive.
I mean, no trophies, no stats, but Slasher has been a monster. You got to trade out HyDra, but you can't get it. He picks up 2, and with only 30 seconds on the clock, Subliners can clutch this round.
HyDra seemingly untradeable. 1 segment remains, as does 20 seconds. The life counts down to single digits.
Last hit.
Final hit. FaZe, take your time. You've got 1 chance at this. 10 seconds. Here comes the door burst, right onto the zone. Not a single soul of the Subliners to show themselves. KiSMET and HyDra find their kills, and that will be it. 1-1 here on El Asilo.
And that is an unreal round coming out of New York. I mean, they were pinned. They were getting caught. Anytime an AR player gets up to like the mountain cliffside area and Slasher was living there to pin you in the back, it is misery to try to get out of your spawn. But that 2-piece buys you so much pressure. Your Subliners clutch up. They had to fight for that round, but they earned it. Tie things up 1-1. Now for them, it's just operation. Do not get stuck in your spawn. You need at least some sort of success on the opening break. And you need Skyz to heat up just a little bit as well.
Just a little bit. This ain't search and destroy. He's not sniping. HyDra versus aBeZy. Wow, what a fight that was. And we're on the attack already. Priestahh got himself over towards that B zone pretty quick as well. So presence either side and Cellium. Good luck. HyDra's coming. Wow. Oh, that's a big win. Priestahh now moving over towards B.
Yeah, shout out to the headshot multiplier. It's just guesswork on these lobbies of who's going to win the gunfight at any given moment. You have to be perfect, and even then, sometimes it's not good enough. You are stuck in your spawn. There is nowhere to go. Simp is challenged. He's going to fall, but you only have 42 seconds. You're getting picked apart from every direction.
New York has to get out of spawn and get closer to those zones. Get onto it. Stop the clock. My God. Less than 30 now to go. Dive into this one. Skyz. Pistol at hand. Quick swap. Simp finds 2. Massive defensive work again from FaZe. Can KiSMET stay alive? He's the last man here. This is a big moment as FaZe find another 3-piece. Less than 30 to go.
There's just nowhere to go on the map. Atlanta FaZe always there. You can't get the trophies out. You can't feel safe or comfortable. Subliners now desperate just to get to either zone, and I don't know what direction you go. In the middle of the map is aBeZy on both wings. It's the ARs, and aBeZy right now is trying to slam you down, and if not him, Simp will take good care.
Simp's gonna chill. That boy got yeeted. It's Priestahh trying to go on the point. Here comes the hit. HyDra gun. Simp finds 3!
Oh yeah.
The last man! KiSMET might be able to do nothing. FaZe have pile drive the Subliners in the second round win.
Gets a little chuckle out of Simp for that one as well. Even collects that final kill. He is on point right now. Simp is absolutely flowing. And the nade smoke, such a destructive thing. You can see the red dots through it, but Simp, the bullets shredding along the way. I believe he was just able to get a cruise missile as well. Potentially helpful for their attack.
Potentially. We're far from finished yet. Atlanta FaZe, 1 more round to stay alive in the tournament. And we'll see if Search and Destroy can be their saving grace. Skyz with his first blood, his 5th kill of the game so far. This might be his chance to get going. Uh-oh.
One of the worst things to ever hear called out from your teammates. Simp is dead silence. He's in our base. Skyz gonna get shot in the back. Easy cleanup kill there. All the pressure in the world. Simp is just buying his team options. Catching the spawners as well. I mean, this is just going to be a feast. Priestahh just got off spawn. He's already back on the death cam.
Skyz has no idea where to look, where to find him. He is everywhere and nowhere.
Oh, poor Priestahh. I was about to say.
Not 3 times in a row, surely. Well, A's captured. We've got 2 minutes and 5 on the game clock. The Subliners are on life support here on Control.
Yeah, everybody from Subliners probably going to be pulling out the tax outside of maybe HyDra. Prepare for a gauntlet of a defense on this B zone, and he's gonna have the Vaz until he falls. Priestahh, unfortunate, might end up just getting stuck in his spawn again.
Uh-oh. Priestahh can't get out. He's trapped. Suppressing fire there from FaZe. A couple of kills from his teammates might buy you some time, but you think you're safe. And then there's Cellium.
Cell's also just trying to keep this position. Maybe wait for the double cruise missile call to come through. Right now, a player like HyDra's bottom pool, but if you ever clear out your base for Atlanta, you set up, it's an outside hill. I mean, it's incredibly passive play. I'm assuming that's going to be the play call.
23 lives apiece. This is exactly what you want for the Subliners. Slow and steady. Oh, a big win from KiSMET. That's 2 dead. FaZe, last 2 members on the inside of LSE.
And if you're losing those gunfights, you got to reposition. Yep, Cell forced to get in the action, but that's his first kill in a long time. Same thing could be said for FaZe. He's spawning by cliffside as well, so makes the defense just a little bit easier, but it's the same situation. If the players over by white ever fall, they're gonna have to deal with these cruisers, but for New York, still getting the kills. Skyz and KiSMET causing all sorts of problems.
Problems indeed. aBeZy, back into the safety of the building we call white. aBeZy has to check this position, and there's so many angles that KiSMET could be in. Stun check, nobody home. Where is he? God, he could be anywhere. Skyz, he keeps running. They're going to walk right into KiSMET in a moment. Kiz, there's 1. There's 2.
Snapping.
Brilliant work on the defense. 25 seconds to go.
Well, now the question is for FaZe, you're running out of time. That's been a 1.5-minute burn. You've had no success. Do you want to invest the cruise missiles to try to force this round through? That'd be a desperation call, and you are still not getting kills. KiSMET on defense has been on point.
FaZe are falling apart here. They have not been able to break through the Subliners line. Skyz nearly for 2, but his teammates are there to pick up the trades. aBeZy last man. Chance. Subliners have stayed alive. They've forced the final round. Tournament point, New York.
Suffocating on defense, and for the Subliners, this is it. 1 round away, and you hoist that squirrel above your head.
Not something you get to say ever. They're so hard to catch. They're difficult. They're small. They're fast. They can climb trees.
And on a map like this, they'd be impossible to find.
Impossible. Not that many trees, though. Here we go.
And switching sides as well. So this is going to be FaZe on defense. New York, tournament point. They are looking for the first offensive round in this game. They got to get through a few cruise missiles to make it happen. Small amount of good news, though. KiSMET has a cruise missile of his own.
We are loaded going into this final round. Final chance here for FaZe. Don't let this get away from you. Opening kill from aBeZy is fantastic. An immediate rebuttal there from KiSMET. Map control, we're dancing.
And there is a bit of pressure over towards B as well. So big job on these gunfights. And KiSMET does get stopped for the first time in a long time. And Cell turns it into 2. This guy's going to dance, but he is surrounded. Knows he needs to play for the kills.
Heavy commitment towards B there to start things off with the Subliners. It was costly. Now time to rein it back, try to make something happen.
And Slasher's forcing like the top left side spawn, so you're going to have more pressure over towards B. This is what Subliners almost want to have happen. They've got the pressure on the more difficult one to capture. They've got 2 players near the zone. Skyz potential for cutoffs. Not finding the kills, though, on defense. It looks like they're on point, but at least, unlike round 1, you got that second tick.
Second segment captured. HyDra scurries away and stays alive. Has FaZe plays themselves here. Now aBeZy flying forward. Trades are still there. KiSMET, ripped by Cellium. The field side will be barren for a few moments, but they're not giving up on B. Priestahh on A now. Here comes the double cap.
both zones under attack.
And for FaZe, this is desperation time. Everybody has to win their one-on-ones. You got to get them off of both zones. Cellium for 2, but now the pressure over towards B. That player gets around it. Atlanta FaZe, every clutch gunfight they are turning up, and they catch HyDra as well.
They make safe the B zone. KiSMET now, desperation starting to sink in. Throw the crews at them. Try to take anyone you can. You've got number 2 at the top side, Simp. That's going to be it. Gone. Missile connects. aBeZy and Cell find 2 though. It may have been for nothing.
And he's out of the play. Well, now he's back in it. Needs to find an opening. You are running out of time. You need to find a way. The play is going to be over towards B. And for FaZe, for the moment, nobody's home.
Nobody's home. The B zone's going to start to evaporate. Whoa! Wow. Slasher snaps. And they vanish. Final 5 seconds. Anyone there to dive on away for a moment? Wait, Cellium with a cutoff. You've got 1 player on the A zone. Is gone. And FaZe, for the first time this year, have forced the final map in a grand finals. We got a game 7.
Oh my God, I'm happy to be able to talk about Call of Duty for a living. Say a ridiculous sentence like hoist a squirrel
above your head.
And now my favorite thing, we are going to a map 7. The tournament does not end on a CeeLo control.
Thank the maker. Also, thank you, Toronto. It's getting a little late here. Your energy has not gone unnoticed. 1 more map to decide it all. A showdown on Mercado.
And we talked about the square up that we had on CeeLo. Well, guess the records for these 2 teams on Mercado. 5-1 for New York, 6-1 for Atlanta. A square up again to end the tournament.
Well, we wouldn't have it any other way. Who knows? It could come down to the final round, the final map here in this tournament. A truly competitive series chance we have on our hands as we look across the maps and modes. What a saga this has been. Mercado up next.
And potentially the most insane stat we might have in this tournament. Atlanta FaZe, the best search and destroy team in the game. New York Subliners have been picking them apart. They need that 3rd search. And if you can beat Atlanta FaZe in 3 searches in 1 series, you deserve more than a trophy.
Yeah, you get the squirrel with a diamond in his hand. It's better than a trophy if you ask me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. 1 more map to decide who walks away with a squirrel holding a diamond. You heard me right. Let's find out who hoists it after the break.
brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
For the first time in Modern Warfare 2, we have ourselves a Game 7 here in the grand finals of Major 5, live from the Matinee Athletic Center in gorgeous Toronto, Canada. And speaking of gorgeous, be still my beating heart. Look at the nut on that bad boy. Well, one of our teams is going to get to lift that incredible trophy, a squirrel made of gold, holding a diamond made of dreams. I had nothing, brother. Let's just get into the game.
Whoever thought of that deserves a pay raise. Like every single day, just bump them up an extra %. That is absolutely godlike. I've been waiting, Miles, for you to say we are going to a map 7 all year long. It is Mercado. Both of these teams on point. On this map, in the game mode, on attacking rounds, these guys are lights out. Literally, the last search and destroy we saw. 3 top 5 plays of the week in one game. I expect nothing less to end this tournament.
Whatever you do, New York, whatever you do, FaZe, don't disappoint Chance, don't let him down. Here we go. Game 7. Mercado, Las Almas.
And an interesting note as well, New York Subliners draw defense for this final map. Obviously, attacking rounds can be favored because you bully them out with nades. Well, this is the one time, no trophies on the attack. You can do the same on defense. An opportunity for Subliners to go with the connection. It is tougher to be aggressive. And that's why you see FaZe trying to space it out. They wait for it, but no nades fall, no first blood just yet.
We've seen aBeZy smash his way through this window and pick up 3, maybe 4 kills at a time. A couple of times. Here we go. Will we find any more here? aBeZy, plenty of noise. First blood technically goes to KiSMET, but the trades are done.
Yeah, aBeZy looks different these days, but the gameplay the exact same. Whatever gun he wants to have for the job, he's got it. Doesn't get caught. And the nades get used at the start of the round, but it doesn't matter because the guns are there from New York. Gun them all down. The first blood doesn't matter. Slasher in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, good luck here, mate. HyDra sent the aggression immediately in towards that site. He finds the kill and Slasher now dealt with. Subliners take round 1.
And you just dominate through the center of the map and work through tunnel. New York Subliners never shy away from the aggressive play call. A beautiful first round.
It's 2 in the round there from HyDra, and we saw this earlier on in the day. Not afraid to take very ambitious challenges against Atlanta FaZe. Guns up or not, he's going in. Round 2.
And his search and destroy has been bonkers, out of this world. HyDra, from this tournament, may have sealed himself as the best player, but job not finished. On the attacking round, 3 players straight towards A. Got the trophy out. Every single nade getting thrown and tossed, but a trophy of your own. So aBeZy's here, ready for the fight.
aBeZy's ready for the fight. Stuns. Check every angle. He's hurt, but not dead. Into the mouths of Slasher. Eaten alive. Trades are done. KiSMET defeats Simp 1-on-1. And now it's all down to Cellium. Wait a minute. It's a team kill.
A moment like that, Cellium, an opportunity to clutch and make up for it, but how do you clutch in a situation like this? Bomb already rotated over towards B. Skyz will have the middle of the map as well, or maybe just regroup. Good news for Cell, he has dead silence, but you have to fry people and you catch the foot so close. Not good enough, but there you go. You got 2 Cell, all the damage.
No way. Cellium, holy shit, he nearly killed all 3 of them.
He is a menace in these moments, but Subliners deal with it. You stop the Terminator, you get your second round.
We nearly watched one of the most ridiculous plays we may ever see. The Subliners, though, patience and incredible resolve, incredible calm. As they were going towards the light in that round. 2-0.
Another one of those moments for Atlanta FaZe. We've seen aBeZy jump off Tuscan in important rounds of search and destroy. We have seen team kills in important rounds of search and destroy. Subliners will take every advantage they can get. 2-0 lead feels sweet.
Not quite the first blood yet for aBeZy. Plenty of damage. Stuns land. The rest of the squad rolls up. The Cantina now is popping with FaZe members.
Well, good nades, but no damage done. You've cleared out Dumpster, and aBeZy jumps back at it again.
HyDra must have spotted him on the cross. aBeZy flies into the action, finds his kill, 3v3.
I mean, he's challenged with 9 HP. And HyDra loves to work the flank, but you have a stagnant setup right now from FaZe. They're waiting for the flank to come through. HyDra and KiSMET working together. Cellium to try to gun him down.
Bomb's still down the ground. Oh, here comes the hit. Cellium cleaned up the full 3-man hit. HyDra managed to get himself involved. Now Slasher immediately repositions. He has no bomb and a bloody trophy to fight him with.
The good news for Slasher is these players are split. So you might be able to take 2 individual gunfights. Bad news is the first one he's dealing with is HyDra.
Damage dealt. Here comes Skyz. 20 seconds to go. And HyDra has the corner. Lidigo guns him. It's now 1v1. 10 seconds. Skyz now with a quick reposition. Might be able to check it. He's got a snipe. He misses the shot. The bomb doesn't go down. Slasher's got to chase him. He's got to chase him. Skyz survives. It's 3-0.
Lidigo might be snapping, but in a moment like that, that setup is clean. Double working the flank, that SMG duo, and Skyz hits the shot on Cell up top. No avenue to escape. And Subliners so clean in search and destroy, dominant on Hotel, a 5-2 comeback on a CeeLo, and so far perfect on Mercado.
They're riding the energy, riding the momentum. Now pump the brakes. Simp 0-3. Damage dealt. HyDra trapped. Pressure now is on. The trophy's there. 3 members of the Subliners on the other side of Simp.
And you had Cellium just covering Simp as well. So much trust in each other in these moments. And work in the middle of the map. Cell just gets caught. HyDra fries him. Another first blood.
The decision making now in the hands of the Subliners. Man advantage. aBeZy versus KiSMET.
Look at that.
In just a moment, we'll come back to that one on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
I mean, it's standoffs. It's KiSMET and aBeZy. And then on the flip side, aBeZy hasn't won it yet. KiSMET takes him down. And now it's HyDra versus Simp.
2v4. Simp might be wide peeking this. He's made a lot of noise on that B bomb site. A, though, is where the bomb will be going. 30 seconds to play. Here comes HyDra. Oh, the timing was bad. He's gone. Slasher gone as well. It is 4-0. New York Subliners.
And all year long, Atlanta FaZe, they have been the best search and destroy team in the game. Bar none. No questions asked. There is no doubt about it. But here at the end of the year at Major 5, Subliners have found a new level.
Atlanta FaZe have thus far been incinerated here on Las Almas. It's 4-0. The writing is on the wall, but FaZe, highly doubt they'll be reading that. Defending round now for the New York Subliners. FaZe on offense, over to A they go.
I mean, that A bomb site, it has been left completely open. FaZe have been quick to jump on the bomb every single round. This time there is no pressure stopping them. Late nades to come through, and they connect as well. aBeZy already falls.
First one for Skyz, 3 spree from him. Bomb planted. Slasher from the deep angle, gets his first. 3v3. Cellium upstairs, doing what he does best, which is hold those players at bay. Slasher gets 2 more. Can he get the third? HyDra tagged up. Damage dealt. Here come FaZe. Another. As Skyz drops, this should be it. Will FaZe get on the board? They have to deal with HyDra. 20 seconds to do so. And there it is. Yeah, I was with you there, Toronto. That was mixy indeed. FaZe. They get there first.
A few thousand people just went, ooh, what if? Nearly lined up, but the double chow is there, and finally, Atlanta FaZe are able to get around. But you see the efficiency in the work that Subliners have put in. Another first blood that goes their way. They have been insane in this tournament, insane in this series. A long way to go for Atlanta. On the final map, Simp currently sitting on the donut game.
Every journey begins with a single step, and every round begins on Mercado with a single nade, and there it is, HyDra's connect.
Again.
Priestahh's first blood. Simp remains in dire straits, 0-6.
0-6, and that B-bomb is left wide open. Cell's watching the cross, but Cell has attack, and the timing in this game is ridiculous. So Slasher might be able to get through, but Cellium just gets gunned. The team chow's on point, and HyDra with the beamer, backing him down.
HyDra looking to get another one here on the round. Slasher, last man left alive. HyDra, here come the Subliners. Looking to put him down. The back alleyway, you know what? They're not going to take the fight. They're going to go to A, plant the bomb. Because they want more points for the SR chance.
I mean, look, Slasher might be quick with the reads too, but there's just so much work you have to do. Impossible gun fights to win. Subliners, so clean.
For Slasher, how desperately to feel that he's right, to have hope stripped away from him, to be made to feel so helpless in that round. The Subliners are starting to toy with FaZe. Match point.
One more round to go. Subliners have had an answer for everything Atlanta FaZe have thrown at them. They've given up the bomb plants. They have retaken it. This time, they want to stop it.
Nades are in. No trophies. If they were there, they're late, but not to be seen. Subliners throw caution to the wind. You've got a bed made. aBeZy cuts one, cuts two. The third on the back alley. Priestahh stays alive. The bomb, though, will be planted here as Atlanta FaZe, a lovely sign of life when they need it most.
I'm a believer in Priestahh in these. Okay, Slasher shuts the door, but you better make sure you connect. Priestahh has ripped your soul away in the past. And that's a nice round for Atlanta to get. Simp finally gets on board. When you have a donut, you feel the pressure. You only need one to get the ball rolling. But for FaZe, it is such a long way to go. Subliners just need a new way to find this first blood. They've been on point when they attack B, isolating Simp. They've taken him down. When they need to work the A site, they can bully you there as well. They've dominated the middle of the map. And right now, for Subliners, it's a 4-stack towards A.
Nades up, nades out. They connect. The trophy's there. A little bit of damage on the opening here. And aBeZy has found his corner. aBeZy. Oh, it's not a corner. It's his grave. He's down. Slasher. Down. Simp and Cellium, the last two remaining members of FaZe here by the bomb site.
This is it. 2 versus 3, last ditch attempt.
Simp with a dead, he flies in, catches his kill, nades are up. Cellium with a covering fire as FaZe are battling from this one. It's gone from a 2v4 to a 2v2.
He's got the dead silence. He is flying. You know the players are up top. You do not know where HyDra is going to be. Got to swarm together. And, well, last man standing. 1v2 for the dub.
May the best gunny win. And FaZe, from an impossible situation, they survive another round. 2 in a row. Is he giving him the bag?
He's working around the map. He is definitely not giving him the bag.
Friend Richard Sims once said, unexpected item in bagging area.
That is a 2v3 clutch as well. Both players stacked up through the back alley. World champion composure and teamwork. That is 2 in a row for Atlanta. They need 3 more. Subliners just gotta shut the door. And I'd say if you're the Subliners, I mean, you have options. Atlanta FaZe, they are desperate to work this A site. They've been able to get the bomb down. The flanks have been nearly unstoppable. They need an answer.
Nades out. Nobody home. The Subliners have adapted and changed the game plan. They've pulled back.
Look at these nades. No trophy over here. So close to taking aBeZy down.
aBeZy is so hurt. 19 hit points. Now quickly recovered. Pockets empty. HyDra dead. Skyz. So close.
It's going to be the same thing, though. They're more or less happy to give up the bomb plant. You're looking for the kill on Cellium. You're working the flank at the same time. You try to back him down into the gunny of Skyz.
Cellium, Slasher first blood. Drazah there. HyDra now making moves, but the A-bomb site still very much belongs to FaZe.
He's just making noise. He just wants to bait it in for the kill. The nade connects. You're just playing with it, but that bomb is down.
Oh my God.
Atlanta FaZe, you are running out of time.
He tried to push him into the eyes of Skyz, but he's not there. Here comes Skyz in the back alleyway. aBeZy with a kill. Cellium walks right into it. 2v2.
And you still haven't planted. At least you know both players are together, so you might be able to go for the quick plant or the wrap out with Skyz. Mid-map to try to catch him. He spots both. He guns you down. It is all up to aBeZy.
aBeZy now in the 1v2 to stay alive at Major 5. Bomb planted. Will it be a square up? Subliners shoulder to shoulder. aBeZy can't get it done. New York have done it. They end the regular season the way they began it, with a major victory. And what a time to win a major tournament just before champs. A matter of weeks away, the New York Subliners are your Major 5 champions.
Unbelievable trust in one another. They have stuck together the whole year. They believed, they have executed. They are the best in the world.
Funny how everything comes full circle like that. At the start of the year, we called them some of the best players in the world with the most outstanding teamwork, and they have done it again. Major 5 is theirs. The golden squirrel holding the diamond nut is theirs. True bragging rights of a lower bracket run through the toughest opposition they could have ever faced. At the tops of their game, and they took them all down.
And they got it done in a way where you take Atlanta FaZe down in 3 search and destroys. That is a team effort. That is an incredible. And that man holding the trophy, that is the best Call of Duty player in the world.
It doesn't get better than that. It simply doesn't get better than that. Now it's down to Maven on the main stage with our champions.
How we doing, guys? Skyz, sir, yes. We're gonna pass it around. First off, congrats. Listen, we had you on the podcast. You talked a lot about the vibes of this crew, the belief in the system and how you guys would figure it out. It took some time, but you're back on top. How you feeling?
Honestly, yeah, we have been working really hard. Like, we've been putting in the most time out of any other team. We've been coming in early, staying in after hours. I feel like our S&D and throughout the mid-year was like a really bad problem, but now we've won literally 3 in the final, so I feel like we figured out our S&D. We still got to figure out our control a little bit, but we're not even final form yet.
Well, here, Kiz, question for you then. If you told me FaZe won 3 respawns, I probably thought they would have won the series. But you guys come out and win 3 search and destroys. Talk to me about this crew in search.
I mean, we just adapted really well. I mean, that is CeeLo, we were down, what, 5-2, and I was just reading everything they were doing. I was like, guys, their setups are plain and simple. Let's just make these minor adjustments, and they all listened. And I mean, it's just kudos to them for listening to me. Kudos to just us grinding it. And I don't know, it feels great.
It's special to watch. Can we get the mic down to Priestahh? Get down to Priestahh. Listen, buddy. After that map 3, I was a little worried. But there were times in the past that may have been a problem going forward. But with this crew, you bounced back and you fried. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I mean, after that map 3, I dropped 3 kills, and I looked at the boys, and I said, I'm not going to lie, it's crazy that I just dropped 3 kills, and we're still going to win the series. Everyone just laughed. And that was one of the most unlucky maps I've ever had in my career, but we bounced back, and I'm proud of the guys for sure.
It was impressive. Now to HyDra. First off, congrats on the MVP.
Thank you.
Thank you. New York shirt on.
Listen, you've been the best player in the world, playing absolutely out of your mind with this squad. How you doing it, bro?
I don't know how I do it. Just do it. I'm just doing it. I feel like I've been grinding a lot. I've been on my shit. So
yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. The gameplay just talks for himself, I guess.
Well, anything you want to say to the fans here before we send it off?
I appreciate all of you guys. And you guys are like amazing.
Congrats, guys. You're winners. New York Subliners back to the desk.
Congratulations to the New York Subliners, Major 5 champions. New York proud as we see the MVP honors go to the Frenchman who tore through the competition. We got to revisit this run because this is the most historic elimination bracket run we have seen here at the CDL. They had 4 3-0s, a 3-2 against the home team in Toronto, and then you take FaZe to a Game 7 and you beat them in Slasher Search. KiSMET, Sender, the whole crew, game planning, they got the job done.
I have chills right now. That is the greatest run we have ever seen in a loser's bracket ever, not just CDL. I'm talking Call of Duty history, 3-0ing almost everybody in their path and beating 2 major champions to do it. The supporting cast, absolutely unbelievable. But that man, HyDra, just had one of the single greatest tournaments I've ever seen from an individual.
Ali, you always questioned Atlanta. Tonight, they showed their weakness, or New York able to exploit the few that remain. 4-3 is our final score as the Subliners take down the Guerrillas, Legion, Mutineers, Ultra, Røkkr, and eventually Atlanta FaZe on their way to the Diamond Nut.
We talk about ice for New York Subliners. I think they just used every crumb of it that they had in their lifetime in that grand finals. New York kept composed throughout the entirety of it. Even when Priestahh dropped literally, I mean, I'm not even going to say it out loud, but you know what he did in that control to then be able to bounce back, look at his team, and be like, you know what, we're still winning this. Go down 5-2 in the search and destroy in that Estilo, come back and win that. And then even the Mercado, like, why is that even in the last map of this series? Because how good New York Subliners have looked on it. HyDra, we touched on it time and time again. This guy, win or loss, he's above a 1.0 KD. But it's not just about the slaying, it's about the clutching. It's about what he does on the map, the pace that he sets, the pressure that he relieves off of the rest of his team. MVP for very, very, very good reason.
Ton, you and I have been watching these players for a long time. Sender, once a guy that was in the lobbies that we were casting. Now he's on the coaching staff with another UK lad brought over to lead the Subliner squad. It seems that they matched up against everyone tight, but they outthought their opponents, not only in the vetoes, but also the game plan in S&D.
I mean, Europe stays on top, you know, as per usual. Keep it one a buck, as I would say. No, look, I mean, realistically, I kind of want to just reiterate what Clint said on the stage there. The fact that they went and not just beat FaZe in a grand final best out of 7, but 3 search and destroys. How much were we talking about FaZe's search and destroy over this season? This guy is the biggest of reasons for that.
Is he the best you've ever seen, Nameless?
He's up there, man. Like I said, that might have been one of the greatest individual performances that we've ever seen. If not the greatest, just simply because what he was able to do from losers bracket, right? If he's able to do something like that at champs, it'll be up there with like what Formal did, which is to this day the best, right? HyDra, just a stellar player, but you talked about the coaching staff, a fantastic job, right? Like this is a team that was struggling in search and destroy, right? Majors 2 and number 3. Like, talk about the confidence in allowing this team to grow together and figure it out towards the end. First place at the first event, first place at the last event, and now the grand finale is coming up.
It's another sandwich.
It's another championship sandwich. Let's take a look at this one as we closed out the best of 7 with Subliners taking Mercado S&D. Ali, for anyone who's tuning in at the very end of this stream, trying to get their blueprint, what do they need to go back and watch? What was the best game in this series tonight?
Oh, you gotta watch that El Estilo search and destroy for sure. That was definitely the game-winning map for the New York Subliners.
And here are our final stats. Game 7. Who is showing up? HyDra and Skyz, the sniper rifle. He can bring it out on any map now, Ton. And HyDra, this is a guy the first to shut down aBeZy on S&D on Mercado. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, and to your point about Skyz, it was a weapon all weekend long for them. That sniper, so many clutch moments. The one he missed on Slasher, I think we'll allow it towards the end because he won the round. But him and HyDra, yeah, being a massive catalyst for their S&D success.
This has been such a blast here in Toronto. We have to say goodbye to all of the fans as they empty the arena, but we've got to remind everybody, we're not done. The teams, they've got their trophy. They've now got their bank account set, and as you take a look here at the final prize pool, $200,000 going in the pockets of that team there. Subliners doing it big here in Toronto. Everyone else is scoring. You see the Mutineers and Royal Ravens on the scoreboard for the first time.
Yeah, no, that hasn't happened very often, has it? Especially for the London Royal Ravens. That was a nice story this weekend, but the main one is, of course, the Subliners.
But, Ali, this was just a major. Only $500,000. When we go to the next event, $2.3 million on the line, and this is the bracket you have to battle through. Give me your first thoughts.
Ultra looking at Toronto, LA Thieves, Atlanta, Seattle lineup.
That sucks for Toronto and LA. Oh my goodness, that's a tough round one.
In fact, scripting.
This is gonna get rowdy. Lock in, because it all goes down June 15th. That's right. Join us in Las Vegas, because we're kicking the action off at 1:30. Subliners taking on Minnesota Røkkr, followed by FaZe versus Surge. OpTic will be taking on Boston Breach before we close out the night with our Monster Energy matchup. That LA Thieves versus Toronto showdown should be epic. we got to get out of here. Security just told me we got to wrap it up. So final thoughts. Let's go to Name Was First.
Listen, the 3-0s were worth it. We made it to a Game 7 in the finals. That was absolutely exhilarating. I can't wait for Champ.
Allie, what are you going to remember from this weekend?
I'm going to remember the elimination run from the New York Subliners, of course. I mean, I didn't have them as a favorite going in, and for them to steal it in the way they did, you couldn't ask for a better story.
Ton, first time in Toronto. How to shape up?
Crowd to beat, at least on this side of the pond. At least on this side of the pond, the crowd to beat.
London's got a rival. It's all international, and the battles continue. Thank you all for tuning in. We will see you in just 3 weeks as we head to Vegas, June 15th to the 18th. We'll see you on YouTube and Twitch.tv.
Pedal to the metal when I hit the gas. Running through the competition like a running back. I don't ever get tired, I don't take naps. Looking back at you when I'm running laps. I'm the realest in the place, you should know that. Oh yeah, here's another L, you can hold that. All alone at the top with a throne at. It can get a little cold just like snow caps. No cap, if I fall, I'ma be back like a relapse. I'ma relax, hit you in the chin strap with a kneecap to your next snap. Throw it online, make sure everybody see that. I have my aspirations, I know my destination. I go no hesitation, you can't break my concentration. Love, no love to my enemies, waiting on my downfall, never see the enemy. Running like I got no legs and a centipede. Gold medal on my chest for the centerpiece. Slow me down, something you can never do. Hold me down, that's impossible, I never lose. One way or another one is what I do. This is my game and I play by my rules. I have my aspirations, I know my destination. I go no hesitation, you can't break my concentration.